Chapter 358. If other people thought that they could safely return to the capital after leaving Marquis Gu behind, then they were too naive. Marquis Xianping blocked their way and took off their wheels one by one. There was no village to the front and no shop to the back. Even if one called for help, the heavens and the earth would not respond. Of course, there were a few people who didn't offend Xiao Lulang, but they also had their wheels taken off by Marquis Xianping. This was helping them, not harming them. Marquis Xianping wouldn't make things difficult for them in the future, but if Marquis Xianping let them go, the people who didn't like Xiao Lulang might make things difficult for them. So, they might as well take them off together. Xiao Lulang didn't know anything about Marquis Xianping blocking their way and bullying them. He didn't sleep well last night and woke up with a slight headache. Not long after getting on the carriage, he fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was so deep that when he woke up, he was already in the capital. He opened his eyes and found himself lying in a room filled with familiarity. He immediately sat up and looked at the mermaid curtain on the bed, then looked at the Jiangnan screen with 6 fans of misty rain on the other side of the bed. He even turned around to look at the pillow he had just slept on. They were all things from his memory. Even the fragrance of fruit and flowers in the room was the same as in his memory. This was the princess's residence. Princess Xian Yang and old Madame Xiao didn't have a good relationship. Old Madame Xiao didn't like Princess Xian Yang's flesh and blood and was very cold to Xiao Heng. Princess Xian Yang brought her son to live in the princess's residence. Although it was connected to the Marquis's residence, Xiao Heng basically didn't go to old Madame Zhao's place. Xiao Lulang lifted the blanket and got out of bed. "Young Marquis, you're awake." A servant girl walked into the room carrying a stack of clothes. He remembered this servant girl. She was called Shu Hua. However, she was much more mature than 4 years ago. He wasn't used to her at first glance, but he could accept her current appearance with a second glance. Her expression and smile were so natural that it was as if he had never left in these 4 years. "Sister Shu Hua. Sister Mizuwa." Another young maidservant stumbled in. It was Magpie, the daughter of a servant in the manor. She was only 8 years old 4 years ago, and now she was 12. When she saw Xiao Lulang, she smiled and bowed. "Young Marquis. You're awake. The Marquis is waiting for you to eat." If Xiao Lulang had not experienced life and death, he would have been dazed by this scene. He looked at them and said, "I'm not the young Marquis, you've got the wrong person. Where are my clothes?" A trace of panic flashed through the eyes of the 2 maidservants. Sure enough, he wasn't dreaming. They were acting. Xiao Lulang let out a sigh of relief. Everything was too familiar. For a moment, he almost thought that the 4 years of wandering among the commoners was just a dream, and that the terrible fire was just a nightmare. If those were all dreams, then the countryside and the Jade Water Alley were also a pipe dream. He slowly sat down on the chair, digesting the lingering fear in his heart. Magpie quickly came forward to pour tea for him. "I'll do it myself." He refused. Magpie hesitantly retreated to the side, looking at Shu Hua with apprehension. Shu Hua shook her head at her, indicating for her not to speak. "My clothes," Xiao Lulang said again. "Yes." Shu Hua went to the wardrobe, opened the door and found Xiao Yolang's luggage. She secretly glanced at Xiao Lulang several times. Although they looked alike, their temperaments were too different. The young Marquis never had a straight face with them, always talking and laughing. He was a little master that warmed people's hearts. Moreover, the little master's legs were not lame. "You can all leave." Marquis Xianping, who had been listening outside the door, saw that his plan was not working and could only helplessly appear. The 2 maidservants retreated as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. He did not need to go to Hanlin Academy today, so he found a set of normal clothes to change into. Then he said to Marquis Xianping, "You don't need to test me anymore. I'm not Xiao Heng." Marquis Xianping said, "I'm not testing." Xiao Lulang interrupted him, "Don't think that as long as I'm still Xiao Heng you can make up for the guilt in your heart. Even if you test me 100 times, 1,000 times, I'm still Xiao Lulang, the illegitimate child of Qinyun's mother, not the legitimate son of Marquis Xianping." Marquis Xianping's eyes darkened. "Then tell me, is there really someone who looks exactly the same in this world? Is it really the same?" Xiao Lulang asked back. Marquis Xianping's gaze fell on his right eye. There was originally a teardrop mole here, but now it was gone. Xiao Lulang said, "Of course, if you just want to use me as a substitute for the young Marquis, then it's up to you." No one could replace Xiao Heng. He did not need a substitute for Xiao Heng. He only wanted Xiao Heng. His son Xiao Heng. These words pierced Marquis Xianping's heart to the point of bleeding. Otherwise, why would he say that he was his son? He knew what words would stab him the most. Xiao Lulang did not say anything else. He picked up his luggage. Where's my medicine? In the courtyard. Marquis Xianping said. Xiao Lulang walked out without looking back. Marquis Xianping looked at his determined and stubborn back and suddenly called out to him, Don't you want to see your mother? Xiao Yulong's steps paused. His hand holding his luggage slowly clenched. I want to see her. Does she want to see me? Xiao Lulang left without any hesitation. This little brat. Marquis Xianping's teeth hurt. Steward Liu walked over from the other end of the corridor. He entered the room and asked, Marquis, the young master still hasn't admitted his identity? Marquis Xianping's fist slammed on the table and his mouth twitched. Little stubborn donkey. Is it really the young Marquis? Could there have been a mistake? Steward Liu asked worriedly. He paused and then muttered, It doesn't matter if there's a mistake. After all, they are both Marquis' children. Marquis Xianping glared at him. Steward Liu smiled embarrassedly. I'm joking. Since ancient times, there had been a difference between the direct and concubines. Moreover, this was an illegitimate child. How could he let an illegitimate child mix up the direct bloodline of the Marquis Fu? Marquis Xianping thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Could it be that only his mother can control him? Qinyun's mother is already dead. Steward Liu kindly reminded. Marquis Xianping gave him a death stare. You don't want this month's salary? Steward Liu's entire body trembled, saying, Marquis, you are talking about the princess. But if the princess can't do anything to him? Marquis Xianping looked at the disappearing figure at the end of the courtyard, his gaze deep. Then I will believe that he really isn't Xiao Heng. Xiao Lulang sat in Marquis Xianping's carriage back to Jade Water Alley. When he arrived home, it was already dark. His family did not know that he had returned today and each went to do their own things. Only Yao Shi was strolling in the courtyard to digest her food. Mother. He went forward to greet her. Yao Shi said in pleasant surprise, Lulang is back? You haven't eaten yet, right? Yuya put down the work in her hands and walked over. Son-in-law. Yao Shi ordered, Go make something for son-in-law to eat. Yuya complied and went to the kitchen. This time he had gone to the countryside to provide disaster relief and did not bring back any gifts. Other than a basket of medicinal ingredients, there was only some dried fish that the villagers had dried themselves. Xiao Lulang took out the dried fish. What is this? A bag of strange medicinal powder fell out from under the dried fish. This is a kind of dried flower powder. It was given by an auntie. Apparently it can be used as rouge. It was Uncle Zhang's family's auntie. After learning that he was married, she gave him this bag of dried flower powder. Naturally, this could not compare to the rouge from the rouge shop, but it was a bit of goodwill from the villagers, so he accepted it. Yao Shi said, Jiao does not need it now. Yao Shi's meaning was that Gu Jiao had a chastity mark on her face and did not like to dress up. In the future, when the chastity mark was gone, perhaps she would like to be beautiful herself. Xiao Lulang misunderstood and thought that Yao Shi was saying that Gu Jiao was ugly. He said, She does not need it to be beautiful. Yao Shi was stunned. Son-in-law was praising her daughter for being beautiful? Although she also felt that her daughter was beautiful, she was still Jiao's mother. Naturally, a mother would think that her daughter was beautiful. Xiao Yulong's serious appearance made Yao Shi laugh. The young couple had been married for so long. Although they had always lived in separate rooms, they had never said that they had not consummated their marriage. In large families, married couples lived in separate courtyards. In order to not affect the men's studies, many scholars lived in separate rooms. Thus, if it were not for this birthmark, the young couple's relationship would not have aroused any suspicion. Yao Shi had originally planned to continue to pretend that she did not know, but now that it had been brought up, Yao Shi felt that perhaps telling her son-in-law would not be a problem. At the very least, her son-in-law had seriously refuted her. This meant that in his heart he did not dislike her daughter's appearance. He treated Jiao with sincerity. What was there that was not worth knowing the truth? Actually, Yao Shi cleared her throat and resisted the awkwardness in her heart. She said, The mark on Jiao's face is not a birthmark, it is a chastity mark. Bang! A figure fell down from the courtyard wall. Dong! A person knocked into the doorway and staggered until he hit the door. The former was Gu Qingfeng. The latter was Gu Changqing. This was not the end. There was a clatter at the door followed by a clatter. Surprisingly, the copper-candied fruit box in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand had fallen to the ground. The old chancellor, who was standing at the newly opened door between the two residences, did not know whether to enter or leave. He had come to deliver some brown sugar glutinous rice cake to Zhuang Jin's. How did he hear this kind of thing? Chapter 359. Yao Shi was so shocked by the commotion that she stood up from her chair. She clearly didn't see a single person just now, so how did so many people appear out of thin air after she finished speaking? They didn't come when they didn't, but they all came when they did. Was this arranged? Also, it was fine that Gu Changqing and the matriarch appeared here. One came to see the twins and the other came to play cards, but what was up with Gu Qingfeng? What was he doing climbing up the wall of their house? Yao Shi was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Of the 5 people present, it was unknown who was the most embarrassed. Was it the 4 people who accidentally heard this huge secret, or was it Xiao Lulang who was caught in the whirlpool of secrets? In short, the 5 people all had different expressions and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere became more and more awkward. In the end, it was Gu Qingfeng's nose that itched and he couldn't help but sneeze. Only then did the strange silence in the courtyard be broken. That Gu. Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to call Gu Changqing, but she couldn't remember his name. Her mind was filled with this guy who won money from her. So angry. Gu Changqing came back to his senses and turned to bow to Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was dressed as an old lady. He didn't call the Empress Dowager. After all, she was traveling incognito. He was afraid that the walls would hear her identity. Chem? Empress Dowager Zhuang gave a look to the candied fruit jar on the ground. Gu Changqing understood and endured the pain in his head. He picked up the candied fruit jar on the ground. Fortunately, it was made of iron and didn't break. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged her beloved candied fruit jar and entered the courtyard with a complicated expression. How could it not be complicated? The little great-grandson she had been looking forward to for so long wasn't even a shadow. Was this the truth behind why she couldn't wait for her little great-grandson? Her mentality was collapsing. Her complicated and painful gaze fell on Xiao Yulong's body. Starting from his head, it slowly moved down until it reached an unspeakable place. It wasn't like they hadn't slept together before. Could it be they couldn't? Xiao Lulang felt his scalp go numb. What kind of look was that? However, not only did Empress Dowager Zhuang have this expression, even the old chancellor was synchronized and looked at Xiao Lulang sympathetically. As a man, this was a little embarrassing. I thought you had only injured one leg. Xiao Lulang felt terrible. He was still trying to figure out how the birthmark on Gu Jiao's face could be the mark of chastity. Now he was being despised and sympathized with for no reason. Where was the logic? Yao Shi looked at everyone's speechless expressions and then looked at Xiao Lulang, who seemed to have swallowed coptis. She thought to herself, do I need to explain the reason for the chastity mark? Hey, does anyone else want to hear it? Forget it. Let's talk about it. Yao Shi said, the midwife that helped me deliver the child did not know how to use the chastity sand, but she did not dare say that she did not know. She was worried that we would not give her that much money, so she went to ask the abbot of the temple, who knew that the abbot drank too much that night and accidentally put it on Jiao Jiao's face. It was also because of this birthmark that the servant misunderstood that Jiao Jiao was not the child that I gave birth to and that Jinyu who did not have a birthmark was. Although this matter had passed for a long time, every time it was mentioned, Yao Shi could not help but feel heartache and regret. She did not know whose fault she should blame. Should she not have given birth halfway, or should she not have gone to find that midwife in the countryside? Yao Shi was immersed in her sad emotions. The other people in the courtyard were not on the same channel as her. There were only 6 words in everyone's mind: chastity sand, did not consummate the marriage. Gu Qingfeng put his arm around Xiao Yulong's shoulder. Brother, tell me honestly, do you have any hidden troubles? Xiao Yulong's face darkened. Gu Jiao went to see a patient and was busy until late at night. When she stepped into the courtyard, she saw the elders of the family sitting neatly in the central room. Her great-aunt and son-in-law were also there. The last time the two of them sat together was when the emperor came to Bai Shui Lane to recuperate. However, they sat separately and did not speak. Ever since her great-aunt recovered her memories, this was the first time Gu Jiao saw the two of them so amiable. Gu Changqing and Gu Qingfeng also came. What did you come here for? Gu Jiao asked Gu Qingfeng. Gu Changqing's lips curled up imperceptibly. It seemed that in his sister's heart, this second brother who had drunk wine with her, ridden horses with her, and played water with her, did not have much weight. He could not come to Bai Shui Lane as he pleased. Gu Qingfeng snorted and said unhappily, You think I wanted to come? Chenglin ran out of hair growth ointment. Gu Jiao made an O sound. Recently, she had been so busy that she had forgotten about Gu Qinglin's little bald spot. Wait a moment. Gu Jiao went to the east room to put down the small basket and took out the medicine box. She opened the box and saw that there was indeed a box of hair growth ointment inside. The medicine box could not only determine the medicine needed by the patient, but also remember the patient's course of illness and the dosage. It was very useful, but it would be even better if there were no more strange things. Gu Jiao took out the hair growth ointment and handed it to Gu Qingfeng. Here, 100 taels. Gu Qingfeng immediately exploded. You charge me 100 taels for such a small box of ointment? That's too much. Gu Jiao's expression did not change. It's the price of family affection. The price of family affection specially set for you. If someone else came, it would be 1 tael. Gu Qingfeng reluctantly took out the banknotes. Gu Jiao happily accepted it. Everyone stared at her without blinking. Gu Jiao felt that the atmosphere was strange from the moment she entered the courtyard, and now it was getting stranger and stranger. Did something happen? Why are you all looking at me like this? She asked. Madam. Yu came over with a bowl of tonic soup on a tray. The soup you wanted is ready. Yu put the tonic soup on the table. The bowl was black and looked like it was made by Xiao Lulang. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed the bowl of soup in front of Gu Jiao. Drink it, it was specially made for you. You've worked hard recently and you've lost weight. You need to take care of your body. She said these words without blushing. Everyone secretly gave Empress Dowager Zhuang a thumbs up. You're still the best. Oh. Although it did not look good, Gu Jiao was not picky. Since it was specially prepared for her by her family, she could not waste it. Gu Jiao held the bowl of soup, took a deep breath and gulped it down. Wretch, it was disgusting. Gu Jiao almost vomited. Everyone looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. Was there really no problem with the soup? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. How could there be a problem? It was a professional nourishment for 30 years. The previous emperor's concubines all drank this tonic soup, so their bodies were better than the other. Gu Jiao felt nauseous. She covered her chest and took a deep breath. She inadvertently glanced around and found that the table was uniformly looking at her. She blinked and shook her little head. Oh, I'm not pregnant, am I? In the study, Xiao Lulang, who heard this sentence, spat out a mouthful of tea. Everyone's expression twitched. How did you manage to lie through your teeth like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Jiao asked. Have you consummated your marriage? Gu Qingfeng asked straightforwardly. Gu Changqing kicked him under the table. Gu Jiao did not know that there was nothing left of her. She stuck out her small chest and said righteously, Why haven't I consummated my marriage? Of course I have. Is it written on my face that I'm a virgin? Everyone looked at her chastity mark. Yes. Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang couldn't bear to listen any further. He wished he could bury himself with books. What kind of brother and sister were they? One dared to ask and the other dared to answer. Were they not ashamed? Jiao, are you there? Xiaobao has a stomachache. Can you go and take a look at him? Master Zhao's anxious voice came from the door, interrupting the conversation. Gu Jiao went next door to see Xiaobao. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand and said, Okay, let's go. Yu make Jiao a bowl of this soup every 3 days. You must watch her finish it. Yu replied, Yes. Gu Changqing originally came to visit the twins. However, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun were resting at Nanxiang in Master Lu's place. Gu Changqing had to leave with Gu Qingfeng. I will go too. I want to see how the homework in Jing Kong is going. The old chancellor went next door. Little Jing Kong was doing homework at his place tonight. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to Xiao Lulang in little Jing Kong's west room. Eunuch Qin followed. Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the bed and called the accompanying imperial masters. She pointed at the bed and said seriously, Split it. The imperial masters, Eunuch Qin. After a loud noise, Empress Dowager Zhuang ran out of the west room waving her phoenix claws. Oh. Jiao. Eunuch Qin and little Deng fought. The bed collapsed. Eunuch Qin trembled. What did it have to do with him? Also, what kind of fight could collapse the bed? These words didn't sound right. Gu Jiao was not called over by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but little Jing Kong came over first. He had just finished his homework and heard his great-aunt say that the bed collapsed. He was young and curious, so he went to see whose bed collapsed. So it's my bed that collapsed. The little guy stood in front of the collapsed bed with his hands on his hips and was stunned for a few seconds. Then he laughed. That's great. His bed collapsed. He had no place to sleep tonight. He could only squeeze with Jiao. Brother-in-law, I want to take a bath. He wanted to wash himself clean and smell good, then put himself on Jiao Jiao's bed. After a quarter of an hour, the little handsome monk came out of the bath and changed into dry pajamas. He smelled good from head to toe. I can go sleep with Jiao Jiao. He skipped to the east room. However, before he could step in, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked him up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "You and I will go back to the palace tonight." Little Jing Kong's little body trembled. Why? Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "I'm lonely." Little Jing Kong strongly protested, "I want to sleep with Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang refused heartlessly, "No, you won't have a little great-grandson if you sleep with him. I want a little great-grandson." Little Jing Kong flapped his little arms and legs in the air and complained, "Why do you want a little great-grandson? Am I not cute enough?" Empress Dowager Zhuang was full of questions again. She could not win against him, so she stopped talking and directly carried him out of the courtyard and into the carriage. Because the bed collapsed, Xiao Lulang could only sleep in the east room tonight. Gu Jiao had no objection. After washing up, the two of them lay on the soft bed. Little Jing Kong was used to sleeping on hard beds in the temple, so the mattress in the west room was less than in the east room. Xiao Lulang had slept on this bed before, but he did not know if it was because of his different state of mind, but the feeling of lying on it tonight was particularly different from before. The mattress seemed to be softer, reminding him of her delicate little body. The pillow was full of her breath and fragrance. Every breath made him feel short of breath and hot in his heart. She was lying flat beside him, and her breathing was even and long. Xiao Lulang could not sleep. He gently turned his head and saw that their long hair seemed to be entangled. Suddenly there was a hint of ambiguity in the night. The dream he had before flashed through his mind uncontrollably. He tried to erase the inappropriate images from his mind, but the harder he tried, the clearer they became. Even her smooth breathing seemed to have a hint of seduction in his ears. "Husband." She suddenly turned to look at him. Xiao Yulong's heart skipped a beat. He felt guilty for being distracted. His expression tensed as he looked at the ceiling and asked seriously, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao straightened up on her elbows and looked at him. "Nothing, I just want to ask you if everything went well in the countryside. Did those people bully you?" "No," he said. Gu Jiao asked strangely, "What's wrong with your voice? It's mute." It would have been better if she hadn't said this. Once she said this, Xiao Lulang found it even harder to control himself. His throat moved and he didn't dare to look at her. "I probably talked too much during the day." "Oh." Gu Jiao lay beside him. He did not dare to look at her, but she looked at him frankly. "Then I'll get you some water." He was just about to say no, but she had already got off the bed and poured him a glass of cold water. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth, but he still took it and drank it. After drinking the glass of cold water, the thoughts in his mind seemed to fade a little. Gu Jiao took the glass and put it on the table. She climbed back into bed and lay down beside him. "Can't you sleep?" she asked. "No," he said in a hoarse voice. "Sleep?" But Gu Jiao waited for a while, but he still did not fall asleep. Was there something bothering him? But since he did not say, she did not ask. Gu Jiao thought for a while, then slowly moved towards him until she was beside him. She pulled away one of his arms and turned sideways to rest her little head on it. She hugged him and, like an adult coaxing a child, she gently patted his shoulder. She coaxed him very seriously, even though her movements were a little clumsy. Xiao Lulang did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao widened her eyes and said with a serious face, "I'm coaxing you to sleep. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything. I'm a serious person." At first, the serious person Gu Jiao was indeed patting his shoulder to coax him to sleep. But as she patted him, it felt so good that she wanted to move around. She stole a glance at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Yulong's eyes were closed, and his breathing was even and long. He seemed to be asleep. Gu Jiao became bold and touched his small chest muscles. After touching his chest muscles, she moved on to his abdominal muscles. After touching his abdominal muscles, she moved on to his waist muscles. When she used her finger to poke his waist that didn't have a trace of excess fat, Xiao Lulang suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Lulang grabbed her restless little hand and flipped her over, pressing her under his body. His movements were so fast and domineering that even Gu Jiao could not react in time. Gu Jiao looked at him in a daze. He domineeringly locked her wrists on both sides. This was the first time that Gu Jiao felt the domineering power of a man from him in a sober state. It was so exciting. Gu Jiao thought. The little puppy she had been raising suddenly turned into an adult wolf with an irresistible domineering and wild nature. He stared at her and said, "Aren't you still young?" Gu Jiao blinked. His eyes deepened and his hoarse voice came out from his throat, "If you tease me again I won't care." Gu Jiao's eyes moved and she slowly pulled her wrists out of his strong palm. He had used too much strength just now and her wrists were red. Xiao Lulang was a little regretful, but he did not show it on his face. Tonight, he had been set up by the elders in his family. Naturally, he would not be obedient, so he did not intend to do anything to her from the beginning. But this girl was too mischievous. Did she forget that he was already 18 years old? Did she still think that he was that immature brat from before? A 14-year-old girl who was older by a year was completely different from a 17-year-old boy who was older by a year. He had grown up and was a real man. Did she know that in his countless dreams, there was no longer a sky full of fire, but the boundless moonlight, the sleepless lights and endless intertwining in possession? He could not lie on the same bed with her like a year ago and not let his imagination run wild. Gu Jiao rubbed her red wrists and did not speak for a long time. Xiao Lulang thought that she had been scared by him and should know to restrain herself. Unexpectedly, in the next second, she stretched out her arms and lay flat. Xiao Lulang. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg. Chapter 360. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The next day before the sun rose, everyone in the family got up early. In the past, Gu Jiao was the first to get up, but today when she walked out of the room she found that Madame Yao, the old chancellor, Nurse Fong, and Yu Yi were all gathered in the central room. Not only that, eunuch Qin also came. What was going on? Good morning. Gu Jiao greeted them. Everyone looked at the birthmark on her face and sighed. Gu Jiao, why do you all look a bit disappointed? Is my status in the family already so low? You don't want to see me anymore? Everyone exchanged knowing looks. Thus, after Gu Jiao drank a bowl of tonic soup, Xiao Lulang also had a bowl of tonic soup in front of him during breakfast. Eunuch Qin specially emphasized, "It's venison soup. It's very good for men." Xiao Lulang, Xiao Yolang's anger was stuck in his throat and couldn't go up or down. Last night, when a certain someone was lying down, he really thought that she was ready to tease him to the end. He hesitated out of conscience, and then he heard a certain someone's small snoring sound. He was stunned on the spot. Okay? He was the one who was teased, and the one who couldn't eat was also him. In the end, he was the one who was misunderstood. Where could he go to reason? Xiao Lulang drank the venison soup with a dark face. Eunuch Qin returned to the palace with a smile. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue and the Hanlin Academy finally arrived in the capital after a long journey of a day and night. The Minister of Revenue didn't dare to delay and reported to the Emperor with his two legs that were about to break. He didn't make any mistakes about Xiao Lulang, nor did he deliberately erase Xiao Yolang's contributions. First, there were Hanlin officials who accompanied him to record this trip, and second, Marquis Shenping was standing in the throne room. That's right, this fellow who never attended morning court sessions and only knew how to sleep and had made an unprecedented appearance today. The Minister of Revenue didn't have a bad impression of Xiao Lulang. However, he received orders from Grand Tutor Zhuang to give the credit to Royal Prince and as much as possible. As for Xiao Lulang, he didn't do anything, so there was no need to mention him. However, when the Minister of Revenue thought of how he had almost broken his leg, he had no doubt that if he dared to say anything about Xiao Lulang, the Marquis of Shenping would remove his leg in front of the Emperor. The Minister of Revenue reported truthfully. Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince An's performance was remarkable. They both made contributions. Although the Minister of Revenue intended to give Royal Prince An more opportunities to make contributions, Xiao Lulang had done too many things in the countryside. The Emperor thought it was good. Both of them were pillars of the Zhao kingdom. Among the three tripod rankings, the Zhuangyuan and Zhuangyuan had already begun to show their talents in the 6 ministries. Only the Tanhualang was still unknown. However, this couldn't be rushed. After all, Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince An both had backings. They didn't have to worry about being suppressed. Ning Ziyuan's background wasn't as good. He still needed to sharpen his skills in the Imperial Hanlin Academy. The Emperor gave Xiao Lulang and Royal Prince An each a piece of calligraphy and had Eunuch Wei deliver it to the Imperial Hanlin Academy. After court, the Emperor returned to Pure Flower's palace. "Your Majesty." A young nun walked over with a box of food. She bowed to him and said, "Imperial concubine Dowager personally made some pastries and had this humble nun deliver them to your Majesty." By the way, Imperial concubine Dowager also had this humble nun ask if your Majesty has been well. Imperial concubine Dowager hasn't seen your Majesty for a few days and is very worried about you. The emperor paused slightly. That's right. He hadn't visited Imperial Concubine Dowager for a few days. This would have been impossible in the past. As long as Imperial Concubine Dowager was in the palace, he would pay his respects every day. Could it be that he was still angry at Imperial Concubine Dowager for hiding her relationship with Gu Chao? Even though Imperial Concubine Dowager had chosen him in the end, did he still have a knot in his heart? Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, this humble nun will take her leave. The young nun handed the pastries to Eunuch Wei before turning to leave. The emperor glanced at the box of food in Eunuch Wei's hands. Eunuch Wei understood and opened the box. Your Majesty, these are date paste pastries. These were his favorite pastries. In order to personally make them for him, Imperial Concubine Jing had learned from the Imperial chef. He remembered the days after Empress Dowager Zhuang was banished to the Cold Palace. He, Imperial Concubine Jing, and Ning'an were ostracized. They didn't even have a decent hot dish for his birthday. Thus, his Imperial Concubine Dowager Zhuang personally went to the tree to pick dates and made a date paste pastry with crisp dates. It didn't taste too good, but it was the best taste he could remember at the time. The emperor picked up a piece of date paste pastry and tasted it. It was also made with crisp dates. Memories flooded his mind and he let out a long sigh. Go to the nunnery and tell Imperial Concubine Dowager that I'll accompany her for dinner tonight. Yes, Eunuch Wei replied. The second master had recently recruited another doctor. To be precise, he had poached a doctor from Rejuvenation Hall. He had once been kicked out of Rejuvenation Hall, and everyone was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. However, he had led Miracle Hand Hall to rise in the capital. Miracle Hand Hall's business grew bigger and bigger, and countless doctors wanted to seek refuge under him. After careful selection, he had chosen a doctor with the surname Miao. His medical skills were good, but his character was excellent. The second master had to poach Dr. Miao for a long time before he was finally persuaded. After Dr. Miao came, he took on a lot of work, so Gu Jiao wasn't as busy. Gu Jiao went to find the old beggar to play chess, but unexpectedly the old beggar wasn't there. Gu Jiao waited for a while but didn't see him. She put on her mask and changed her route to the martial arts center. Little brother Gu. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a ruddy face called out to her. Gu Jiao looked at him and used her eyes to ask, "What's the matter?" Her attitude wasn't warm and could even be called cold. However, the other party didn't mind. Anyone who had seen Gu Jiao compete knew how fiery her temper was. She was already giving him face by being willing to communicate with him. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Little brother, I've seen every one of your matches. You're very bold and your fighting style is very arrogant. You've also improved a lot. Forgive me for being blunt, but this kind of small martial arts center is no longer suitable for your strength. Are you interested in trying out other places?" So he was here to poach her. Gu Jiao looked at him and took out a small notebook to write, "Is there a decent expert at the place you're talking about?" Listen, what kind of arrogant tone was this? However, he liked it very much. This young man indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Of course there is. I just don't know if you dare to go?" Gu Jiao lightly wrote, "Could it be the Netherworld?" Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man was amused by Gu Jiao's arrogance and humor. "Little brother, don't worry. With such a good seedling like you, how could I bear to let you go to that kind of place? Let's not talk too much. I'll directly bring little brother there." Gu Jiao left the martial arts center and let Xiao Sanzi go back first. She sat in the middle-aged man's carriage and went to an embroidery building in the north of the city. This was Gu Jiao's first time coming to the north of the city. Jade Water Alley was located in the south of the city. Marquis Ding An's manor was in the southeast. Her range of diagnosis was mostly from the south to the east of the city. Everything here made Gu Jiao feel unfamiliar, but there was also an inexplicable attraction. Gu Jiao followed the middle-aged man through the embroidery building and arrived at a dye house. Underneath the dye house was an underground martial arts center. From the middle-aged man's mouth, Gu Jiao learned that the martial arts center did not have a name. Normally when people mentioned it they would just say, "Come to the Narcissus embroidery building." The martial arts center was very large. It was almost as large as 4 Taiha martial arts centers. If Gu Jiao had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that someone had built such a large underground place. In the center of the martial arts center were 4 martial arts stages. This was the same as the martial arts centers. Around them were countless rooms. The middle-aged man did not say what they were used for. The middle-aged man waved his hand and pointed, saying, "Do you see those rooms with gourds hanging on their doors? You must not go in." "What? Gu Jiao asked with her eyes. The middle-aged man explained, those are the rooms of experts. If you rashly charge in, you will be beaten to death. So it was allowed to kill people here. The 4 martial arts stages were carrying out martial arts. Compared to the Taihe martial arts centers, the fights here were much more bloody and violent. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Gu Jiao felt all the blood in her body begin to boil. Her ruthless nature began to stir again. Gu Jiao restrained her killing intent. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, she arrived at the east side of the martial arts center. Yo, look who old he managed to trick over today. A young man who was organizing the accounts raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. Such a tender young master, old he, you have the heart to do this? Aren't you afraid that he will be beaten to death? So, people could die in the martial arts arena. Gu Jiao had a clearer understanding of the underground martial arts center. Let's first bet 50 taels of silver. The young man said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao frowned. You still want money? I'll do it. I'll pay for this, little brother. The middle-aged man generously took out a 50 taels banknote and slapped it on the table. The young man looked at Gu Jiao with an even more thought-provoking gaze. To be able to make old he, this miser, pluck your feathers, it seems like you have some ability. All right, I will take good care of you and try not to let you die too early. Can I look around? Gu Jiao wrote in her little notebook. Old he said, you can. But remember what I said just now. Don't go near the room with a gourd hanging on the door. Gu Jiao nodded. She left the martial arts center. Behind her, the young man and old he's conversation could be heard. No way, you really want this kid to compete? He's even thinner than me. And he's a mute. Don't you remember the lesson from last time? You brought back an expert, but in the end he was beaten to death with a single punch. Trust my eyes this time. Don't arrange someone too strong for the first round. Let him practice first. Gu Jiao gradually walked away. The two people's conversation was gradually drowned out by the cheers below the stage. It was Gu Jiao's first day here. She just wanted to familiarize herself with the environment, but she didn't expect to see an acquaintance here. A person wearing a black cloak walked in front of her. The cloak was wrapped so tightly that her face couldn't be seen. But the moment the person opened the door, the hood of the cloak fell off. Gu Jiao looked carefully. It's her? Chapter 361. After the hood of her cloak fell off, she quickly put it back on. Then, under the escort of a man in black, she entered a room with a gourd hanging on it. Gu Jiao wanted to follow, but after taking a few steps, someone grabbed her shoulder. Gu Jiao tried to backhand him, but the other person grabbed her wrist. It's me. The other person was also wearing a mask like Gu Jiao, but Gu Jiao was all too familiar with this voice. Gu Jiao put down her hand and looked at Gu Changqing, who was dressed as a chivalrous man, with a strange expression. Why are you here? Gu Changqing put down his hand, looked around and asked her, I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here? Gu Jiao touched her mask. It was here, so how did he recognize her? Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. He had already recognized her when she tricked him into calling her father, okay? Other than her, no one else in this world had such a bad taste. You still haven't told me why you're here. Gu Changqing looked at her seriously. She shouldn't have come to this kind of place. Even if she had some skills, it was still too dangerous. Gu Jiao paused and said, if I said I was passing by and wanted to borrow the toilet, would you believe me? Gu Changqing. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to respond, Gu Jiao asked, what about you? Are you also here to borrow the toilet? Gu Changqing. Many people looked in Gu Changqing's direction. Their gazes were not unfamiliar. It was obviously not the first time they had seen him here. Why are they looking at you? Gu Jiao asked. It's nothing. Gu Changqing grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist and led her into a room diagonally opposite. Gu Jiao noticed that there was also a gourd hanging on the door of this room. All right. After all, she wasn't the one who barged in. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a screen, a bed, a table and chairs and some antique furniture. It had a simple and heavy feeling which could easily make one's heart tremble. Gu Jiao was more curious. Gu Changqing looked at her fearless appearance and helplessly shook his head. Those who knew would say that she had come to the most dangerous place in Zhao country. Those who didn't know would think that she was strolling through a vegetable garden. Have a seat. Gu Changqing said as he sat down on the chair beside the table. Gu Jiao sat down opposite him. She stopped looking around and looked at him. Are you really here to borrow the toilet? Gu Changqing's action of pouring tea paused. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, I'm here to find someone. Gu Jiao said, Oh, what a coincidence. Me too. Gu Changqing looked at her with an indescribable expression. Didn't you just say that you wanted to borrow the toilet? Gu Jiao waved her hand. It's about the same. Gu Changqing simply didn't know how to continue the conversation. Gu Jiao usually didn't talk much, but this underground martial arts field really piqued her curiosity. She asked, "What is this place? Is it just an ordinary martial arts field?" Ordinary, she was probably the only one who would think so. However, anyone who truly understood the situation would at least be somewhat fearful if they did not say that they would be terror-stricken upon hearing this. Gu Changqing put the tea he had poured in her hand and said, "It's mainly a martial arts competition, but it also does some other business. Many people will choose to come here to trade. First, it's confidential. Second, it's safe. The martial arts field takes 20% of the profits." Gu Jiao said, 20%? That's not a small amount. If they traded 10,000 taels of silver, they would have to pay the martial arts field 2,000 taels of silver. So the martial arts field earned this much? But, what did that person come here for? Did they come to watch the martial arts competition or to find someone to trade? While she was thinking, waves of excited roars and shouts came from outside. Kill, kill, kill. The underground martial arts field had a total of 4 rings: east, west, south, and north. At this time there were experts fighting in all 4 rings. However, the one with the most spectators, the one with the fiercest bets, and the one with the most enthusiastic cheers was the east ring. Coincidentally, their room was facing the east ring. Gu Jiao saw a bare-chested muscular man press another expert to the ground and wildly beat him up. His face was savage and his attacks were merciless. If this level of beating continued, the other person would probably be beaten to death. If this were Taihe Martial Arts Club, this fight would have been stopped long ago. As if sensing Gu Jiao's confusion, Gu Changqing explained, "The experts here have all signed a life and death agreement. They are responsible for their own deaths." This made Gu Jiao think of the underground martial arts field in her previous life. Just like the underground martial arts field, that place was filled with blood and violence. No one cared about the life and death of the fighters. They even hoped to see someone beaten to death. Gu Jiao had once been one of the fighters. She was the youngest and the weakest. She had been sent to the martial arts field by her godfather along with her companion. Half a year later, Gu Jiao had come out, but her companion had stayed behind forever. Gu Jiao looked at the savage and violent scene in the ring without the slightest ripple in her eyes. That's a person's clothes. So strange. Gu Jiao's gaze moved away from the east ring and fell on the south ring. Gu Changqing took a look and said, "That's a Turk." Gu Jiao was surprised. "There are Turks here?" The Turks were a large race outside of the 6 kingdoms. Even though they claimed to be a country, they had never received the recognition of the 6 kingdoms. In the eyes of the 6 kingdoms, the Turks were even inferior to the 3 inferior kingdoms. However, the Turks were exceptionally brave, and they had produced many experts. The Turk expert on the ring knocked out his opponent and stomped his opponent's face into the ground. He raised his arms in a provocative and boastful manner, causing the audience to scream. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the expert he was stomping on. Is the person he defeated also a Turk? His clothes are strange too. Gu Changqing's eyes narrowed. He clearly didn't approve of the Turk expert's actions. No, that's a saber man from the Zhao kingdom. A Turk expert, a saber man from the Zhao kingdom? This underground martial arts arena was beyond her expectations. Who were you following just now? Gu Changqing returned to the topic at hand. Who was it that said that all generals were brainless? In Gu Jiao's eyes, Gu Changqing's scheming was no less than Gu Yan's. He hadn't chased after her to ask, and had instead sold her information for a long time. Only after she let down her guard did he suddenly ask. Forget it, there was nothing she couldn't say. Gu Jiao said, "I think I saw old concubine Jing just now." Old concubine Jing? Gu Changqing's eyes flashed with surprise. Why would she be here? Isn't she in the palace? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? I'm sure, Gu Jiao said. She would recognize that bad woman even if she turned into ashes. Gu Jiao continued, she was wearing a cloak and acting suspiciously. She must have snuck out of the palace. As Gu Jiao spoke, she waved her hand and pointed. She entered that room. Gu Changqing took a look and frowned. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Alright, I forgot to ask you. What's the meaning of hanging a gourd on the door? Gu Changqing said seriously, it means that no one is to provoke it in this arena. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound and didn't take it to heart. She said, there's a gourd on your door too. How do I get it? Gu Changqing looked coldly at Gu Jiao. You still want to do that? Be careful or I'll tell Lu Lang. Gu Jiao. You win. Gu Changqing looked at the room diagonally across. If I remember correctly, the current owner of that room seems to be an alchemist. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Alchemist? A doctor? Gu Changqing thought for a bit. You could say that, but it doesn't seem accurate. Doctors heal the wounded, while alchemists only refine medicine. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, so why is concubine Jing looking for an alchemist? Is she sick? Or is she trying to do something? Can we go stop her? Gu Changqing rejected without thinking. Absolutely not. She has the shadow dragon guards by her side. Moreover, putting aside the dragon shadow guards, the underground martial field also has its own experts. They will not allow anyone to break the rules of the transaction in the martial field. Gu Jiao hesitated but didn't give up. Then, can we catch that alchemist? Gu Changqing shook his head. That's an alchemist from the Yen Kingdom. He's surrounded by experts, so it won't be easy to catch him. How do you know? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Changqing said, I bought medicine from him and met his subordinates. As for what medicine he had bought, Gu Changqing didn't say. Concubine Jing didn't stay in the Yen Kingdom's pharmacist's room for too long. She came out while the two were talking. She was covered up tightly, and even the way she walked was different from how she used to be. If Gu Jiao hadn't told Gu Changqing that this was concubine Jing, Gu Changqing probably wouldn't have recognized her. The man in black next to her was probably the Dragon Shadow Guard. Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing didn't think that they could be faster than the Dragon Shadow Guard, so they gave up on the idea of running to the palace to expose the fact that concubine Jing wasn't there. However, Gu Jiao still went to the palace. She had someone call Eunuch Wei to the Imperial Garden. Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei was overjoyed to hear that Gu Jiao was looking for him. Why are you here? Are you here to see His Majesty? Ever since Miss Gu said that she would never return to Pure Flower's palace, His Majesty had been in low spirits for a long time. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, I'm here to see Eunuch Wei. See this servant? Eunuch Wei was flattered. Pure Flower's palace didn't suspect concubine Jing at the moment, so Gu Jiao wasn't in a rush to say anything. I want to ask about concubine Jing's recent condition. Didn't she encounter an assassination attempt last time? I heard that she was injured. Is she feeling better? Eunuch Wei sighed. She's still recuperating. The imperial physician said that Her Highness concubine is getting on in years. I'm afraid that she won't be able to recover from that shock for a long time. Who was that old demonic woman who was walking so fast on the martial field just now? Eunuch Wei was surprised. Why is Miss Gu suddenly concerned about Her Highness concubine? Gu Jiao's expression didn't change. I know that she doesn't have a good relationship with Great Aunt, so I'm worried that people will suspect Great Aunt. Eunuch Wei smiled. Don't worry, Miss Gu. His Majesty doesn't suspect the Empress Dowager this time. Gu Jiao naturally knew this. She nodded. That's good. If concubine Jing's injuries are serious, I can take a look at her. Eunuch Wei was shocked again. Miss Gu, didn't you say that you won't treat anyone from Pure Flower's palace? Gu Jiao turned into a logical genius in a second. But she's already moved out of Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei choked. This works too? Eunuch Wei went to report this to the emperor. The emperor thought that Gu Jiao was using this opportunity to reconcile with him, so he didn't suspect her motives at all. He chuckled. All right, since she's giving us a way out, we'll take it. Eunuch Wei. But why do I feel that Miss Gu doesn't think that way? The emperor was going to come to the nunnery for dinner tonight, so concubine Jing had already ordered the kitchen to prepare a table full of vegetarian dishes. However, who would have thought that there would be someone else by the emperor's side? Miss Gu? Concubine Jing was startled. Esteemed concubine dowager, Gu Jiao greeted her. The emperor said amiably, Imperial Mother's body hasn't fully recovered, so we brought the little divine doctor over to take a look at her. Concubine Jing smiled helplessly. My body has been fine for a long time. It's all the imperial physician's fault for making your majesty worry. There's no need to trouble Miss Gu. Gu Jiao hurriedly said, It's just taking a pulse, there's no need to trouble yourself. The emperor was very satisfied with Gu Jiao's filial piety. He held concubine Jing's hand and said, Let the little divine doctor take my mother's pulse. We can't completely trust the imperial physician's words, so we can only be at ease after the little divine doctor has taken a look. Concubine Jing couldn't refuse, so she sat down and agreed to let Gu Jiao take her pulse. Gu Jiao put 3 fingers on concubine Jing's pulse. There were internal injuries. She didn't beat her up last time after all. Gu Jiao asked doubtfully, did esteemed concubine dowager encounter another assassination attempt recently? Her veins are all broken. The emperor turned pale with fright. My mother's veins are broken? Gu Jiao said calmly, it's just a few broken veins. It's not a serious injury, but she should have spat out blood. Didn't anyone notice? The emperor suddenly remembered the night the old marquis eloped with concubine Jing. He left in a huff, and a servant came to report that concubine Jing had spat out blood. Could it be that concubine Jing's veins were broken at that time? But he didn't hear anything about her being assassinated. Concubine Jing pinched her handkerchief and said, it's just that I hurt my veins because I'm depressed. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, then esteemed concubine, please don't damage your veins again. It's very harmful to your body. Concubine Jing's face paled. She glanced at the emperor and said, I didn't damage my veins. It's just anger attacking my heart, and sadness. The emperor didn't think it was possible either. Why would concubine Jing do that? Was she trying to soften his heart by injuring herself? His concubine Jing was the purest and kindest person in the world. She didn't understand these schemes at all. Chapter 362. Novels with hidden meanings that can't be found online can be found here. A person could hide their cultivation, but they couldn't hide their illness. Gu Jiao felt concubine Jing's pulse and found that she was fine apart from being a little weak. In other words, her condition wasn't at the point where she needed to ask an apothecary from the Yen Kingdom for medicine. She couldn't have gone there just to chat. Gu Changqing had said that the apothecary was a loner who never interacted with anyone except for selling medicine. Therefore, concubine Jing must have gone there to buy medicine today. Granny Kai brought in a plate of freshly cut fruits. Gu Jiao looked at her and said, Granny Kai, you don't look well lately. Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look at you. Granny Kai was startled. This, take a look, the emperor said to her. Granny Kai looked at concubine Jing in confusion, but the latter's expression didn't change. Granny Kai had no choice but to go over and let Gu Jiao take her pulse. To be honest, Nanny Kai's health had not been good recently. When Gu Jiao saw that there was something wrong with her and wanted to take her pulse, she was happy. But she hesitated when she remembered that Gu Jiao was one of the Empress Dowager's people. Great, now the emperor had given the order. Granny Kai, you're overworked and have a bad temper. You're a little heaty and your tongue is sore. I'll get you some medicine and you'll be fine. Gu Jiao turned around and opened the medicine box to take out some Bezor detoxification pills, but it didn't have any. You're picky about your patients? You've got a temper. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the medicine box fell silent. Gu Jiao closed the box and coughed lightly. I've run out of medicine. Don't worry, I'll write a prescription and Granny Kai can follow it. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription for clearing heatiness and handed it to Granny Kai. Looking at the messy calligraphy, Nanny Kai was so scared that her eyebrows almost escaped from her face. Gu Jiao had only seen a few of old concubine Jing's trusted aides. Gu Jiao didn't dare to say that old concubine Jing wasn't asking for the medicine for someone else. Perhaps it was for the Dragon Shadow Guards? Or perhaps it was for someone else. However, there was another possibility behind the request. The medicine that Grand Concubine Jing requested might not be used to cure people, but could be used to harm people. Gu Jiao stayed in the nunnery to have a vegetarian meal. Considering the unknown drug, Gu Jiao paid extra attention while eating. She was sure that there was no poison in the food. After the meal, Gu Jiao didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, so the emperor couldn't just leave Gu Jiao to have a private conversation with concubine Jing. After a few words of greeting, he left the nunnery with Gu Jiao. The emperor was very happy. The little divine doctor still had him in her heart. She even took his mother's pulse for him. He couldn't hide his smile as he looked at Gu Jiao. We have a new box of... Before he could finish his words, Gu Jiaoxiao walked away with a cold face. The emperor was speechless. Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, this servant will send Miss Gu off. When Gu Jiao glanced at him just now, he felt that Gu Jiao had something to say to him. The emperor didn't object. Eunuch Wei quickly followed after Gu Jiao. Miss Gu. Gu Jiao looked around vigilantly. After making sure that no one was watching them, she said, you have to pay extra attention to the food in Pure Flower's palace. Don't eat anything sent in by anyone outside of Pure Flower's palace. Even if it's from esteemed imperial concubine, you can't eat it. Why is that? Eunuch Wei asked in confusion. It's nothing, Gu Jiao said calmly, it's just to guard against the possibility that an assassin might poison His Majesty. Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. Do we have to guard against esteemed imperial concubine as well? Gu Jiao said seriously, she's the one we have to guard against. Eunuch Wei was stunned. Gu Jiao said calmly, she's the person His Majesty trusts the most. If someone tampers with the food she sends over, don't you think it'll be hard to guard against it? Eunuch Wei thought about how His Majesty had eaten the date paste pastry sent over by the little nun by esteemed imperial concubine Jing's side without another word. He broke out in cold sweat. Luckily the date paste pastry wasn't poisonous. If it was, then wouldn't His Majesty? Eunuch Wei was scared out of his wits. He quickly promised, this servant understands. This servant will be on guard and definitely won't let His Majesty eat anything outside of Pure Flower's palace. Gu Jiao didn't remind her grandaunt. Esteemed imperial concubine Jing's hands couldn't reach into Rinshou Palace at the moment. Gu Jiao continued, you should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell His Majesty about it to avoid enmity. This servant understands. Eunuch Wei said, this servant will arrange for a carriage to send Miss Gu back. All right. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage heading back to Jade Water Alley while Eunuch Wei returned to Pure Flower's palace. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Pure Flower's palace, he ran into Kai Momo. Kai Momo had also just arrived. She greeted him with a smile, Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei smiled politely. Kai Momo, did esteemed imperial concubine dowager send you over? Did esteemed imperial concubine dowager have any orders for you? Kai Momo handed over the food box in her hand. His Majesty didn't eat much during dinner just now. Esteemed imperial concubine dowager was worried that the food wasn't to His Majesty's liking, so she sent me to deliver the white fungus soup she personally made to His Majesty. Eunuch Wei took the food box and said, esteemed imperial concubine dowager has worked hard. She's still recuperating, so there's no need for her to keep cooking. If His Majesty finds out, he'll be worried for esteemed imperial concubine dowager. Kai Momo sighed. I also said that, but esteemed imperial concubine dowager wouldn't listen. Eunuch Wei also knows that esteemed imperial concubine dowager only has His Majesty and Princess Ning En. Since Princess Ning En was married off to the Great Wall, esteemed imperial concubine dowager only has His Majesty by her side. How could she not care for His Majesty? In the past, esteemed imperial concubine dowager lived outside the palace and couldn't do as she pleased. Now that she's back, she naturally has to make up for the years of missing His Majesty. Eunuch Wei also sighed. Even so, you still have to advise esteemed imperial concubine dowager. Kai Momo agreed. I know I will. Eunuch Wei, hurry up and bring the white fungus soup to His Majesty. I won't disturb you any longer. Esteemed imperial concubine dowager is still waiting for me to serve her. Eunuch Wei nodded. Take care, Kai Momo. Ah, I almost forgot. Kai Momo walked a few steps and then turned back. She took out a bag of silver from her wide sleeve and handed it to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei hurriedly raised his hand to stop it. What's this for? Kai Momo said, it's a little token of appreciation from esteemed imperial concubine dowager. Just accept it. Eunuch Wei repeatedly refused. How can I accept esteemed imperial concubine dowager's money? Kai Momo stuffed it into his arms. Take it. If you don't, I won't be able to report to esteemed imperial concubine dowager. After Kai Momo left, Eunuch Wei took the food box to His Majesty's bedchamber. If it was in the past, he would definitely give the white fungus soup to His Majesty. But today, the advice of the little magic doctor flashed through his mind. He suddenly hesitated. How about I taste it first? Test the poison? Eunuch Wei scooped up a spoonful of white fungus soup and took a bite. After a long while, he touched his chest. He was still alive, so there was nothing wrong with him. This white fungus soup should be for His Majesty, right? He walked a few steps and sighed. In the end, he still went to the small kitchen to get a bowl of white fungus soup from Pure Flower's palace and sent it to His Majesty. Gu Jiao took Grand Concubine Jing's pulse and didn't accept the consultation fee. In order to express his gratitude, His Majesty had Eunuch Wei give Gu Jiao his own calligraphy the next day. The little magic doctor's handwriting wasn't very beautiful, so His Majesty wrote a calligraphy book that very night and had the little magic doctor copy it. He also stamped His Majesty's imperial jade seal on it. This was much more precious than the imperial brush from before. His Majesty felt that the little magic doctor would definitely like it. However, the little magic doctor's face immediately darkened when he saw the calligraphy book. What kind of enmity did she have with His Majesty? Didn't she just throw a tantrum at him? Was there a need to take revenge like this? Gu Jiao scratched her head in annoyance and punched the calligraphy book. Eunuch Wei jumped in fright. "Big sis, we're back." It was Gu Xiaoxuan's voice. Gu Jiao restrained her temper in a second and stood up to walk towards the door. Gu Xiaoxun jumped down from the carriage with bags of various sizes. Gu Yan also jumped down. That's right, he could even jump now. This was a new carriage that His Majesty's great-uncle had bought. The coachman was one of Gu Yan's hidden guards. There was another carriage following behind the two's carriage that looked a bit unfamiliar. A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe got off the carriage. He then lifted the curtain and helped a woman wearing a white corset dress down. The woman had a graceful figure and a lithe figure. Her jade-like hands were as beautiful as jade carvings. Her clothes weren't extravagant and she only had a simple bun on her head. The only accessory she wore was a wooden hairpin. She wore a veil that only revealed her bright and full forehead and a pair of calm and wise eyes. "It's master and mistress," Gu Yan said to Gu Jiao. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had met her two younger brothers, master and mistress. She knew that one of them was Master Lu and the other was called Nan Xiang. Master Lu looked more ordinary, but Nan Xiang was a bit stunning. Her every movement exuded the aura of an aristocratic family's daughter, but she didn't lose the heroic spirit of a martial artist. The two of them came in front of Gu Jiao. Nan Xiang smiled. "You must be Xiaoxun and Yan's older sister?" "My name is Nan Xiang." She took Master Lu's hand. "This is my husband. His surname is Lu. If you don't mind, you can call him Lu Dezhuang." Gu Jiao. The few of them entered the house. Gu Jiao introduced Master Lu, Nan Xiang and Eunuch Wei. "Hello, Eunuch Wei." Nan Xiang smiled and greeted him. Eunuch Wei looked at Nan Xiang. For some reason, he felt that her eyes were a bit familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Madame Yao and senior servant Fang went for a walk in the orchard and weren't at home. Little Jing Kong also went out to play. Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor were working overtime at the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College. Gu Jiao invited them to the central room. The bags in Gu Xiaoxuan's hands were given by Master Lu and Nan Xiang. Gu Jiao had lived for 2 lifetimes and had only seen students give gifts to teachers. It was the first time that she saw a teacher give gifts to a student. Gu Xiaoxun sat next to Nan Xiang. Nan Xiang smiled at Gu Jiao and said, "To be honest, I came here this time to discuss something with Miss Gu." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Nan Xiang touched Gu Xiaoxuan's head and said, "I like Xiaoxun so much that I want to take Xiaoxun as my adopted son. I don't know if Miss Gu will agree?" "Miss Gu, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't like Yan. It's just that Yan has parents by his side. It's inconvenient for me to take someone else's son. I've already understood Xiaoxuan's situation. His parents aren't in the capital." Her words were tactful. What did she mean by his parents weren't in the capital? Gu Xiaoxuan's parents didn't want Gu Xiaoxun at all. When Gu Jiao took away this useless burden and bought out his relationship with the Gu family for 20 taels of silver, needless to say, Gu Xiaoxuan's parents were very happy. Nan Xiang learned about these things from Gu Yan. She felt even more sorry for Gu Xiaoxun. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Xiaoxun. To be honest, she was very surprised. She didn't expect Nan Xiang to like Gu Xiaoxun so much. Let's put it this way. If the 4 of them stayed in the orphanage together, Gu Xiaoxun would definitely be the last one to be adopted. "Xiaoxun, what do you think?" Gu Jiao decided to listen to his opinion. "I'll listen to elder sister," Gu Xiaoxun said. This guy was also not enlightened. Gu Jiao changed the way she asked, "Then do you like Nan Xiang and Master Lu?" "I like them," Gu Xiaoxun said without hesitation. Gu Jiao continued, "Then in the future, if they are old and can't support themselves, are you willing to take care of them?" Gu Xiaoxun puffed out his chest. "A teacher for a day is a father for life. Master and mistress are like my parents. Naturally, I have to take care of them." Gu Jiao had been his elder sister for so long. This was the most eloquent speech she had heard from him. Gu Jiao almost understood what he was thinking. In fact, it was not bad to have 2 more people to take care of Gu Xiaoxun. Gu Jiao was happy to hear this. She nodded. "Okay, listen to me. Then why don't you hurry up and pour tea for your adoptive father and mother?" Gu Xiaoxun was startled. Ah? Gu Yan bumped his shoulder with his small shoulder. "My elder sister agreed." This. She agreed just like that? Gu Xiaoxun was so surprised that he stuttered. In fact, he only found out today. He hadn't digested the news yet, and then he became someone else's son? No one was happier than Nan Xiang. She had been longing for Xiaoxun for a long time. Finally, she could take him back and make him her son. Eunuch Wei didn't expect to encounter such a joyous event when he came to Baishui Alley to deliver things. He didn't know that Gu Xiaoshuan's background was so pitiful. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Gu Xiaoshan. Come Xiaoshan, come here. He waved at Gu Xiaoshan. What? Gu Xiaoshan walked over. Eunuch Wei untied the pouch at his waist and took out a money pouch from it. He also took out a gold leaf from the money pouch. Here. Why are you giving this to me? Gu Xiaoshan didn't accept it. Eunuch Wei wanted to say, congratulations on being someone's son. But why did it sound wrong? He cleared his throat and said, auspicious, do you understand? If I ask you to accept it, then accept it. He didn't know what to say. I don't want it. Gu Xiaoshan was determined not to accept it. Eunuch Wei clicked his tongue. Oh, you child, you don't like it, right? Gu Xiaoshan stubbornly said, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that I can't accept it. My sister said that I can't casually take other people's things. Eunuch Wei stuffed it into his hand and Gu Xiaoshan pushed it into his hand. Nanxiang walked over. What's wrong? Eunuch Wei took the opportunity to stuff the gold leaf into Gu Xiaoshuan's arms. Gu Xiaoshan took out the gold leaf and said, Eunuch Wei wants to give me this. I don't want it. Nanxiang smiled and took the gold leaf. Just as she was about to return it to Eunuch Wei, she suddenly smelled an unusual fragrance. She frowned and put the gold leaf to the tip of her nose to smell it. What's wrong? Eunuch Wei asked. Nanxiang's eyes flashed and smiled. This gold leaf is very unique. It's made like a real one. Eunuch Wei, do you have more? Can I take a look? Yes. It's all here. Eunuch Wei handed a bag of gold leaves that Nanny Kai gave him to Nanxiang. Nanxiang quietly flipped through the gold leaves in the bag and scratched with her fingertips. Oh, sorry. My fingernails are too long, and scratched Eunuch Wei's money bag. Eunuch Wei smiled. It's okay. It's just a money bag. Nanxiang asked, does this money bag belong to Eunuch Wei? It's really beautiful. Eunuch Wei said, it was given by the master in the palace. If Madame Lu likes it, I'll ask if there's more. Nanxiang smiled and said, that's not necessary. I broke it. I'll compensate you with a new one. Eunuch Wei said, no need. Nanxiang insisted again and again, but Eunuch Wei still refused to accept it. It was just a broken money bag. In his eyes, it was not worth anything. Gu Jiao noticed that something was wrong and looked at Nanxiang. Nanxiang smiled. Miss Gu, do you have a needle and thread? I broke Eunuch Wei's money bag. I'll fix it for him. No need, there's really no need. Eunuch Wei said. Gu Jiao looked at Nanxiang. Yes, please come with me. The two entered the east room. Gu Jiao closed the door. Did something happen? Nanxiang took out the money bag and tore it with both hands. A pile of dried flour fragments fell out from the interlayer of the money bag. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of dried flour and sniffed it. It smells so good. What kind of flour is this? Nanxiang said, this is not a flower. It's grass. It's a kind of herb that grows in the Yen kingdom. It's colorless and tasteless, but after soaking in the medicine, it will emit a fragrance similar to the fragrance of flowers. Gu Jiao asked, is there a problem with this kind of grass? Nanxiang stared. There's nothing wrong with it. But after soaking it, it becomes a kind of medicine. Medicine? Gu Jiao frowned. Nanxiang stared at Gu Jiao and said, it can make people feel good, but it can also make people feel disgusted. Did Eunuch Wei suddenly become particularly close to anyone, or particularly hate anyone? Eunuch Wei didn't. His Majesty did. Chapter 363. Gu Jiao heard from Eunuch Qin that the relationship between His Majesty and her grand-aunt used to be very close, but they gradually drifted apart for some reason. Eunuch Qin himself didn't know where it started. In short, the relationship between the two became more and more tense, and Princess Ningyan was caught in the middle. After His Majesty ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager ruled from behind the curtain, and concubine Jing was sent to the nunnery. The relationship between the two was completely destroyed. Nanxiang saw Gu Jiao's thoughtful expression and knew that she had thought of something. However, she didn't ask too much. She liked Gu Xiaoshan and was willing to become Gu Xiaoshuan's family. Naturally, she would treat Gu Jiao differently, but she wouldn't use her status as an elder to interfere with Gu Jiao's private matters. She would listen to what Gu Jiao was willing to say, but she wouldn't ask what was inconvenient for her to say. Gu Jiao continued, Martial Aunt Nan, you said that this grass is a catalyst. Does that mean that it needs to be combined with other medicines to be used? That's right. This medicine is very rare even in the Six Nations. It was originally... Nanxiang paused and smiled. it was a knockout drug from the Tang sect. It was divided into white medicine and black medicine. At first, it was used to control disobedient people, but it was later banned by the elders of the Tang sect because its methods were too despicable. However, many people in the Six Nations coveted this prescription and stole it from the Tang sect. The Tang sect. Gu Jiao heard a new name. Nan Xiang continued, however, even with the prescription, it's not that easy to refine the medicine. As far as I know, there aren't any physicians or pharmacists in the lower nations who can make this prescription. Gu Jiao asked, Martial Aunt Nan, have you seen this prescription before? Nan Xiang sighed and shook her head, unfortunately I haven't. Gu Jiao nodded and asked, so, white medicine makes people like it while black medicine makes people hate it? Nan Xiang replied, that's right. She had lived for 2 lifetimes, yet she didn't know that there was such a medicine in the world. Gu Jiao's interest was piqued. She continued to ask, how does this work? How can I guarantee that I won't get the wrong person? Nan Xiang smiled warmly. As long as it's fed by hand, there won't be any mistakes. Gu Jiao immediately understood. If this speculation was true, then concubine Jing had personally fed the emperor the white medicine, and her grandaunt had personally fed the emperor the black medicine. There was no way his grandaunt would set him up like that. His grandaunt hadn't put up her guard against grand concubine Jing back then, so she must have been set up by the latter. Gu Jiao asked again, what about the guiding drug? Are the catalysts of the black and white medicines the same? Nan Xiang nodded with a smile, the guiding herbs are all the same. Some people had a firm mind and were not easily swayed by drugs. At this time they needed drugs to stimulate the effect. Of course, there was also another situation, which was that after a long time, the effects of the medicine would not be stable enough and would need to be guided in to deepen the effects. The guiding drug doesn't need to be consumed. It's enough to let people smell it from time to time. At this point in the conversation, it was easy to guess who had given the money pouch to Eunuch Wei. Gu Jiao picked up the pouch and smelled it. There was a strong sandalwood fragrance on it. It was undoubtedly sent from the nunnery. Gu Jiao weighed the pouch in her hand and said, Mistress Nan's nose is really sharp. The sandalwood fragrance is so strong, but you can still smell the guiding drug inside. Nan Xiang smiled. This is the same principle as how you doctors distinguish medicinal herbs. People were always very sensitive to things they were familiar with. If there was monkshood aconitum inside, this little girl would be able to smell it through the sandalwood fragrance. Gu Jiao looked at Nan Xiang and said, to be able to recognize this drug, it seems that Mistress Nan isn't an ordinary person. Nan Xiang smiled. Likewise. This little girl wasn't a soft persimmon that could be bullied. She hid her abilities and didn't want others to know. Both of them were very smart and tactful. They didn't talk about private matters. It was respect and trust. They respected each other's identity and secrets. At the same time, they trusted that these secrets wouldn't hurt each other's family and themselves. From Nan Xiang's words, Gu Jiao had a new understanding of this time and space. It turned out that there was not only the Turks outside the 6 countries, but also the Tang sect. The Tang sect lived in seclusion and didn't have any contact with the 6 countries. The people in the Tang sect couldn't leave the Tang sect and couldn't step into the 6 countries. Of course, Nan Xiang and Gu Jiao talked about this drug most. No matter the black medicine or the white medicine, there was no specific antidote. It could only be made slowly disappear with the passage of time, or it could never disappear. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, what symptoms will there be when the drug's effect disappears? Nan Xiang shook her head. I haven't seen the specific symptoms. I only heard that there may be a backlash such as nightmares. What Nan Xiang didn't say was that there may be some confusion. But she hadn't seen it, so it might be nonsense. Gu Jiao thought seriously. Eunuch Wei did say that the emperor had trouble sleeping. Could it be related to this? She looked at the dried flowers on the table and said, can the guiding drug prevent the drug's effect from disappearing? In theory it can, but... Nan Xiang touched the dried flowers on the table. 1 or 2 of the guiding drug is enough. Using so many of them can only mean that the person who was drugged is very unstable. The guiding drug's effect can't be reversed. Unless the other party is going to drug that person again. Will it still be effective the next time? Gu Jiao asked. Nan Xiang thought seriously. It should be, but it's hard to say how much more. So concubine Jing did go to buy medicine yesterday. She planned to drug the emperor again because no matter how effective the drug was, it wouldn't be worse than it was now. Concubine Jing led the emperor to the nunnery for dinner last night so that she could drug him. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao was there, so concubine Jing didn't know where to start. But concubine Jing wouldn't give up. Gu Jiao felt that she would find another chance to get close to the emperor. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll visit another day. Nan Xiang got up and left after sitting for a while. Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen walked her and Master Lu to the door. Master Lu sighed when they got into the carriage. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity by talking so much to that girl? Nan Xiang didn't care. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. She'll be our son's sister soon. We can't just stand by when she's in trouble. Master Lu held her hand and said earnestly, It's not that I'm selfish, but you can't put yourself in trouble again. I don't want the thing that happened more than 10 years ago to happen again. The fight for the imperial family will be settled by the imperial family. Don't get involved in it. Nan Xiang touched her disfigured face through the veil and said with a smile, I know. At night, the whole family came back except for little Jing Kong, who was taken to the imperial palace. They were all happy for Gu Xiaoshen when they heard that he had recognized Master Lu and Nan Xiang as his adoptive parents. The old chancellor personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes to celebrate for Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Xiaoshen was embarrassed. He was still confused. How did he become the son of his master and his mistress? Gu Yan looked at the dishes in his bowl that were almost full and said seriously, See, I wasn't wrong. His mistress has taken a fancy to you. Gu Xiaoshen was speechless. Is this what you mean by taking a fancy to me? After the meal, Yu took the bowls and chopsticks to the backyard. Everyone began to do their own things. Gu Yan went to help little Jing Kong walk the chicken. He should have done it before dinner, but who told him to procrastinate? He only went out when it was dark. Gu Xiaoshen went to straighten his wood. Xiao Lulang returned to the study room. Gu Jiao was watering the vegetable garden in the front yard. Yao Shi walked over, Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at Yao Shi while watering. Yao Shi was holding a box in her hand. She looked nervous and perturbed. Jiao Jiao, come here for a moment. Okay. Gu Jiao put down the kettle and came to the stone table. Yao Shi had already sat down on a stone bench. Gu Jiao sat beside her. Yao Shi put the box on the table and gently pushed it in front of Gu Jiao. What is this? Gu Jiao asked strangely. Yao Shi looked expectant. Open it and take a look. Gu Jiao raised her hand and opened the box. She found that it was filled with jewelry. They were exquisite and of high quality. This is. Gu Jiao did not understand Yao Shi's intention. Yao Shi calmed herself down. She gathered her courage and held Gu Jiao's hand. This is for you. What? Gu Jiao asked. Today was not a big day. Why did she give her so much jewelry? Yao Shi lowered her head and pinched the handkerchief. I wanted to give it to you a long time ago. I was worried that you would not want it. These were not expensive jewelry. Although the quality was good, they were all given to her by her grandmother before she married. She did not know how many years had passed, but the style was old. She was not really living a poor life. It was just that the jewelry she bought outside was not as meaningful as the ones her grandmother gave her. But she did not know if her daughter would like the things she thought were meaningful. Moreover, other than making a few sets of clothes for her daughter every month, her daughter did not want money. Gu Jiao did not say a word. Yao Shi thought that she was going to refuse and quickly said, It's not worth much. It's all old jewelry. If this was not worth much, then what was worth much? Gu Jiao did not understand much about the styles of the ancient era, but she still recognized gold. A box of gold jewelry could be sold for a small residence in the capital. Gu Jiao made a sound. It's very old, Yao Shi. It's not very old. What exactly was she saying? If it was too valuable, she was worried that she would not accept it. If it was too worthless, it would seem that the gift did not have enough weight. Yao Shi had never felt so conflicted before. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a smile. It's beautiful. I like it a lot. This was agreeing to accept it? Yao Shi's eyes lit up. Her heart that had been in suspense all night finally relaxed. She could not help but let out a sigh of relief. In reality, rather than saying that she was worried that her daughter would refuse her gift, she was more worried that her daughter would refuse her kindness. Gu Jiao returned to the east room and took out the jewelry box one by one to admire. As a visitor from another world, she really liked these jewelry. They were all antiques. While she was admiring them, Xiao Lulang stopped in front of the door. Gu Jiao was keenly aware of the breathing outside the door. She turned her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled. Husband. Xiao Luolang's habitual address, which didn't contain any lingering thoughts, nearly messed up his breathing. Xiao Lulang clutched his chest. His eyes swept over the jewelry on the table and he used his sleeve to cover his right hand. What did you take? Gu Jiao's sharp eyes noticed. It's nothing. Xiao Lulang said, I still have a book that I have not finished reading. As he said this he turned and left. Gu Jiao put down the pearl hairpin in her hand and walked forward a few steps. She grabbed Xiao Yulang's sleeve. What did you take? Let me see. Xiao Lulang lightly said, I said it's nothing. Gu Jiao did not believe him. She reached out to grab his right hand that was hidden under his sleeve. Even if he wanted to hide, how could he be Gu Jiao's opponent? Gu Jiao quickly took the red string from his hand. This was a hand-woven red string with a few small pieces of jade. The color of the jade was not very good, but the craftsmanship of the red string was exquisite. Is this for me? Gu Jiao asked. Since she had it, there was no point in denying it. Xiao Lulang gave a vague unsound. This was personally woven by an old woman on his way home from the Hanlin Academy. The moment the bright red color came into his eyes, he almost immediately thought of her. At that time he did not think too much about it. He thought that she would look good wearing it. But when he bought it home he found that she had so many expensive jewelry. Then his shabby bracelet. Gu Jiao handed the red string in her left wrist to him. Help me put it on. Xiao Yulang's eyelashes trembled. He took the string and his fingertips accidentally touched hers. A tingling feeling went from his fingertips to the bottom of his heart. He put the red string on her slender wrist. Her jade-like wrist was accentuated by the bright red color, making her look extremely alluring. Chapter 364. The bracelet was already put on, but Xiao Yulang's hand still didn't let go of her wrist. Her light wrist fell into his palm. It was so soft that he couldn't help but want to gently knead it. This snow-white and delicate wrist ignited a ball of raging flames in his chest, burning his blood and qi to the point of surging. If it was a year ago, Xiao Lulang would have immediately let go, but now he couldn't let go. He had never experienced such a thing, nor had he gone to a place he shouldn't go, but occasionally Feng Lin would talk about men's topics in front of him and Lin Qingye. He knew that it was normal for men to have such thoughts, but he wasn't sure if his feelings for her were just a man's instinct, or if he really had feelings for her. Does it look good? Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Caught off guard, Xiao Lulang panicked as if his thoughts had been seen through. His throat moved and he quickly let go of her hand. Looks good. Gu Jiao raised her left wrist and gently fiddled with the small jade stone on the red string with her right hand. I think it looks good too. Xiao Lulang saw that she really liked it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Then Xiao Lulang saw her turn around and put away the jewelry on the table. Any of those jewelry was more expensive than the red string, but she only wore the one he gave her. Xiao Yulang's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion that he didn't notice. Gu Jiao closed the box and opened the cabinet door. She planned to put it in the highest drawer, but she found that she was too short to reach it. Xiao Lulang walked over and was about to help her put it up, but she jumped on the spot and put the box down. After putting it down, Gu Jiao saw Xiao Yulang's hand frozen in the air. She rolled her eyes and jumped up to sweep the box down. Oh, I didn't put it down properly. Xiao Lulang put the box down. He was tall and had long arms, so he put the box in a very deep place without much effort. What Xiao Lulang didn't know was that when Gu Jiao looked up and saw him do all this, she was shocked in her heart. She clearly remembered that when she first moved to Clearwater Alley, he couldn't reach this place and he only had the air of a young boy. But at that moment, she had clearly felt the charm and aura of an adult man. Gu Jiao's Gu Jiao's, Jiao's and Guz's. The bed in the west room hadn't been fixed yet, so Xiao Lulang was still sleeping in the east room tonight. Gu Jiao fell asleep with her head against the pillow as usual. Xiao Lulang didn't fall asleep so quickly. He lay beside Gu Jiao and calculated the ancestral ratio in his mind. Suddenly, a small arm came over and pressed on his chest, interrupting his thoughts. The weather was dry, so they had to be careful of candles. In order to avoid accidental fires, it was best for them to sleep far away. He gently put her little arm down. But the next second her leg was on top of him again. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and helplessly put her leg down gently. But not long after, her whole body was on top of him. Her body was on her side and her little head was in his arms. Husband, she called out in a daze. Xiao Yulang's hand paused and he stopped pushing her away. He looked down at her and found that she was sleeping soundly. That husband, just now, was just her sleep talk. Xiao Lulang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But she called out to him in her dreams. Didn't that mean that this girl also had some feelings for him? She didn't call out to Jing Kong in her dreams, did she? Jing Kong. Gu Jiao called out in a daze. Xiao Lulang, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The entire imperial city was asleep. But in Pure Flower's palace, the emperor was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei walked over with a lantern. You can't sleep again? Do you want the servant to call for an imperial physician? The emperor slept in Jade Water Alley for a night and then slept peacefully for the next few days. But tonight he found it hard to sleep again. The emperor sat up and waved his hand. No need. The imperial physician's medicine won't be effective. Eunuch Wei said, then, this servant will have the imperial kitchen make something for you to eat. We can't eat. The emperor got off the dragon bed. We will look at the memorials for a while. Eunuch Wei earnestly advised, Your Majesty, don't look at them. Even if you can't sleep, you should lie down. You're resting after all. The emperor sat down behind the desk. What's the point of lying down and not sleeping? Stop wasting time and bring the memorials. Yes. Eunuch Wei helplessly agreed. He personally went to the imperial study and brought back a stack of memorials. The emperor pinched his swollen eyebrows and began to read through one of the memorials. Eunuch Wei saw that the emperor's complexion wasn't good, so he still secretly had someone call for an imperial physician. Fortunately, he did, because just as the emperor finished reading the third memorial, he collapsed due to exhaustion. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei's voice became more and more distant. The emperor closed his eyes and fainted. The emperor was awakened by the sound of wind chimes. When he opened his eyes, he felt a glaring ray of sunlight. He raised his hand to block it. After adjusting to the light, he realized that he wasn't lying on a bed in Pure Flower's palace. This is... He sat up. Someone come. Your Majesty. It wasn't Eunuch Wei who came, but Concubine Jing. Concubine Jing had changed out of her nun's clothes and was now wearing a gorgeous palace dress. Her hair had also grown long and was tied up in an exquisite bun. She wore a high hat and a wide belt. Your Majesty, you're awake. Concubine Jing sat down by the bed and looked at him with concern. Concubine Mother Jing? The emperor looked at her in a daze. Where is this? Concubine Jing smiled gently. Your Majesty has been unconscious for so long. I'm afraid you're confused. This is Pure Flower's palace. How did Pure Flower's palace become like this? What happened? The emperor looked at Concubine Jing in confusion. Concubine Jing waved her hand at a palace servant, who presented a bowl of medicine. Concubine Jing picked up the bowl and fed the emperor a spoonful. Your Majesty, it's time to drink your medicine. The emperor looked at the bowl of black medicine. Suddenly something seemed to be wriggling in the bowl. A trace of extreme fear flashed through the emperor's heart. What's wrong? Your Majesty, drink your medicine. Concubine Jing looked at him in confusion. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing, then at the wriggling medicine in the bowl. He was so disgusted that his stomach churned. He knocked over the bowl and got out of bed. However, he didn't have much strength left. His legs gave out and he fell to the ground. Concubine Jing looked down at him from above. She grabbed his chin and poured the terrifying medicine down his throat. No. The emperor shuddered and opened his eyes. He broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the familiar canopy and then at the familiar bed. It was his bed. It was Pure Flower's palace. He sat up and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He actually had a nightmare again? But wasn't he reviewing memorials? Why was he lying on his bed? Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei lifted the bright yellow canopy and hung it on a hook. You fainted while reviewing memorials? You scared this servant to death. The emperor rubbed his chest with lingering fear. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, did you have a nightmare again? The emperor said indifferently, I'm fine. What time is it? Shouldn't we be going to morning court? How was this fine? He was drenched in cold sweat. Eunuch Wei said with heartache, Your Majesty, you can't keep tormenting your body like this. When the imperial physician took your pulse, he said that your body is severely damaged and that you should rest more. You shouldn't worry about the morning court. That won't do. Cough, cough, cough. The emperor coughed violently halfway through his words. Where's the medicine? Is it ready? Eunuch Wei hurriedly urged the young eunuch in the hall. The young eunuch quickly said, This servant will go take a look now. The medicine is here. Accompanied by a familiar voice, a bowl of steaming hot medicinal soup was presented before the emperor. The emperor coughed violently as he reached out to take the medicine. However, when he saw the hand holding the bowl, his body suddenly froze. He followed the hand and looked at the person's face. That concerned expression overlapped with the face in his dream. The black medicine seemed to have moved a little. The emperor's expression changed abruptly, and he knocked the bowl over just like in his dream. The boiling medicine splashed all over old concubine Jing, who cried out from the heat. The back of her hand and wrist turned red instantly. Old concubine. Granny Kai was shocked. The emperor jumped off the bed and retreated to a distance of at least 10 steps away from old concubine Jing, as if he was avoiding the plague. Old concubine Jing held the back of her hand and looked at the emperor with hurt in her eyes. "Your Majesty, it's me." The emperor couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. He gasped for air and looked at old concubine Jing with fear and vigilance. Eunuch Wei was dumbfounded by this scene. What was going on? Why was His Majesty suddenly treating the old concubine like this? "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei cautiously walked forward. Old concubine Jing also stood up and walked toward the emperor with red eyes. "Don't let her come here," the emperor shouted. Eunuch Wei and the other eunuchs and maids looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. At this time, Eunuch Qin's voice came from outside the hall. "The Empress Dowager has arrived." The eunuchs all knelt on the ground. Eunuch Wei also hurriedly knelt down. When Empress Dowager Zhuang, dressed in a phoenix robe, walked into Pure Flower's palace's bedchamber with an imposing aura, the emperor pounced over without even thinking. "Imperial Mother, save me." He jumped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms in front of everyone. Empress Dowager Zhuang was almost knocked down by him. "What the hell are you doing at your age? Do you still think you're little Jing Kong? Don't you know how heavy you are?" Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her index finger and pushed the emperor's head away from her arms. However, the emperor hugged her tightly and wouldn't let go. "Imperial Mother? Imperial Mother?" Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes in disgust. Old concubine Jing clenched her fingers as she watched this scene. No one dared to pull the emperor away, and Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't push him away herself. She was hugged by the emperor for a long time. Perhaps it was because Empress Dowager Zhuang had a calming aura, but the emperor's emotions gradually calmed down. The fear in his heart gradually dissipated, and he gradually regained his rationality. He finally realized what he had done. He let go of Empress Dowager Zhuang and abruptly retreated a few steps. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Eunuch Wei's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support him. He awkwardly grabbed Eunuch Wei's hand and stood up. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. He actually hugged this vicious woman and called her Imperial Mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disdain. "What kind of madness is the emperor having this morning?" The emperor choked. As expected of a vicious woman. Even her words were so vicious. He must have been crazy to jump into this vicious woman's arms. It was so embarrassing. Old concubine Jing said sadly and worriedly, "His Majesty had a nightmare and was frightened. He didn't scare the Empress Dowager, right?" Eunuch Wei frowned. How did the imperial concubine know that His Majesty had a nightmare? Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes at the emperor. "I didn't scare her, but I felt disgusted." The emperor gritted his teeth in anger. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Old concubine Jing looked at him uneasily. Now that the emperor had regained his rationality, he naturally wouldn't confuse reality with dreams. He looked at the reddened back of concubine Jing's hand and felt a pang of guilt. He walked over and said, "It's my fault for hurting Mother." Old concubine Jing shook her head. "It's just a small injury. It's nothing compared to His Majesty's body." She then looked at Granny Kai. "His Majesty's medicine has spilled. Go and pour a new bowl. Remember, don't make it too hot this time." "Yes," Granny Kai complied. Eunuch Wei thought for a bit. "This servant will do it." "All right." Old concubine Jing nodded. Eunuch Wei personally brought the medicine over. "I'll do it," old concubine Jing said. Eunuch Wei thought about how he was the one who brought the medicine here. It was brewed by Pure Flower's palace and didn't count as outside food, so it should be fine. Moreover, he was the one who personally handed it to the imperial concubine. No one would have the chance to do anything to it. Old concubine Jing helped the emperor onto the imperial bed and had him sit up against a pillow. Eunuch Wei handed the medicine over to old concubine Jing. Old concubine Jing calmly took the bowl and stirred it with a spoon. The emperor said, "We'll do it myself." "Let me do it." Old concubine Jing scooped up a spoonful with a smile and fed it to the emperor. The emperor didn't really want concubine Jing to feed him medicine, but he had embarrassed the old concubine in front of so many people. If he were to refuse now, everyone in the 6 palaces would think that he was tired of the old concubine. He sighed helplessly and opened his mouth to drink. Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly said, "Wait." Chapter 365. The emperor reluctantly closed his mouth and glanced impatiently at Empress Dowager Zhuang. What does this vicious woman want to do now? She didn't let his lady mother feed him medicine. Does she want his lady mother to live a good life? Empress Dowager Zhuang walked over with an arrogant expression and said to concubine Jing, who was sitting on the dragon bed, "Give the medicine to me. I'll feed him." As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Although it was disrespectful, was the Empress Dowager crazy? Why would she want to feed His Majesty medicine? It was already merciful of her not to poison His Majesty to death. No, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty seemed to have eased recently. They could often see the mother being kind and the son being filial. It was said that they didn't quarrel in court anymore. The officials of the 2 factions were so bored that they almost dug out a 2-room residence in the throne room with their toes. It was just that the 2 had been fighting for so long that the palace servants couldn't get used to their sudden reconciliation. They thought they were still at odds with each other. No need to trouble the Empress Dowager. "I'll do it," concubine Jing said gently from the dragon bed. That's right, he didn't want to drink the medicine fed by this vicious woman. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her. "Your clothes are so wet. Aren't you worried about catching a cold? Isn't your body weak?" Only then did the emperor remember that he had knocked over the bowl of medicine and caused Mother Consort Jing's hand to be injured. He must have been scared silly by the nightmare and had forgotten such an important matter after going through his mind once. He looked at concubine Jing's red hand and wet clothes and said guiltily, "Lady Mother, quickly go back and change clothes. Eunuch Wei. This servant is here." Eunuch Wei walked forward with his horsetail whisk and bowed. "Your Majesty." The emperor said, "Send my lady mother back to the nunnery. Also, remember to send someone to call the imperial physician and have him take a look at my lady mother." Eunuch Wei replied, "Yes." He turned to concubine Jing. "Imperial concubine, please." At this point, concubine Jing had no choice but to leave. Nanny Kai glanced at concubine Dowager, clenched her fists, and a trace of anxiety flashed across her eyes. Concubine Jing, however, stood up unhurriedly and handed the bowl of medicine to the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't move. Eunuch Qin went to pick her up. If Marquis Xian Pingho was a professional at bullying others, then Zhuang Jins was also a professional at crushing others. She didn't deserve to receive the things handed over by an old concubine. Grand concubine Jing clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. The emperor was furious. This vicious woman was here to embarrass Mother Jing. Ah! Grand concubine Jing's hand slipped, and the bowl slipped from Eunuch Qin's fingertips and fell onto the foot of the bed. The footrest was made of wood, so the medicine bowl did not break, but it was completely overturned. The medicine juice splashed all over the floor, and several drops even splashed on Empress Dowager Zhuang's luxurious and exquisite robe. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Qin was the most miserable. He was the closest and his shoes were all wet. However, he didn't care about himself and hurriedly bent down to wipe Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix robe. "No need, get up." Empress Dowager Zhuang said calmly. "Mother, are you all right?" the emperor asked worriedly. Eunuch Qin secretly curled his lips. Grand concubine Jing wasn't even as wet as the Empress Dowager. She didn't care about the Empress Dowager, but instead cared about Grand concubine Jing. Didn't she see that she was the one who spilled the medicine? Grand concubine Jing said in shame, "I'm fine. I'm so useless that I can't even carry a bowl of medicine properly." The emperor couldn't bear to see her sad. "Mother's injuries haven't healed yet," Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly interrupted the emperor. "You know you're useless, so why are you still standing here? Hurry up and back down." Grand concubine Jing was stunned. The emperor, Granny Kai, and the others were also shocked. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Grand concubine Jing had been at odds for a long time, but it was the first time that Empress Dowager Zhuang had spoken so harshly to Grand concubine Jing in front of everyone. Even when they met in the imperial garden last time, Empress Dowager Zhuang had only ignored Grand concubine Jing. The emperor's face darkened. Grand concubine Jing lowered her eyes and said softly, "Your Majesty is right. I'll leave now." Grand concubine Jing's expression was very calm. She didn't cry or show weakness, but everyone could feel her grievance. The emperor's face darkened even more. Grand concubine Jing was escorted out of the bedchamber by Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Qin personally went to bring a new bowl of medicine. Empress Dowager Zhuang reluctantly took the bowl with a look of disgust. The emperor was furious. You disdain it? I disdain it. But he remembered that the two of them were pretending to be at peace, so he couldn't break with her in front of everyone. He said to the servants in the hall, leave. Yes. The servants left one by one. Only eunuch Qin stayed by Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. He was in the know, so the emperor didn't mind his presence. Well, there was no one else. The emperor was about to find the Empress Dowager to settle the score with Grand Concubine Jing. Unexpectedly, his hand sank. Empress Dowager Zhuang had stuffed the bowl of medicine into his hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, drink it yourself. With that, she left without looking back. The emperor was speechless. Empress Dowager Zhuang returned to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong didn't have classes today, but he went to find Qin Shuyu, so Rinshou Palace was quite quiet for the time being. Empress Dowager Zhuang's flowers and plants had been ruined by the little monk again. Empress Dowager Zhuang was heartbroken. Gu Jiao came out with a watering can she made herself. Great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted and reached out her hand. My candied plums. Gu Jiao put down the watering can, opened her purse, took out the box of candied plums, and counted 5 for her great aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang said with a dark face, I said I'd add one more. Otherwise, who would be willing to compete with Grand Concubine Jing for the medicine? Gu Jiao rummaged through the box and found the smallest candied plum to give to Empress Dowager Zhuang. This action was quite familiar. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Gu Jiao couldn't remember it at the moment. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyelids twitched. Jiao Jiao, you've changed. You're a miser. You gave me such a small candied plum. Empress Dowager Zhuang was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She took the candied plum and went back to the study angrily. She closed the door and found the candied plum jar. Fortunately, she still had some private collection. Miss Gu. Outside the hall, eunuch Qin asked about Pure Flower's palace. Why did you let the Empress Dowager compete with Grand Concubine Jing for the medicine? The relationship between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty has been progressing well recently. Even without this, it's enough to gain their trust. Gu Jiao went to the palace early in the morning, but before she could talk about the drugging, she heard a spy from Pure Flower's palace report that His Majesty had fainted and Grand Concubine Jing had gone to Pure Flower's palace in the middle of the night. This was the best time to make a move. Gu Jiao guessed that Grand Concubine Jing wouldn't let go of this opportunity, so she quickly had her great aunt go to Pure Flower's palace as well. It's not like she has to fight for the medicine. In Gu Jiao's opinion, it wasn't important whether her great aunt fed the medicine to the emperor or not. The important thing was to stop Grand Concubine Jing from doing so. Gu Jiao asked, did she knock over the bowl of medicine in her hand? Eunuch Qin was shocked. Yes. How did you know? Did the spy report it just now? No. Gu Jiao shook her head. Eunuch Qin was even more confused now. Eunuch Qin was a trustworthy person, so there was nothing that couldn't be said to him. Gu Jiao then told him about how she found the guiding drug on Eunuch Wei's body yesterday. Eunuch Qin was shocked and only came back to his senses after a while. Miss Gu, you mean, the relationship between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager became so strained because Grand Concubine Jing drugged him? His Majesty listens to Grand Concubine Jing's every word because he was drugged? This is too. It was too shocking. There was actually such a terrifying drug in the world. No, it should be said that Grand Concubine Jing would do such a terrifying thing to His Majesty. She had raised him single-handedly. Apart from the fact that he wasn't born from her womb, he was no different from her own flesh and blood. Moreover, His Majesty did view her as his own mother. There was no need for him to do such a thing. This was also what Gu Jiao was puzzled about. Why would Grand Concubine Jing drug the emperor with 2 different drugs at the same time? Drugging the emperor to make him hate her great aunt and use this to sow discord between the two of them was somewhat plausible. But it also didn't make much sense. Her great aunt held court behind the curtain and dominated the court. No matter how one looked at it, she had crossed the emperor's bottom line. Therefore, even if she hadn't been drugged, the emperor still wouldn't have tolerated her. As for the drug, there was even less of a need. The emperor was a sentimental person. He would even treat Eunuch Wei well, let alone his mother who had raised him. The emperor would definitely treat Grand Concubine Jing well and be close to her. Gu Jiao murmured, did something happen between them? Eunuch Qin looked pensive. Miss Gu, are you referring to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager? Gu Jiao said, there's also Grand Concubine Jing. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. Her great-aunt held court behind the curtain, so there's no way His Majesty wouldn't have a strained relationship with her. Drugging her to sow discord was an unnecessary move unless what? Eunuch Qin asked anxiously. Gu Jiao said seriously, unless something happened that made Grand Concubine Jing feel that the relationship between His Majesty and her great-aunt was unshakable. Even if she held court behind the curtain, His Majesty still wouldn't break with her. What kind of relationship could be so strong in this world? I only have one thing on my mind, and that's to take the imperial exam. No one can stop me from taking the exam. Chapter 366. Gu Jiao was someone who had been abandoned by her biological parents in a corner. To her knowledge, no relationship was solid, and trust between people didn't come from the relationship itself. Her world was very simple. It was either black or white, and all solidity came from mutual love and the strength of one's heart. However, she and Shi understood that not everyone was like her. In fact, most people were different from her. They had their own standards of judgment, mixed with the complexity and balance of human nature. Gu Jiao frowned. Eunuch Qin was keenly aware of her expression and could not help but ask, "Miss Gu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" No. Gu Jiao shook her head. This question is beyond the scope of my syllabus. I can't answer it. Eunuch Qin was speechless. However, even if she couldn't answer it, it wouldn't affect her next step in her plan. Not everything in this world needed to be explained. Take treating a disease for example. If a patient caught a cold, even if she didn't know how he got it, she could still cure him. The same was true for concubine Jing. Regardless of the reason she drugged the emperor, Gu Jiao wouldn't allow her to succeed again. She couldn't have bought just one pill, could she? She had knocked it over so cleanly, so she must have had a backup plan. Gu Jiao went to the study to say goodbye to her grandaunt and then left the palace. She didn't try to hide her whereabouts, so the emperor soon got the news. The emperor thought she had come to the palace to treat his illness, so he waited expectantly for a while, only to hear that she had already left the palace. The emperor's face turned green. Eunuch Wei returned from the nunnery and reported to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the imperial physician has taken a look at the concubine dowager. It's still the same old illness, but it's nothing serious. She just needs to rest." The emperor wasn't satisfied with this reply. Mother's hand was scalded. "Is she really fine?" Eunuch Wei replied, "She's not injured, just a little red. The imperial physician has prescribed some medicine and said she'll recover in a few days." The emperor said in a deep voice, "I'm still worried." As he spoke, he was about to lift the quilt and get out of bed. Eunuch Wei hurriedly stopped him. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" The emperor said, "Zhen will go and see Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother was wronged in Pure Flower's palace today and must be feeling very sad. If Zhen still doesn't appear, there will be rumors in the palace that Zhen no longer values her." Eunuch Wei had been in the palace for many years. How could he not understand this? However, the emperor's body was still weak, and the imperial physician urged him to rest well. Eunuch Wei earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, your top priority is to take care of your dragon body. Imperial concubine dowager will surely sympathize with you. As for those palace servants, Imperial concubine dowager is your imperial concubine mother. Who would dare to give her any face? Except for the one in Rinshou Palace." Eunuch Wei added in his heart. He continued, "If you're still worried, this servant will make a few more trips for you." Eunuch Wei was the emperor's trusted aide. His appearance represented the emperor's position to a large extent. His frequent visits to the nunnery would also cause others to be wary of imperial concubine Jing. The emperor still insisted on going, but as soon as he lifted the quilt and got out of bed, he felt a wave of dizziness and fell on his but on the dragon bed. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to go for a while. "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei helped the emperor lie down and tucked in the quilt. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Your Majesty, did you tell Imperial concubine dowager about your nightmare today?" The emperor said, "No, why?" Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. "Ah, no, it's just that when the Empress Dowager came to visit your Majesty, Imperial concubine dowager immediately said that you had a nightmare. How did she know that you had a nightmare? This servant doesn't remember mentioning it to her." The emperor frowned. After a while, he said carelessly, "Perhaps Imperial Mother heard our conversation when she came in with the medicine." Was that so? Why did he vaguely feel that Imperial concubine dowager's expression was a bit strange at the time? Eunuch Wei didn't dare to say this. He might have seen wrongly. After Gu Jiao left the palace, she didn't go to the medical center, nor did she return to Jade Water Alley. Instead, she went to Qinghe Academy. Gu Qingfeng had just finished using the outhouse and was still pulling up his pants when a small hand reached over and pulled him out. Gu Qingfeng's pants almost fell to the ground. He grabbed his belt tightly and looked back at the person who pulled him up the wall. He was so angry that his face turned into the color of pig liver. Stupid girl. Why do you have this kind of hobby? Peeping at men taking off their pants in broad daylight. Those who knew would say that she was their sister, but those who didn't would think that she was a thief. Gu Jiao glanced at him with disdain. Who wants to peep at you taking off your pants? Do you think you're very good looking? That little bit. That little bit? Gu Qingfeng fell from the wall with a thump. He fell outside Qinghe Academy, which was exactly what Gu Jiao wanted. Gu Jiao tiptoed and landed lightly beside Gu Qingfeng. She put her small hands behind her back and bent over, looking at Gu Qingfeng, who was paralyzed on the ground with no love for life. Gu Qingfeng felt that one day when he died young, it would be because of this girl who angered him to death. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. What was the meaning of saying that he was so small? Gu Qingfeng's self-esteem as a man was ruthlessly crushed. He hated that he couldn't ask her if she was blind. He always felt that he was incomparably cruel until one day he accidentally caught a glimpse of Xiao Liulong's. Since then he didn't say anything. Gu Jiao didn't go to the outhouse to catch him on purpose. There were too many people in Qinghe Academy, and Gu Yan's shadow could be seen everywhere. This was probably the telepathy between the twins. As soon as she got close, Gu Yan would sense it. There was only one place where Gu Yan wouldn't come to find her, and that was a man's outhouse. The result proved that Gu Yan still underestimated his sister's thick skin. Gu Jiao wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, but she still threw Gu Qingfeng to the river to wash his hands. Gu Qingfeng, who was repeatedly despised. After sitting in the carriage, Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Jiao, I disappeared from the academy without even saying goodbye. This has a bad influence. I'm a student and I have to study. Gu Jiao took out a banknote worth 500 taels and put it on the table. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth and said, even if the academy doesn't pursue the matter, when it reaches my grandfather's ears, I can't avoid punishment. Gu Jiao took out another banknote worth 500 taels and put it on the table. Gu Qingfeng silently put the banknote away. It doesn't matter if it's a banknote or not. I just want to help you. Tell me, where do you want to go this time? Gu Jiao, the Imperial Palace. Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt the banknote in his bosom heat up. Was it too late for him to regret it now? Gu Jiao entered the palace openly, but Gu Qingfeng wasn't so lucky. He was an outsider and it wasn't easy for him to enter the inner palace. He also didn't have any open relations with Renshou Palace, so the Empress Dowager wouldn't summon him. The Emperor also had no reason to see the second young master of Marquis Ding in Fu. More importantly, he couldn't expose his identity. He could only grit his teeth and climb over the high palace walls. The two met near the nunnery. Gu Jiao had just arrived when Gu Qingfeng also arrived. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. His movements were very fast. He was very skilled. You've been to the Imperial Palace? Gu Jiao asked. How is that possible? Do you think the Imperial Palace is a place you can casually enter? Gu Qingfeng took out a map from his bosom. This? A map of the Imperial Palace? Gu Jiao's eyes widened. How do you have this? Gu Qingfeng chuckled and said, my father is the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works. All of the large and small halls in the Imperial Palace are maintained by the Ministry of Works. Even the Imperial Concubine Dowager's nunnery was built by the Ministry of Works. So this guy knew the layout of the various government offices like the back of his hand. Coming and going without a trace, was it all because he stole his father's map? Gu Qingfeng coldly said, he's also your father. Delicate father. He. Gu Qingfeng, forget it. She's not the real Gu Jiao's mother. What do you want to steal from the Imperial Palace? Gu Qingfeng was actually very puzzled. This girl was doted on by the Empress Dowager and highly regarded by the Emperor. What kind of treasure could she not have? Did she need to steal it herself? Gu Jiao didn't answer and brought him near the nunnery. Seeing the simple and unadorned nunnery, Gu Qingfeng fell into confusion. What is there to steal from a nunnery? Gu Jiao asked. There are dragon shadow guards inside. Can you go in? Gu Qingfeng almost peed himself. He exploded. What did you say? Dragon shadow guards. Gu Jiao found it strange. You know about them? Gu Qingfeng snorted. I'm the #1 bandit in the Zhao Kingdom. How could I not know about the dragon shadow guards? They are the men of sacrifice of the previous emperor. Their martial arts are top-notch and they are very talented. Almost no one in the world is their match. Oh my, it's just a nunnery. Why would there be dragon shadow guards guarding it? Oh, I forgot that this guy doesn't know about Imperial Concubine Jing. Gu Chengfeng looked pensive. Did His Majesty send them? Isn't His Majesty a bit too filial to Imperial Concubine Jing? Even the dragon shadow guards were sent out because he was afraid that the Empress Dowager would harm her. Listen, the whole world thought that Grand Aunt would harm Imperial Concubine Jing, but no one thought that Imperial Concubine Jing would harm Grand Aunt. Gu Chengfeng asked, "What do you want to steal from her?" Gu Jiao, medicine. Medicine. Gu Chengfeng looked her up and down and said suspiciously, "You're a doctor yourself. Do you need to steal other people's medicine? Can we go in or not?" Gu Jiao was irritated. "I've never tried." Gu Chengfeng had never even been to the Imperial Palace, let alone a nunnery guarded by dragon shadow guards. She couldn't beat him in a fight. But when it came to hiding one's aura, Gu Chengfeng looked deeply at the little girl beside him, then looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. To be honest, if he were to die one day, it would either be because this girl angered him to death or because she caused his death. Gu Chengfeng put his arm around Gu Jiao's slender waist. "Don't make a sound and don't breathe later." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Chengfeng looked at the nunnery that looked like a dragon's den and a tiger's den. His eyes narrowed, then he took Gu Jiao and sneaked in. Gu Jiao didn't expect him to be able to bring her in under the watchful eyes of the dragon shadow guards. Even the old duke couldn't avoid alerting the dragon shadow guards when he was alone. Gu Jiao suddenly had a new understanding of Gu Chengfeng. This guy's qinggong was really good. The nunnery that had been built at the last minute wasn't too big, and the terrain wasn't complicated. Gu Chengfeng found Concubine Jing's room without much effort. Perhaps the two were lucky that Concubine Jing wasn't in the room at the moment. She had gone to the small Buddhist hall to chant sutras. Gu Chengfeng took Gu Jiao into the room. "What do the medicine you're looking for look like?" Gu Chengfeng asked. "I don't know." She forgot to ask Madame Nan. But she's not a doctor, so she shouldn't have a lot of medicine. Find them all. The two began to rummage through the room. Soon they found some ointment for burns and wound as well as some pills that replenished qi and blood. There wasn't anything that Gu Jiao hadn't seen before. She couldn't have brought it with her, could she? Gu Jiao murmured. As soon as she said that, Gu Chengfeng patted her shoulder and motioned for her to look at the wardrobe. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the wardrobe. It looked ordinary, but for some reason it gave Gu Jiao a feeling that something was wrong. Gu Chengfeng whispered, "You also think it looks strange, don't you?" Gu Jiao nodded. She stared at the wardrobe for a while, but she didn't go closer. Instead, she took a few steps back. She said, "I know what's wrong. The pattern on the wardrobe door is reversed." The pattern on each side of the two wardrobe doors was supposed to face each other to form a full moon. But now, the two halves of the moon were facing each other with their backs facing each other. It made people feel uncomfortable and they didn't want to look at it a second time. Gu Jiao walked forward and touched the halves of the moon with both hands. With a twist, the two halves of the moon were straightened, forming a full moon. With a click, the wardrobe door opened. Gu Chengfeng had opened this wardrobe before and it was filled with clothes. But now it was in a different state. The wardrobe door was very thick, and it was almost open together with the wardrobe. And at the innermost side, there was a hidden compartment embedded in the wall. Gu Chengfeng's arms were long. He opened the hidden compartment and took out a small box. "Someone's coming?" Gu Jiao suddenly said. Gu Chengfeng didn't have time to open the small box and he couldn't take it away. Otherwise, if someone found out that it was missing and alerted the Shadow Dragon guards, they would be dead. Gu Chengfeng put the small box back, closed the wardrobe door and restored the pattern. He took Gu Jiao and used Qinggong to go up to the roof beam. The door was pushed open. Nurse Kai walked in. "All right, just give me the Nyang Nyang's clothes. Go and see if the medicine for the Nyang Nyang is ready." "Yes." The two accompanying little nuns handed the dried clothes to Nanny Kai and turned around to leave. Nurse Kai closed the door and went to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe door and put the clothes inside. Then she closed the wardrobe door and turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she turned back and looked at the wardrobe with a frown. On the roof beam, Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng held their breaths. No way, she found out that the wardrobe had been touched so quickly? Gu Jiao pinched a silver needle between her fingers. Nurse Kai reversed the pattern and opened the secret door of the wardrobe. She moved a stool, stood on it, took out the small box and checked the contents. Gu Jiao looked down. There were 2 medicine bottles, one black and one white. Good heavens, it was really here. Granny Kai took out the 2 medicine bottles and put the small box back. No way she wanted to take the medicine away? Nurse Kai came to the door. Gu Jiao slowly raised the silver needle in her hand. Gu Qingfeng grabbed her wrist. She would be exposed. The Shadow Dragon Guards were not to be trifled with. As soon as Gu Jiao made a move, the Shadow Dragon Guards would immediately notice. Do you want the medicine or your life? Gu Jiao's movements when she killed people would not be louder than their voices. However, the Shadow Dragon Guards were men of sacrifice. Their brain circuits were different from normal people. They turned a deaf ear to conversations, but were very sensitive to killing intent and martial arts. However, Nurse Kai hesitated, shook her head and sighed. She still put the medicine bottles back. After Nurse Kai left, Gu Qingfeng brought Gu Jiao back to the ground. Gu Jiao could also jump down, but she could not do it as well as Gu Qingfeng. She would be noticed by the Shadow Dragon Guards. Gu Qingfeng took out the small box from the secret compartment and opened it. He said to Gu Jiao, "These 2 bottles are the medicine you are looking for?" Gu Jiao pulled out the corks of the 2 bottles and poured out 1 pill from each bottle. Gu Qingfeng said strangely, "They look the same. Why put them in 2 bottles?" They did look the same. They were both dark brown pills. Smell them. Gu Jiao put the 2 pills under Gu Qingfeng's nose. Gu Qingfeng sniffed. "Yes, they are medicine. What about it? Is there a difference?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." Gu Qingfeng shook his head decisively. There was a difference, but it was very subtle. Those who were not proficient in medicine would not be able to tell. If Gu Qingfeng couldn't tell, then concubine Jing shouldn't be able to either. Gu Jiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. She had wanted to steal the medicine at first, but now she had changed her mind. Oh no, this girl is up to mischief again. Who knows which unlucky person is going to get into big trouble again. Gu Qingfeng shook his head and continued to study the small box. He suddenly exclaimed, "There's something else in the box." He opened the inner compartment of the box and dug out a rolled-up, bright yellow imperial edict. Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Why would concubine Jing have an imperial edict? He had never heard of His Majesty giving concubine Jing an imperial edict. It was obvious that this imperial edict was quite old. Gu Qingfeng's mind flashed. I suddenly remembered something. It's just a rumor among the people. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. This girl was always so impatient. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips and said, before His Majesty passed away, he ordered Empress Dowager Zhuang to be buried with him. Concubine Jing risked her life to steal the imperial edict and burn it. That was how Empress Dowager Zhuang was saved. He suddenly laughed. Do you think the thing in the box is the one that was burned, the imperial edict that could kill Empress Dowager Zhuang? Chapter 367. This was the first time Gu Jiao had heard of such a thing. Most of the rumors she heard about the late emperor and her grandaunt came from consort Rui Wang, but most of what Rui Wang mentioned was related to consort Jing. For example, consort Jing's heart belonged to someone and she was willing to move into the nunnery. Consort Rui Wang's words might not be the truth. At the very least, her willingness to move into the nunnery was a lie. Eunuch Qin had already refuted the rumors for Gu Jiao. It was Empress Dowager Zhuang who sent her to the nunnery with a decree. Gu Jiao once thought that the reason why Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't directly order consort Jing's death was because of the emperor. If her grandaunt gave the decree openly, the emperor wouldn't hesitate to go against her and issue an imperial edict to stop her. If her grandaunt did it secretly, the emperor would send the Shadow Dragon Guards to stop her. However, if what Gu Qingfeng said was true and consort Jing burned an imperial edict ordering her death for her grandaunt, then her grandaunt would owe her a life-saving grace. However, Gu Jiao didn't think this was likely. Consort Jing had already drugged her grandaunt and the emperor. Why would she be so kind as to burn an imperial edict for her grandaunt? Of course, there was another possibility. The imperial edict ordering her grandaunt to be buried with her hadn't been burned by consort Jing, but had been used as leverage against her. Before getting that imperial edict, her grandaunt couldn't let consort Jing die. Otherwise, no one could be sure that consort Jing didn't have a backup plan. Once she died, the imperial edict would be issued in broad daylight. However, Gu Jiao quickly eliminated this possibility. Consort Jing had schemed to deal with her grandaunt. With this imperial edict, she could directly send her grandaunt to the 18th level of hell. Why would she leave it as leverage? Wasn't this an unnecessary move? Assuming that Gu Qingfeng was telling the truth and that old concubine Jing had risked her life to steal the imperial edict and burn it, who had seen the contents of the edict. How could they prove that the edict was for her grandaunt to be buried with her and not something else? Wasn't it all based on her words? As long as it did not involve relationships and love, Gu Jiao's brain worked quickly. Don't be fooled by the fact that she had thought so much. In fact, it had only taken a moment. Gu Qingfeng had already taken the imperial edict out of the box. He placed the box on the crook of his arm and opened the imperial edict with both hands. However, old concubine Jing suddenly returned the moment he opened the imperial edict. She had sensed something while she was still in the corridor. Unlike the dragon shadow guard, she was extremely sensitive to the sound of conversation. "Who goes there?" she snapped. Gu Qingfeng's hand trembled and the box in his arm fell to the ground with a clatter. "Catch him." At Grand Concubine Jing's command, the dragon shadow guards burst through the door and grabbed at Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao with their bare hands. "Let's go." Gu Qingfeng grabbed Gu Jiao with one hand and stuffed the imperial edict into his bosom with the other. Seeing that the dragon shadow guard was about to grab the two of them, Gu Jiao quickly took out a black gunpowder from her pouch and threw it at him. The dragon shadow guard had suffered from gunpowder before and knew that it was a hidden weapon that couldn't be taken head-on. He quickly dodged to the side, and the gunpowder smashed onto the table behind him, causing it to explode. Taking advantage of this, Gu Qingfeng grabbed Gu Jiao and rushed out of the nunnery. The two of them had both put on masks and changed their clothes, so Grand Concubine Jing couldn't recognize them. Grand Concubine Jing entered the room and saw that the imperial edict was gone. Her expression changed drastically as she said to the dragon shadow guard, "Take the imperial edict back." The dragon shadow guard received the order and chased in the direction that Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng had left. The dragon shadow guard was invincible in both martial arts and qinggong, so he quickly caught up to the two. When Gu Qingfeng took the imperial edict, the dragon shadow guard saw it. He knew that the imperial edict was on Gu Qingfeng's body, so he grabbed Gu Qingfeng's shoulder without another word. That hand that was like an eagle's claw dug into Gu Qingfeng's flesh. Gu Qingfeng's face was twisted in pain. He did not resist immediately. Instead, he used all his strength to push Gu Jiao away. The moment he pushed her away, he stuffed the imperial edict into Gu Jiao's sleeve. He was probably the only one who could do this under the dragon shadow guard's nose. The dragon shadow guard didn't notice that the imperial edict had been moved. He reached out with his other hand towards Gu Qingfeng's chest. He was a death warrior, so he didn't know how to control his strength. This time he was probably going to dig open Gu Qingfeng's chest. Gu Jiao looked back at the two of them and suddenly took out the imperial edict. "The imperial edict is here." The dragon shadow guard's gaze swooped towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao threw the imperial edict in the other direction of the palace. The dragon shadow guard was ordered to take back the imperial edict, so he chased after it. Gu Qingfeng held his shoulder and knelt on the ground, exhausted. Gu Jiao squatted down. "Can you still walk?" Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a pale face. "I can't use my qinggong." The dragon shadow guard was too scary. He had only grabbed him casually, but he couldn't use his martial arts in an instant. "Hurry up and leave." He endured the pain and weakness all over his body. The imperial edict was too important. It was only in a state of panic that concubine Jing only cared about grabbing the edict. Once she got the edict, she would think of silencing the two of them. Gu Jiao grabbed him. "Come with me." The dragon shadow guard found the imperial edict and handed it to Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing took the imperial edict with a cold expression. "Grand Concubine." Granny Kai hurried over and looked at the imperial edict in her hand. Her expression changed. "Someone came to steal the imperial edict? Who is it? How did they know about this imperial edict?" Grand Concubine Jing looked in the direction of the palace walls without saying anything. Renshou Palace. Eunuch Qin was feeding his pond of tortoises when two figures suddenly fell from the sky and landed on his tortoises. "Oh my tortoises." Eunuch Qin was so shocked that the leaves in his hand flew out. He was about to call for the palace experts when he saw one of the small figures take off her mask. He stared. "Miss Gu?" At that moment, Gu Qingfeng's mask fell off as well, revealing a pale, handsome face. Eunuch Qin was shocked again. "Second young Master Gu? His Majesty has arrived." Gu Jiao so fast. Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't here. She had gone to the side hall of the throne room to discuss matters with the ministers. Eunuch Qin brought Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng into Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. Eunuch Qin then went to Renshou Palace and kowtowed to the emperor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Granny Kai was beside the emperor. Eunuch Qin glanced at Granny Kai calmly and smiled. Why is His Majesty here? The Empress Dowager is discussing matters with the ministers in the throne room. The Emperor said. Granny Kai said that an assassin tried to assassinate Mother Jing and was injured by the experts around her. The assassin escaped into Rinshou Palace. Something like that happened? Eunuch Qin was shocked. Was the old imperial concubine injured? Granny Kai said politely. The old imperial concubine was a bit frightened, but it's nothing serious. The old imperial concubine was worried that the assassin would harm the Empress Dowager, so she quickly reported it to His Majesty. I didn't see any assassin. Eunuch Qin turned to look at the palace servants. Did you see the assassin? They all shook their heads. No. Eunuch Qin smiled. Your Majesty, Granny Kai must have seen wrongly. This is Rinshou Palace, where experts are as common as the clouds. Which assassin would be so reckless as to charge in? Granny Kai said worriedly, the assassin's martial arts are very high. He was able to escape from the dragon shadow guards. Eunuch Qin, you should be careful. In the past, the emperor would not care about the life or death of Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, he was now in an alliance with Empress Dowager Zhuang. They had a common enemy. That person was hiding in the dark, holding his neck to deal with the people he cared about. He could not let the other party succeed. Get out of the way, the emperor said coldly. Eunuch Qin did not move. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is not in Rinshou Palace. If the assassin really wanted to assassinate her, he should have gone to the throne room. Granny Kai's previous worried and modest expression changed. She frowned and said, Perhaps the assassin was lying in ambush here, waiting for the Empress Dowager to come back. Eunuch Qin, you are blocking His Majesty's search. Could it be, you are in cahoots with the assassin? Who gave you the courage to shout in front of Aijia's door? Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix sedan appeared behind everyone, accompanied by a voice that was not angry but powerful. Everyone turned around and bowed in unison to Empress Dowager Zhuang on the carriage. The emperor looked at the phoenix carriage in the distance with an uneasy expression. The phoenix carriage stopped in front of the group. After it landed, Eunuch Qin walked forward and gave his wrist to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang held his wrist and slowly walked out. She did not need to speak loudly or speak harshly. Just a faint look was enough to intimidate everyone. Granny Kai, who had been relying on the emperor's support, suddenly did not dare to say anything. Empress Dowager Zhuang strolled in front of her. Speak, why are you not speaking? Weren't you quite eloquent when Aijia was not here? How come you became a gourd with a sawed-off mouth when Aijia came? Granny Kai lowered her head in grievance and stood next to the emperor. In the end, she was concubine Jing's trusted servant. The emperor could not bear to see her suffer an injustice, so he said, What wrong did Granny Kai do? With the assassin, it is natural to search. However, this old servant is obstructing us in every possible way. It is indeed suspicious. Eunuch Qin reported to Empress Dowager Zhuang, Miss Gu is resting inside. The servant was worried that so many people would disturb Miss Gu, so I stopped them. Moreover, this servant did not discover any assassins. If Empress Dowager does not believe me, you can ask the palace experts in Rinshou Palace. They also did not. Before Eunuch Qin could finish, the sound of weapons clashing came from the bedchamber. Everyone's hearts trembled. Then Gu Jiao's cold shout rang out, You still want to escape? Miss Gu. Eunuch Qin's expression changed greatly. He called out to the palace experts, Quick! Go take a look. 4 palace experts turned and ran towards the bedchamber. However, before they could move out, a miserable cry came from the end. Ah, it was a man's voice. Eunuch Wei spread his arms and blocked the emperor. Assassin! Assassin! Protect the emperor! Just as the experts from Pure Flower's palace were about to move out, Gu Jiao walked out with a black-clothed assassin whose head and face were covered in dirt. She threw the assassin to the ground and said indifferently, Assassin here! Gu Jiao had already changed back into her own clothes. Her hair was disheveled, as if she had just woken up from her bed and did not have time to comb her hair. Mama Kai looked at the assassin in a daze. Her Highness the Imperial Concubine had guessed correctly? The assassin was from Rinshou Palace? But, wasn't there 2? Mama Kai looked suspiciously at Gu Jiao. Miss Gu, there were 2 assassins in total. 2? I only caught 1. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said without a change in expression. The assassin's face was covered in dirt and his original appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was probably heavily injured and did not have the strength to fight back. The emperor looked at him coldly. Who sent you? If you tell us the mastermind behind this, we will spare your life. I am the emperor and I never go back on my words. A trace of hesitation flashed across the assassin's face. His frightened eyes swept over the people outside Rinshou Palace and finally fell on Mama Kai's face. An ominous premonition suddenly rose from the bottom of Mama Kai's heart. The assassin looked at Mama Kai in horror and said, It's Jing, shut up. Mama Kai strode forward. She seemed to have guessed what the assassin was going to say. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The assassin half lay on the ground and supported his body with his elbow. He gritted his teeth and said, It's Imperial Concubine Jing. Imperial Concubine Jing asked me to assassinate the Empress Dowager. Mama Kai was completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could the Imperial Concubine be the one to catch the assassin? She panicked and said, You are slandering me? When did Imperial Concubine Jing ask you to assassinate the Empress Dowager? If it was really Imperial Concubine Jing who asked you to come, why did she ask me to search you? The assassin coughed up blood and sneered. How would I know? Maybe. Imperial Concubine Jing suddenly found out that I knew her secret. Before the assassin could finish his words, Mama Kai suddenly rushed over and stabbed the assassin in the heart. You killed, silenced. After saying this, the assassin's eyes rolled back and his body tilted to one side, falling into a pool of blood. Mama Kai was so shocked that she took a few steps back and fell straight to the ground. I didn't. It wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. She really didn't want to kill anyone. She didn't rush over on her own. Her knees seemed to have been hit by something and she fell toward the assassin. Before she could react, a knife appeared in her hand. Then the knife was stabbed into the assassin's heart. Gu Jiao squatted down and used her fingertips to check the assassin's neck. She stood up and said, He's not breathing. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and said, Hurry up and get rid of him. Wipe the door clean for me. Don't leave a single drop of blood. I hate the smell of blood. Yes. Eunuch Qin hurriedly asked the eunuchs of Rinshou Palace to take the assassin's body away and asked the palace maids to clean up the scene. Mama Kai was confused by this series of events. She had never seen such a shameless operation. Her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think at all. She could only defend herself. Your Majesty, I didn't kill anyone. Believe me. That knife isn't mine, Gu Jiao said. You saw it? If it's not yours, then whose is it? Eunuch Wei said, Yes. If it's not yours, then whose is it? I also saw it. Granny Kai glared at him coldly. Wei, have you forgotten which side you are on again? Eunuch Wei shrunk his neck and turned around to slap his own mouth. Stupid mouth again. Stupid mouth again. Mama Kai fell to her knees. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you should believe Imperial Concubine Jing. How could she frame the Empress Dowager? Imperial Concubine Jing is kind-hearted. She wouldn't do such a thing. A complicated feeling flashed through the emperor's heart. He and Imperial Concubine Jing grew up together, so he knew very well what kind of person she was. She couldn't even bear to kill an ant and always repaid evil with good. Even when Empress Dowager Zhuang drove her out of the palace, she never complained about the latter in front of him. Not only that, but she also tried to persuade him to reconcile with Empress Dowager Zhuang. How could she do such a terrible thing? Moreover, no one would send an assassin to do an assassination and then catch the assassin with great fanfare. According to the assassin, he knew Imperial Concubine Jing's secret, and Imperial Concubine Jing only realized it after she sent him out. That was even more ridiculous. How could someone as innocent as Imperial Concubine Jing have a secret? No, she did have a secret. A secret with Gu Chao. The emperor suddenly became irritated. He was furious when he thought about how Gu Chao almost became his father. He didn't know if it was because he was angry, but he suddenly found Mama Kai an eyesore. Your Majesty. Mama Kai looked at the emperor nervously. The emperor frowned. Detain Mama Kai, and interrogate her. He used the words detain and interrogate with great distrust. One had to know that the emperor used to listen to Imperial Concubine Jing's every word without any doubt. He even regarded Imperial Concubine Jing's confidant as his own. But now he was treating Mama Kai as a suspect. Eunuch Wei was shocked. Your Majesty? The emperor didn't pay attention to anyone else. He flicked his sleeves and left irritably. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao returned to the bedchamber. In the backyard of the sleeping chamber, the corpse that was supposed to be disposed of sat up with a swoosh. He wiped the mud off his face and removed the blood bag in his arms. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. My acting skills are not bad, right? Gu Jiao said faintly. Not as good as me. Gu Qingfeng. Chapter 368. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Who is this silly boy? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked casually. Gu Qingfeng then realized that Empress Dowager Zhuang had also come over and was standing behind Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng and Empress Dowager Zhuang had met twice. One time was in Bai Shui Alley, and the other time was when he and Gu Jiao were chased by Tang Ming to the vicinity of the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang killed them as assassins, which made Tang Ming feel relieved. The inspiration to pretend to be assassins and get killed came from Empress Dowager Zhuang. At that time, Gu Qingfeng was wearing a mask, so Empress Dowager Zhuang did not recognize him as Gu Jiao's friend. Gu Qingfeng's face was covered in dirt, so Empress Dowager Zhuang did not recognize him. But in the next second, Empress Dowager Zhuang guessed something. Oh, the one who went to the marshal's mansion. Were her eyes so sharp? She could guess that? She had changed her voice when she spoke. If Empress Dowager Zhuang did not have this ability, then she had been in the imperial court and the harem for so many years in vain. She glanced at Gu Qingfeng indifferently. What's your relationship with Jiao Jiao? Why did it feel like this was a fatal question? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao hugged the child with both hands and looked on with folded arms. This girl, she threw him away after using him. She was too heartless. Empress Dowager. He stood up and bowed. Gu Qingfeng greets the Empress Dowager. Jiao Jiao's brother was not a wild flower or wild grass. He would not disturb her holding her little great-grandson. Empress Dowager Zhuang then left without asking why Gu Qingfeng knew martial arts or why he entered the palace. Gu Qingfeng was a little confused. The Empress Dowager's temperament is quite unique. Eunuch Qin's tortoise was the one that really stunned the two of them. Fortunately, the tortoise's shell was tough, so it wasn't a big deal. It was just a little frightened, so it hid in its shell for the whole afternoon. Gu Jiao treated the injury on Gu Qingfeng's shoulder and asked him for 1,000 taels of silver, calling it a consultation fee. Gu Qingfeng, who hadn't even warmed up the 1,000 taels banknotes, Gu Qingfeng looked at her with a headache. Speaking of which, you would rather give up the imperial edict to save me from the hands of the Dragon Shadow Guard. Could it be that you coveted this 1,000 taels of silver? After all, if he died, his body would definitely be disposed of and she would not be able to get the banknotes. Gu Jiao had a look of disbelief on her face. Gu Qingfeng understood. He suddenly felt a little touched. This girl actually had some conscience. She didn't only know how to exploit him. Gu Jiao analyzed seriously. If you die, I'll lose 1,000 taels. But if you're alive, I'll earn a lot of 1,000 taels. As for the imperial edict, aren't you the #1 thief? I'll steal it back next time. Gu Qingfeng, so why should he be touched? The two ate lunch at Empress Dowager Zhuang's Rinshou Palace. In the end, Gu Qingfeng couldn't treat Empress Dowager Zhuang as an ordinary great-aunt. He ate the meal very cautiously. On the other hand, Gu Jiao kept puffing and stuffing her cheeks, reminding him of the little fat squirrel he once caught in the back mountain. In the nunnery, Grand Concubine Jing was chanting while knocking on a wooden fish while waiting quietly. However, she didn't receive the news that Granny Kai had caught the assassin. Instead, she received the bad news that Granny Kai had been detained and interrogated by the emperor. Grand Concubine. The little nun who delivered the news knelt behind her and looked at her uneasily. What should we do? Granny Kai was taken away. Why did His Majesty take her away? Isn't Granny Kai a member of our nunnery? Didn't His Majesty? The little nun spoke a string of grievances in one breath. By the end of it, she even shed tears. The palace had never been able to hide anything. Moreover, a small matter could be described with great detail. There was no need for Rinshou Palace to spread anything. Granny Kai's capture was enough to make people wonder if the relationship between Grand Concubine Jing and the Emperor had truly become tense. Grand Concubine, let's go plead with His Majesty and ask for Granny Kai's release. Granny Kai is old. She can't endure such hardships. The little nun hadn't been in the palace for long, but she'd heard a lot about the torture that was worse than death. After being taken away for interrogation, at least a layer of her skin would be peeled off regardless of whether she got anything out of the interrogation. She was worried. She was also afraid. She was afraid that this huge building would collapse and crush her to death. Night fell and the nunnery was silent. The little nun's sobs gradually melted into the night. Grand Concubine Jing didn't do anything. She didn't even send anyone to inquire about Granny Kai. She just sat quietly in the temple with her palms together as if she was praying to Buddha sincerely, but also as if she was just sitting there. The little nun finally couldn't take it anymore. She'd only heard about the cruelty of the palace, but had never personally experienced it. She ran to Pure Flower's palace while choking with sobs. "Let me see His Majesty. Grand Concubine hasn't eaten or drank for an entire day. If this goes on, she'll get sick." She cried very loudly. This was a great taboo in the palace. She didn't know how lucky she was that she hadn't been dragged away and punished by the palace rules. "What's the commotion outside?" The emperor put down the booklet in his hand and pinched his forehead. Eunuch Wei said in a low voice, "It's the Grand Concubine's little nun." She said, "The Grand Concubine hasn't eaten for an entire day." The emperor's brows furrowed. Eunuch Wei observed his expression and said, "Your Majesty, do you want this servant to go take a look?" The emperor opened his mouth. He actually hesitated. For a moment he wanted to nod. But then he was frightened by his own thoughts. In the past, whenever he heard news about concubine Mother Jing, he would immediately put aside his official duties and go visit her. Why was it that he wasn't in such a hurry when she hadn't eaten or drank for an entire day? He shouldn't be like this. He closed his eyes and said, "We will make a trip to the nunnery." Eunuch Wei replied, "Understood." The emperor didn't take the palanquin and walked over with Eunuch Wei. Concubine Jing liked tranquility, so the nunnery was located in a very remote area. Moreover, the construction had been rushed through the night, so the nunnery itself wasn't very big. Now that it was swallowed up by the night, it seemed even more insignificant and helpless. The little nun was pleasantly surprised to see the emperor. "Your Majesty." The emperor didn't look at her and only raised his hand indifferently. The little nun was immediately intimidated by the might of a true dragon. The lights in the hall were lit, and a lonely figure jumped on the paper window. The emperor walked over. Concubine Jing was sitting on the ground alone in the cold hall. She tried to straighten her back, but it seemed that she couldn't withstand the passing of time. Her body was showing a trace of dispiritedness in her old age. The emperor suddenly felt a bit sour in his heart. "Mother?" Concubine Jing didn't turn around. She said calmly, "Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, please go back." The emperor heard her emotionless voice and felt even more sour in his heart. "Mother, are you blaming me?" Concubine Jing laughed self-deprecatingly. "Blaming you for what? Should I blame you for kidnapping Kai Momo because of a disagreement? Or should I blame you for having nightmares and thinking that I was a scourge and that the Empress Dowager was your true mother? Or should I blame you for hurriedly sending me out of Pure Flower's palace even though you clearly brought me back from outside the palace? Your Majesty, what am I? How many mothers in this world would wish for their own son to call them mother?" She turned around as she spoke. There were no tears in her eyes, only endless sorrow. The emperor felt his heart ache when he saw her like this. How could he suspect his own mother? How could she have secrets of her own? How could she have sent assassins to assassinate the Empress Dowager? Ningyan had married far away, and she had been forced to go to the nunnery. Her only son couldn't even be at her side. How had she spent all these years alone? Had he forgotten everything? He walked forward and sat down in front of her, holding her hand. "Hong Er will never do it again. In Hong Er's heart, mother will always be my only mother." Concubine Jing's fingers trembled and her eyes turned red. The emperor held her hand tightly in guilt. "Mother, you haven't eaten yet, right? Hong Er will eat with you." Concubine Jing asked firmly, "Then your Majesty won't suspect me from now on?" "We." The emperor hesitated for a moment. "We won't do it again." Concubine Jing lowered her eyes. So Concubine Jing has hidden her secrets so deeply. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh to Gu Jiao on the carriage back. Gu Jiao would not tell him these things. Gu Jiao was a woman of few words. It was Gu Qingfeng who helped Eunuch Qin feed the tortoise. Eunuch Qin had already told him about their revolutionary friendship. What shocked Gu Qingfeng the most was that Concubine Jing could even bear to kill the emperor. He was her adopted son, so how could she bear to feed him so many strange drugs? Wasn't she afraid of feeding him until he turned stupid? A woman's heart is the most poisonous. His words had a double meaning and he wanted to take the opportunity to mock Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao didn't react at all. Gu Qingfeng felt as if he had punched cotton. As the carriage swayed, Gu Qingfeng suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously. "You switched the black and white medicine just now, didn't you? Won't it backfire the next time she tries to drug the emperor?" It was a dark and windy night, and the monastery was secluded. Only the sound of stir-frying could be heard from the small kitchen. The emperor went to another meditation room to wait. Concubine Jing pushed open the door to her room and slowly walked in. She then waved her sleeve and closed the door with her internal energy. She opened the wardrobe and took out the black and white medicine from the small box. She pulled out the cork of the white medicine bottle and poured out a dark brown pill, which she wrapped in a white handkerchief. She was about to leave when she suddenly paused. Her gaze fell on the small box, where the imperial edict had been placed, and then the two bottles. She suddenly put the pill back into the white bottle and poured out a pill from the black bottle. She took the medicine from the black bottle and went to the meditation room next door. The vegetarian dishes were all served. The emperor sat with her on the cushion, and he personally served her the dishes. "Your Majesty, eat by yourself," she said. "There's no emperor or concubine here. There's only Hong-er and mother." The emperor picked up a piece of bamboo shoot for the concubine. "I remember that mother likes to eat bamboo shoots. It's not the season now, so there's only pickled bamboo shoots. When the winter shoots come out, I'll have someone dig up a big basket." Concubine Jing said, "How can I eat so much?" "Your Majesty, this is the mushroom soup made by the concubine herself." The little nun happily presented a bowl of soup. The emperor said, "Mother, you don't have to work so hard anymore." Concubine Jing said, "It's rare for you to come here." The emperor said solemnly, "I'll come here every day. Every day." Perhaps it was because these words touched the concubine's heart, but her expression was no longer as cold. She sighed, picked up the spoon, and scooped a bowl of mushroom soup for the emperor. "You can all leave," she said. "Yes." The little nun and the palace servants gradually retreated. "You can leave as well," the emperor said to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei. "Yes." Only the two of them were left in the room, which was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. The so-called white medicine and black medicine weren't forced to be fed to him. She only needed him to see her when the medicine took effect and remember her deeply. That was enough. "Drink it while it's hot." She handed the bowl to the emperor. The emperor took a sip and said with a smile, "Mother's cooking is as good as ever. As long as you like it." "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has summoned you for a meeting." Eunuch Wei's voice suddenly came from outside. Concubine Jing looked at him with a flicker in her eyes. The emperor's heart ached at her uneasy and reluctant gaze. He said, "I'm having my meal. We'll discuss it another day." "Yes," Eunuch Wei said helplessly. The emperor picked up the spoon and drank the mushroom soup that his lady mother had personally made for him mouthful by mouthful. After finishing the soup, the emperor put down the bowl and held his forehead. "Mother, I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Concubine Jing looked at him gently. "It's all right. Just sleep for a while. You'll be fine when you wake up." The emperor lay on the table and looked at Concubine Jing in a daze. Her smile was in front of him, her voice was in his ears, and her scent was at the tip of his nose. All of this was deeply imprinted in his mind. He wanted to remember this person, but he didn't know why. He just wanted to remember her deeply. In the carriage, Gu Jiao leaned lazily against the wall. "I did change the black medicine and the white medicine, but I changed them back." Gu Qingfeng was shocked. "What did you say? You changed them back? That means the white bottle is still filled with white medicine, and the black bottle is still filled with black medicine?" Gu Jiao nodded. "That's right." Gu Qingfeng was stunned. "Why did you do that?" Gu Jiao said faintly, "Because my godfather said that there are always people in this world who like to be too smart for their own good." Chapter 369. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng parted ways at Zhuke Avenue. Gu Qingfeng took Chong and Avenue to Qinghe Academy, while Gu Jiao went to Hanlin Academy. Hanlin Academy was busy with work recently. Xiao Lulang always got off work late, so Gu Jiao went to bring him some food. Gu Jiao brought a few boxes of snacks from the imperial kitchen from Renshou Palace. She left a few boxes for Yao Shi and little Jing Kong, while the other box was for Xiao Lulang. She took the snacks and went near Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang happened to come out of Hanlin Academy. Hanlin Academy was the place where the scholars studied. Although it belonged to Hanlin Academy, it was not inside Hanlin Academy. It was on the same street as Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao saw the handsome young man from afar. It was not appropriate to call him a young man. Other than his tender face, the aura he exuded was very calm. However, the men of Zhao country had to be called young man before they reached the age of 20. The twilight shone on his delicate face, making it seem even gentler. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned against the wall at the entrance of the alley. She looked at him, and her lips unconsciously curved into a beautiful arc. Xiao Xiuzhua. A scholar ran out of Hanlin Academy. He held a book in his hand. Judging from the color, it seemed that he had read it countless times. Xiao Lulang stopped and turned to look at him. What's the matter, Master Zhou? The scholar who was called Master Zhou scratched his head embarrassedly. Xiao Xiuzhua remembers me. Xiao Lulang said, during the court examination, you sat in front of me. I heard Du Ruhen call you. Master Zhou believed that Xiao Lulang remembered him. He was flattered. He widened his eyes for a long time before he reacted. He was so excited that he stammered. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Xiao Lulang was a top scholar who relied on underhanded means to get to the top. However, after listening to Xiao Yulang's lectures so many times, he deeply felt the depth of Xiao Yulang's knowledge. This new top scholar Xiao Lulang was fully deserving of the title. Brother Du and I are friends. No. He was worried that Xiao Lulang would think that he was using his relationship with Du Ruhan to get close to Xiao Lulang. The more he spoke, the more nervous he became. Xiao Lulang looked at the book in his hand and asked, are there any questions you don't understand? While Attendant Yang was recuperating, Xiao Lulang and Njun Wang took his place to give a few lessons to the scholars of the Hanlin Academy. After Attendant Yang returned, they no longer went to the Hanlin Academy. Today, Minister Deng had something to do at the last minute and had asked him to teach a lesson on the laws of the current dynasty. The book in young Master Zhou's hand was the law of the Zhao country that he learned in class. Young Master Zhou smiled embarrassedly. I understand everything that Xiao Xiuzhua taught. Really, you taught it very well. It's not boring at all. I don't like laws. In the past, I would always be absent-minded in law classes, so I fell behind a lot. He wasn't flattering Xiao Lulang. He really understood Xiao Yulang's class. He never knew that law classes could be taught like this. Xiao Lulang didn't recite the laws for them from the beginning. Instead, he first talked about a murder case of the 5 viscera of the previous dynasty. In an instant, he attracted the attention of all the students, including himself. The ingenuity of this class was that all the students forgot that they were in a class. They felt that they were really solving a shocking unsolved case. They were guessing the murderer until they almost got into a fight. Xiao Lulang said that if it was in the current dynasty, then the murderer of this case wouldn't be convicted. They were confused. Killing 5 people in a row, how could such a cruel murderer not be convicted? How could this be? They didn't believe it and refuted Xiao Yulang's words. They thought that Xiao Lulang was talking nonsense. Xiao Lulang didn't get angry. He just looked at everyone calmly and said, what evidence do you have to prove that I'm talking nonsense? A life for a life. A student said. Xiao Lulang said calmly, a life for a life is a principle. It's not the law of Zhao country. Executioners kill people, bandits kill people, self-defense kill people, negligent homicide, intentional homicide. Every situation is different and can't be generalized. The class ended here. Everyone wanted to continue. It wasn't that they liked Xiao Lulang, but they felt that they didn't win the argument. If they could do it again, they would be able to perform better. They suffered because they didn't know the law. In the past, everyone left after class, but today, young Master Zhou smiled and said, everyone stayed in the classroom to discuss, saying that what Xiao Xiuzhua said was wrong. Then they all went to look for evidence. In order to overthrow Xiao Lulang, the scholars went all out. I've never seen everyone so serious. Young Master Zhou said with a smile. Xiao Yulang's expression was very calm. He looked at young Master Zhou and said, you came here just to tell me this? No. Young Master Zhou scratched his head. His face was red, but he couldn't say anything. Alright let me say it. A tall and sturdy man with strong facial features walked over from the other side of the street. Uncle. Young Master Zhou turned and bowed to him like a junior. Xiao Lulang looked at him in surprise. Minister Xing? The man was none other than Minister Xing Yun. Minister Xing smiled and said, Xiao Xiuzhua, how have you been? Xiao Lulang cupped his hands and bowed. Xiao Lulang had helped the Ministry of Justice solve a murder case. Minister Xing appreciated Xiao Lulang. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be Su Er's teacher. I see that you're even younger than Su Er. You're young and promising. Minister Xing, you're too kind. Xiao Lulang said politely. Go to the carriage and wait for me. Minister Xing said to Zhou Su. Zhou Su was thin-skinned, so he felt like he was being pardoned. He bowed to Xiao Lulang and quickly ran to the carriage. Minister Xing smiled and said, I asked Su Er to find you for 2 reasons. First, I wonder if you're interested in joining the Ministry of Justice? You have the talent to solve cases and you have great ambition. You're upright and upright. The Ministry of Justice lacks talents like you. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice isn't the Zhuang family's territory. Grand Tutor Zhuang's hands can't reach here. To be able to say this, it was clear that Minister Xing had done his homework. At the very least, he had investigated Xiao Liulang's experience in the Hanlin Academy. Minister Xing smiled and said, "You don't have to rush to answer me. Take your time to think about it. If you have any ideas, you can come to the Ministry of Justice at any time to find me. Or let Su-er tell me and I'll go see you." Up until this point, Gu Jiao was very happy. She knew that her husband was very capable. Xiao Lulang didn't comment and asked, "Then the second thing? Minister Xing rubbed the bridge of his nose and smiled. "I have a daughter. She's about the same age as you. She's not married." Gu Jiao's face darkened. Xiao Lulang understood Minister Xing's meaning. He cupped his hands and said politely and distantly, "I'm indebted to Minister Xing's love, but I already have a wife." Already have a wife. Why did these words sound so nice coming from his mouth? Gu Jiao shook her head. Minister Xing's face was full of shock. He said embarrassedly, I was rude. Xiao Xiuzhua, don't take my words to heart." The two talked for a while more before Minister Xing left in the carriage. He didn't agree, did he? In the carriage, Zhou Su asked his uncle. Minister Xing shook his head. He refused so straightforwardly. Zhou Su said without surprise, "I knew it. Lord Xiao is a gentleman. On the day he passed the imperial examination, he didn't even go to the brothel to drink. I heard that he went back to accompany his wife. His wife was born in the countryside. Her appearance is average, but he never disdained her. Uncle, you can't take this kind of person home as a son-in-law." Minister Xing rubbed his hands and sighed regretfully. Minister Xing had just left when Xiao Lulang saw Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him in a good mood. Her pair of clear eyes curved into two small crescent moons. Xiao Lulang was stunned. He didn't expect her to come and he didn't expect to see her smile. She also smiled normally. She smiled obediently in front of him, laughed heartily when she was amused by others, and smiled gently when she played with little Jing Kong. But none of them were as sweet and affectionate as the one in front of him. She didn't seem to know. Her eyes were as bright as fire. When she looked at him, there was light in her eyes. The dim corners of Xiao Liulang's heart seemed to suddenly welcome a light. And? Gu Jiao tilted her head as if asking him why he didn't leave. Xiao Lulang felt that he was probably sick. She looked so silly, but he actually felt that she was quite cute. He wanted to grab her. He wanted to hug her. He wanted to rub her. Chapter 370. Xiao Lulang didn't work overtime tonight, so the two went back to Qingshui Alley together. As soon as they arrived at the door, a small figure rushed out and pounced on Gu Jiao. He hugged Gu Jiao's leg and called out in a small voice with a hint of grievance, "Jiao Jiao." It was little Jing Kong. He left Jiao Jiao for 2 days and 2 nights. He missed Jiao Jiao so much that his heart ached when he thought about it. Gu Jiao picked up the little guy on her leg and asked, "Did Grand and ask you to come back?" Little Jing Kong said, "I asked to come back." Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't stand this little loudspeaker anymore. Without Gu Jiao by his side, he was really good at blabbering. Even Eunuch Qin's little bastard became autistic because of his blabbering. It was important to have a little great-grandchild, but it was more important to live until the day the little great-grandchild was born. So when he asked to leave the palace again, Empress Dowager Zhuang hurriedly asked Eunuch Qin to pack him up and send him back. Little Jing Kong hugged Gu Jiao's neck and rested his head on her shoulder. "Jiao Jiao, I missed you so much. Did you miss me even a little bit?" Gu Jiao was amused by him and nodded. "Yes, I missed you. I knew it." The little guy was so proud that his little body twisted in Gu Jiao's arms. Xiao Lulang looked at the little guy who was acting spoiled with Gu Jiao unscrupulously. His handsome face gradually darkened. "Jiao Jiao, there's a lantern festival tonight." Little Jing Kong didn't notice his bad brother-in-law's sour face. He hugged Jiao Jiao's neck and sighed. "I'm so old, but I haven't seen a lantern festival yet." The little fellow had learned how to beat around the bush. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't have anything to do tonight. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen happened to be at home as well. Thus, after dinner, the young couple went out with their 3 younger brothers and 2 secret guards. The lantern festival was held on Chang An Avenue. Other than the end of the street and the end of the street, the stalls in the middle of the street were filled with dazzling lanterns. Some of these lanterns were for sale directly, some were for reward, and some were for making friends with lanterns and gathering to recite poems. Gu Jiao only had one thought in her mind when she glanced over. So many people, so many people. Having been in the capital for so long, this was the first time Gu Jiao was so shocked by the bustling city. As far as the eye could see, there was a surging tide of people, overflowing with colorful lights and waning lights. I can't see anything. Little Jing Kong was too small and was completely blocked by the people around him. He was so anxious that he jumped on the spot. Secret Guard A picked up Little Jing Kong and let him ride on his neck. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that the view suddenly became higher. Wow! The air above was so fresh. Secret Guard A carried Little Jing Kong and followed behind Gu Yen. Secret Guard B followed behind Gu Xiaoshan. The two of them were shadow guards, not dragon shadow guards. Their brain circuits were normal, and the two of them had very sharp judgment and extremely strong comprehensive abilities. They knew that they only needed to look after the three little men. They didn't need to worry about the son-in-law. Eldest Miss alone was enough to protect the son-in-law. Jiao Jiao. Lotus Lantern. Jiao Jiao. Peach Lantern. Jiao Jiao. Tiger Lantern. Little Jing Kong wanted to tell Gu Jiao when he saw a lantern. At first he could still get a response from Gu Jiao. But somehow they were separated by the crowd. Little Jing Kong turned around and found that Jiao Jiao was gone. Jiao Jiao? Just now there was a vendor who made lanterns on the spot beside a small stall. He didn't need to buy them with copper coins. If he guessed the riddle correctly he would get a free one. Many people heard the news and came over. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were pushed to the side by the crowd. At the moment when they were about to be separated by the crowd, they reached out their hands at the same time and grabbed each other's hands. Gu Jiao did it subconsciously and so did Xiao Lulang. The difference was that Gu Jiao was used to being nice to Xiao Lulang. She treated him so well that she didn't hide it. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, had been very restrained and restrained. Therefore, it was the first time for him to grab her hand without any hesitation. Fortunately, Gu Jiao wasn't that sensitive. If it were someone else, they might have asked him why he took the initiative today. Gu Jiao didn't ask. She just turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes were sparkling and the corners of her lips curved slightly. Don't worry, I will catch you. I won't lose you. Xiao Lulang felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't think too much about it. But the next second he frowned again. Why didn't she think too much about it? Didn't she realize that he took the initiative to hold her hand? Didn't she think that things weren't that simple? He took a deep breath and looked at her. Oh? There's really a peach lantern. Gu Jiao looked at a big pink peach in front of her and exclaimed. After saying that, she realized that he had also spoken. She asked, "What did you say just now?" Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Nothing. There were more and more people. The two of them walked hand in hand to the end of Chang'an Street. Xiao Lulang actually didn't like crowds. He felt that it was very noisy. There was too much sweat and the smell of cosmetics in the air. It would make him breathless. But that didn't happen tonight. A road that was supposed to be very difficult seemed to have become less difficult to walk. After the Lantern Festival, they met up with Gu Yen and the others at the other end of Chang'an Street. Little Jing Kong was crying like a sieve. Do it again. Do it again. I want Jiao Jiao. The Lantern Festival was incomplete without Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong felt that he had wasted his time tonight. He was crying very sadly. However, the Lantern Festival had already ended. The streets were bleak and desolate. There were only broken lanterns on the ground that had been trampled by people. Even the streets matched his mood so well. Wah! He bawled loudly. He only stopped crying when Gu Jiao promised to take him to the Lantern Festival alone next time. His eyes were red and swollen. He said with a twitch, Then I want to sleep with Jiao Jiao tonight. Xiao Yulong's mouth twitched. Little monk, I think your sadness is fake. Your real intention is to sleep with Jiao Jiao, right? Gu Jiao agreed. However, the little guy cried too hard. He was exhausted and fell asleep on the way back. Xiao Lulang rubbed his little head, but he didn't wake up. Xiao Lulang, haha. Xiao Lulang planned to carry little Jing Kong to Gu Yen and Gu Xiaoshuan's room. Then he would go to Gu Jiao's room. However, when he arrived at the central room, he heard Gu Xiaoshuan say, It's okay, brother-in-law. You don't have to squeeze with us tonight. The bed in the west room has been fixed. Xiao Lulang was stunned. It's been fixed? Who fixed it? I fixed it. I fixed it in the afternoon. Gu Xiaoshuan patted his chest and said. He was his master's direct disciple. and his carpentry skills were excellent. It was just a bed and he could fix it back. Wait, why did everyone's face look so pale? Was he cultivating too slowly? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone had fallen asleep. The noisy city had also fallen into silence. The sound of the wooden fish in the nunnery had also stopped. Only a few candlelight flickered on the candlesticks. Eunuch Wei stood guard outside the door. He thought that His Majesty had been eating for too long. Why did he suddenly become quiet? Suddenly, the door to the meditation room was opened. Grand Concubine Jing slowly walked out. Eunuch Wei hurriedly bowed. Grand Concubine. His Majesty has been so busy with state affairs that he fell asleep while eating. Ask Hui, and to bring a mattress and a pillow. Eunuch Wei looked inside and saw the emperor sleeping on the table. He was very worried but still went to the little nun named Hui, and to get a mattress and a pillow. The wooden floor was clean. Grand Concubine Jing laid the mattress behind the emperor and helped him lie down with Eunuch Wei. The pillow, she said. Yes. The little nun put the pillow on the emperor's head. Grand Concubine Jing personally opened the thin blanket and gently covered the emperor. She held the emperor's hand and murmured, "Go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll be my Honger again." Eunuch Wei looked at Grand Concubine Jing strangely. That was a taboo. She wasn't the Empress Dowager, so she didn't have the right to call the emperor by his name, let alone call him mother. However, he was more concerned about the words "when you wake up, you'll be my Honger again." Why did she say that? Wasn't he the same before he woke up? The emperor slept for a long time and it was already dawn when he woke up. Grand Concubine Jing had been watching over him all night. She couldn't take it anymore as dawn approached and fell asleep on the table beside him. She had been holding the emperor's hand the whole time, so she was the first to wake up when the emperor moved. Although there was a thick mattress, it wasn't as comfortable as the dragon bed. The emperor's back was aching. Eunuch Wei, he called out drowsily. He was still a little groggy. Grand Concubine Jing sat up straight and looked at him with gentle eyes. Honger. The emperor opened his eyes and looked at her with a frown. What did you call me? Grand Concubine Jing was startled. She stared at the emperor without blinking. However, she found that the emperor's eyes didn't have the admiration she expected. On the contrary, there was only an iceberg-like coldness and alienation. Chapter 371. Your Majesty, you called this servant? Eunuch Wei walked in with a basin of water. He had gone to the small kitchen in the nunnery to have someone prepare hot water for the emperor. After serving the emperor for so many years, he knew that the emperor was about to wake up. Even if he didn't wake up, he had to wake the emperor up. Otherwise, what else could he do? There was still morning court to attend. Your Majesty? Eunuch Wei entered the room and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He looked at the emperor, then at Concubine Jing. Was he imagining things? Why did it seem like something bad had happened between the two of them? The emperor's expression was very cold, and Concubine Jing's expression wasn't very good either. Why, Your Majesty? Eunuch Wei lowered his voice and carefully walked over with the basin of hot water. The emperor held his forehead. He was still a bit dizzy, as if someone had forcefully stuffed a ball of cotton into his head. Eunuch Wei gathered his courage and glanced at Concubine Jing, but the latter only looked at the emperor without saying anything, as if she was shocked by the emperor's appearance. Eunuch Wei thought, does His Majesty have a terrible headache? Even the imperial concubine is frightened. Eunuch Wei knelt down and placed the hot water on the floor beside him. He asked quietly, Your Majesty, do you have a headache? This servant will call for an imperial physician. The emperor put down his hand from his forehead. No need, morning court is about to begin. Eunuch Wei was startled by the emperor's unfamiliar tone. He then looked at Concubine Jing without batting an eyelid. This morning was really strange. After the emperor finished washing up, he returned to Pure Flower's palace to change into his dragon robes and go to court. Granny Kai was released on the emperor's orders last night, so no one stopped her. She stumbled out of the torture chamber in Pure Flower's palace and was delighted to see the emperor. She respectfully bowed. This servant kowtows in salute to Your Majesty. The emperor expressionlessly walked past her. Granny Kai was stunned. Since the emperor let her go, that meant he trusted the imperial concubine. Why was he treating her so coldly? Nanny Kai hurried back to the nunnery with wounds all over her body. Concubine Jing sat quietly in her meditation room. There were 2 bottles, one black and one white, on the small table beside her. Both bottles were upside down with pills spilling out of the openings. Ah, why was the medicine spilled? How much did he spend to buy it? You can't buy more. Mammy Kai didn't even have time to greet her and hurriedly put the pills back into their respective bottles. She pretended to look sideways, only to see old concubine Jing's lifeless expression. She then recalled how His Majesty had ignored her this morning. Her heart skipped a beat. Old concubine. Could it be that His Majesty found out? Concubine Jing didn't say anything. She merely clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Granny Kai knew her master too well. Her face turned even paler because of this. If you didn't find anything, then, what was it? Did the medicine lose its effect or was it the wrong medicine? Either way, the consequences would be terrible. That incident back then had almost caused him to fall out with Her Majesty. It hadn't been easy for him to use medicine to make him forget all the bad things about Her Majesty and reconcile with Her Majesty. If he remembered. Eunuch Wei. After court, His Majesty sat in his palanquin and suddenly spoke. Did I forget something? Eunuch Wei walked beside the palanquin as he looked at His Majesty and asked, What is Your Majesty talking about? Would I be asking you if I remembered? His Majesty said grumpily. Then I don't know what you're asking about. His Majesty frowned. He massaged his forehead and then his temples, feeling that he'd forgotten something important. Why couldn't he remember it all of a sudden? Your Majesty, are you still going to the nunnery? Eunuch Wei asked. Why would I go there? His Majesty asked in return. This question stumped Eunuch Wei. Did His Majesty not know why he was going to the nunnery? His Majesty remembered that he'd gone to visit concubine Jing yesterday. He asked strangely, Isn't concubine Jing in the nunnery outside the palace? I remember that the Empress Dowager sent her out of the palace back then. Why did she come back? Eunuch Wei was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Your Majesty, did you drink alcohol last night? What's wrong? His Majesty frowned. Eunuch Wei said, Have you not sobered up yet? Did you forget that you were the one who brought Her Highness the Imperial Concubine back to the palace? His Majesty was confused. I brought her back to the palace? Eunuch Wei nodded. That's right. Esteemed Imperial Concubine Dowager fell down in the nunnery and was severely injured. After you went to visit esteemed Imperial Concubine Dowager, you were worried about her safety and brought her back to Pure Flower's palace. You even had someone build a small nunnery for esteemed Imperial Concubine Dowager in the palace so that she could often accompany the ancient Buddha. So there was such a thing? His Majesty tried hard to recall, but his head hurt as soon as he did. There seemed to be some fragmented memories and Eunuch Wei wasn't lying. What he didn't understand was why he'd done this. It was against the rules. Although concubine Jing was his mother. That's right, she was his mother. She was the mother who'd raised him. It was only right that he was filial to her. It was only right. The Emperor's head hurt again. He suddenly felt that concubine Jing's mother wasn't that good. She what about her? That's right, she'd punished him and Ningyan. In the middle of winter, he and Ningyan had been punished by concubine Jing to kneel in the snow because they'd sneaked out to pick some pomelos. But that day had been Empress Dowager Zhuang's birthday, and he and Ningyan had only gone to the cold palace to give her a bag of silver charcoal and a few pomelos. She'd punished them until Ningyan had fallen ill. She punished me and Ningyan, the Emperor suddenly said. Oh? Eunuch Wei was stunned. The Emperor said, In the middle of the snow, Ningyan and I had only gone to deliver some things to the Empress, but she punished us to kneel for an entire night, the Emperor sighed. She's that afraid of us getting close to the Empress. Eunuch Wei was stunned. This Empress should be Empress Dowager Zhuang when she was young. He'd heard His Majesty mention this before, but that wasn't what His Majesty had said at first. In the middle of the cold, she actually tricked Ningyan into delivering things to her, causing Ningyan to be punished by concubine mother and even fall ill. That vicious woman can't bear to see others live a good life. These were His Majesty's original words. Why did it change now? What happened to His Majesty? The Emperor suddenly realized that his head didn't hurt as much. He turned to look at Eunuch Wei. What did you say just now? No, nothing. Eunuch Wei felt that His Majesty had probably been provoked by something and had become so strange. He had to go back and ask the little miracle doctor if His Majesty had fallen ill or been possessed. Eunuch Wei was thinking about when to leave the palace to find Gu Jiao, but he didn't expect that Gu Jiao would enter the palace by herself. Eunuch Wei ran into Gu Jiao in the imperial garden, and his eyes lit up. Miss Gu. Eunuch Wei. Gu Jiao greeted. Eunuch Wei smiled. Why are you in the palace? Are you here to visit His Majesty? Gu Jiao said, I'm here to visit Grand Aunt. Eunuch Wei smiled awkwardly but politely. How could he forget that His Majesty had always suspected that Empress Dowager Zhuang had offended the little miracle doctor? Gu Jiao saw that he was hesitating and asked, What's wrong, Eunuch Wei? Is something the matter? Eunuch Wei looked around and lowered his voice. Well, this servant doesn't know how to put it. It's just that His Majesty, he's a bit, Eunuch Wei. Grand Concubine Jing's unhurried voice came from not far away. Eunuch Wei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and bowed respectfully. Grand Concubine. Granny Kai was injured and was recuperating in the nunnery. The little nun called Hui, and was accompanying Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing walked over with her. She looked at the two and smiled. Miss Gu has also entered the palace. I happen to be on my way to visit His Majesty. Do you want to come with me? Sure, let's go together, Gu Jiao said. Eunuch Wei's eyes widened. Didn't she say she was here to visit the Empress Dowager? Grand Concubine Jing's eyelashes trembled, as if she hadn't expected Gu Jiao to agree so readily. She stared blankly for a moment before smiling. Then let's go together. Gu Jiao and Grand Concubine Jing headed to Pure Flower's palace together. The little nun was very excited and looked around. Gu Jiao didn't know what Grand Concubine Jing was up to. She hadn't spoken much with Eunuch Wei before Grand Concubine Jing arrived. Gu Jiao had followed because she wanted to see what Grand Concubine Jing was up to. She really just wanted to take a look and didn't plan on doing anything. However, there were always accidents in this world. When Eunuch Wei crossed the threshold of the small garden, he suddenly slipped and accidentally bumped into Gu Jiao. Because it was Eunuch Wei, Gu Jiao didn't dodge. Otherwise he would have fallen. The emperor, who had just come out of the study after approving a memorial, saw Eunuch Wei, who was by Grand Concubine Jing's side, suddenly bump into Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao received a solid bump. Although she didn't cry out in pain, the emperor could tell that the bump wasn't light. The emperor's face darkened. Mother, why did you push Eunuch Wei? Grand Concubine Jing, who hadn't even moved a finger. Chapter 372. Your Majesty. Eunuch Wei wanted to say that Concubine Jing didn't push him, but the emperor said coldly, Shut up. Eunuch Wei shut up. The emperor looked at the hurt Concubine Jing. For some reason he didn't feel any pity for her. Instead there was a hint of resistance and doubt. I didn't. Concubine Jing didn't say this. She knew the effects of this medicine better than anyone else. Concubine Jing didn't, the nun argued. It was Eunuch Wei who lost his footing. The emperor said coldly, Why is he the only one who lost his footing? Eunuch Wei, it's true that I lost my footing. Concubine Jing took one last look at the emperor, clenched her handkerchief and turned to leave. Concubine Jing. Concubine Jing. The nun had no choice but to follow. She kept looking back until she stepped out of the door, hoping that the emperor would make Concubine Jing stay. However, the emperor didn't. The emperor looked at Concubine Jing's back in a daze for a moment. But it was only for a moment before he went to the study with a serious face. Eunuch Wei was confused. He dismissed the servants and said to Gu Jiao, Miss Gu, did you see that? Is there something wrong with His Majesty? He wasn't like this before. Did he have a fight with Concubine Jing? Or did he suffer some kind of shock? Gu Jiao didn't answer him. Instead she asked, Concubine Jing really didn't push you just now? Eunuch Wei said, No. His Majesty made a mistake. I fell down on my own. It has nothing to do with Concubine Jing. It's really strange. When did His Majesty become like this? Miss Gu, you mean? He's suddenly very cold to Concubine Jing? Eunuch Wei suddenly understood. He had been looking for a word to describe His Majesty, but couldn't come up with one. So it was cold. He said, Not too long ago. Yesterday, His Majesty caught Kai Mama in a fit of anger and questioned her. At night, Hui In, who served Imperial Concubine Dowager, came to report that Imperial Concubine Dowager didn't eat or drink for the whole day. His Majesty was moved and went to visit Imperial Concubine Dowager. His Majesty was so tired that he fell asleep in the middle of his meal. When he woke up he was already like this. Oh, then someone must have touched the medicine in the black bottle. Godfather was right. There were really people who liked to be too smart for their own good. Eunuch Wei looked at the smile on Gu Jiao's face and felt his scalp go numb. Miss Gu, why are you smiling? Gu Jiao blinked. It's nothing. He's fine. His Majesty is fine. You don't have to worry. Eunuch Wei was skeptical. Is there really no need to worry? Gu Jiao waved her hand. No need, no need. His Majesty is doing very well. If there's nothing else, I'll go to my great aunt's place first. I'll see Miss Gu out. Eunuch Wei escorted her out of Pure Flower's palace. Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang had just finished court and was reading memorials in the study. Her memorials were different from the emperor's. She read the memorials from the 6 ministries. Only those that she agreed to submit would be sent to the emperor by the ministers. Thus, the memorials that the emperor read every day were all second-hand memorials. What a miserable emperor. Gu Jiao didn't disturb her great-aunt and went to the side hall to find Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin was sunbathing on the grass with his little tortoise. When he saw Gu Jiao come over, his first reaction was to protect his little tortoise. Gu Jiao, ahem. Eunuch Qin probably realized that he had overreacted and coughed awkwardly. He put the little tortoise into the pond and said to Gu Jiao, Miss Gu, you're here? The sun is bright. Why don't you go sit in the pavilion for a while? He would never admit that he was worried that Miss Gu would hit his little tortoise again. Although Miss Gu didn't do it on purpose, he could deeply feel that the little tortoise was scared. That's fine. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. The two went to the pavilion and Eunuch Qin came over with tea and snacks. Gu Jiao said, Eunuch Qin, the Empress Dowager and His Majesty were at odds even before the late emperor passed away. It wasn't until the late emperor passed away, His Majesty ascended the throne, and the Empress Dowager refused to relinquish power that they completely broke up. Eunuch Qin nodded. That's right. From the looks of it, the drug had been administered before His Majesty ascended the throne. However, the effect of the drug was not instantaneous. It had a fermenting process. It was not until His Majesty's last line was crossed when His Majesty's last line that the two of them had no way to turn back. If that was the case, then His Majesty's dislike for old concubine Jing would have to slowly deepen with each misunderstanding. Oh, I thought His Majesty would be able to get Shadow Guard Long back immediately, Gu Jiao murmured. What did you say, Miss Gu? Eunuch Qin didn't hear her clearly. Oh, nothing. There was no rush. After bullying her great-aunt for so long, she should at least collect some interest from her. Gu Jiao said without a change in her expression. I mean, didn't great-aunt suspect that someone had drugged His Majesty? Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin sighed. Back then, the late emperor was seriously ill, and the Liu family and the imperial court were in chaos. Who would have thought of this? They all thought that the two of them had a dispute over the late emperor's illness. Gu Jiao paused. What's there to dispute about the illness? Eunuch Qin said, back then the late emperor was suffering from a head disease. The imperial physicians and doctors of Zhao country were helpless. The imperial court invited a doctor from Yan country. The doctor said that to cure the disease the head must be opened. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Great-aunt advocated a craniotomy, but His Majesty didn't agree? Knowing her great-aunt's personality, she would have tried it boldly. His Majesty, on the other hand, was more conservative. Unexpectedly, Eunuch Qin shook his head. No, Miss Gu, you've guessed wrong. It was His Majesty who advocated a craniotomy, but the Empress Dowager didn't agree. There was such a thing? Gu Jiao was surprised. Eunuch Qin nodded again. That's right. But before that, the two of them had a few disputes. It's just that outsiders don't know about it. I don't remember what the first dispute was about, and neither does the Empress Dowager. It's been too many years. No matter what, in the eyes of outsiders, it was over whether or not to open the late emperor's head. Was it opened in the end? Gu Jiao was more curious about this. Eunuch Qin shook his head. No. The late emperor passed away before the two of them could reach a conclusion. Gu Jiao asked again, then, when did the Empress Dowager and concubine Jing break off their relationship? Eunuch Qin said, it was a few days before the late emperor died. The Empress Dowager and concubine Jing quarreled, and the Empress Dowager slapped concubine Jing. This old servant was waiting outside at the time and didn't hear what they quarreled about. I only know that the Empress Dowager stopped interacting with concubine Jing after that. With her grandaunt's personality, she was willing to take any risk as long as there was a glimmer of hope. She was a woman who was braver and more decisive than men. It was one thing if the two of them didn't agree, but even the emperor agreed. How could grandaunt be more conservative than the emperor? Could it be that there was something wrong with that doctor from the Yan kingdom? Or perhaps a more daring guess was that the doctor had been hired by concubine Jing to murder the late emperor. It was just that grandaunt had found out about concubine Jing's scheme, which was why she was opposed to opening the head. The emperor, on the other hand, had been drugged and obeyed concubine Jing's every word. He had rebelled against Grandaunt in every way possible, which was why he had advocated opening the head. Then did the late emperor really die of illness? What was written in the imperial edict he left behind before he died? Empress Dowager Zhuang came over after reading the memorial. Gu Jiao saw that she was dressed properly and looked like she was about to go out. She couldn't help but ask, Is Grandaunt going out? Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. Aren't you going to put on a show with that stupid emperor? There's no need. Gu Jiao's lips curved. It's been hard on Grandaunt these past few days. In the future, Grandaunt doesn't have to force yourself to put on a show with His Majesty anymore. A normal person would have asked why, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't ask this. She asked, Are you still giving me the candied plums? Gu Jiao spread her hands. I'm not acting anymore, so of course I'm not giving them back. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened. She was going to act. She was going to act as the one with 5 candied plums. Then, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up her phoenix robe and stomped to Pure Flower's palace. Did this girl think that her acting wasn't good enough? Humph, at worst she just put in a bit more effort. There were a lot of memorials today. Empress Dowager Zhuang had called him to discuss matters last night. The news that the Crown Prince Consort had solved the situation had already reached the other 5 countries. Among them, the Liang, Zhao, and Qin had all replied, expressing their admiration for the Crown Prince Consort and congratulations to the Zhao Kingdom. Moreover, the 3 countries had all sent invitations to the Zhao Kingdom's Crown Prince Consort. Empress Dowager Zhuang's original intention was for the 2 of them to get on good terms first so that they wouldn't quarrel again in court. He didn't go. As a result, today's morning court really was full of arguments in the throne room. Some people wanted to go to the Liang Kingdom. The Liang Kingdom was a superior country, so being on good terms with it would only benefit the Zhao Kingdom. Some people wanted to go to the Zhao Kingdom. After all, old Sir Meng's hometown, Pu City, was in the Zhao Kingdom. Pu City was also known as the chess capital. There were also people who wanted to go to the Qin Kingdom. Because the king of the Qin Kingdom was about to confer the title of a new empress, the Crown Prince Consort and the envoys would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The emperor was having a headache when a palace servant reported that Empress Dowager Zhuang had arrived. The emperor didn't think much of it, thinking that she had come to discuss this matter. He picked up his teacup and drank a mouthful of tea. In the end, he heard a forceful call from the door. Hong, the emperor's body shook and the teacup in his hand flew out. Chapter 373. This Honger is too scary. The emperor felt a tremor from his soul. If it wasn't for the fact that he was old and couldn't move, he would have thrown himself out as well. Empress Dowager Zhuang rushed into the emperor's study. Thanks to more than a year of care by Gu Jiao's side, her body was much stronger than before. Even a lot of black hair grew on her head. She sat on the chair opposite the desk, crossed her legs and looked straight at the emperor. The emperor frowned at her bandit look. Mother, what's the matter? Nothing, I just came to see you. Empress Dowager Zhuang said faintly. After she finished speaking, she realized that her attitude was perfunctory. With this kind of acting, she was afraid that she would lose some candied fruits. She paused and grinned. Ijia came to see Honger. The emperor had goosebumps all over his body. In order to show her soulful acting skills, Empress Dowager Zhuang asked eunuch Qin to guard the door. At this moment, only the mother and son were in the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang shook her legs and looked at the emperor meaningfully. It was as if she saw 5 walking candied fruits. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that the emperor was much more pleasing to the eye. Emperor, why do I feel that the way mother looks at me is not right? Empress Dowager Zhuang decided to care about her candied fruits. No, son. She smiled rarely and said very gently, Have you eaten? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Are you wearing warm clothes? How is your life? If you have any difficulties, tell mother. The emperor, Empress Dowager Zhuang took good care of the emperor. Not only that, she also accompanied, the emperor to eat lunch and invited, the emperor to stroll around the imperial garden to ensure that everyone in the 6 palaces knew that she was a loving mother empress today. Then she leisurely returned to Renshou Palace. Where is Jiao Jiao? She asked eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin smiled. Miss Gu left the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face sank. What about my candied fruits? Eunuch Qin's neck shrank. She took them away. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face darkened in a second. After Gu Jiao left the palace, she did not immediately return to the medical center. Recently, the medical center had a new doctor, so she did not have to see patients every day like before. It was really convenient for her to do her own things. She had run out of saltpeter, so she planned to find some more saltpeter. Unfortunately, this kind of thing was extremely difficult to buy on the market. Gu Jiao stroked his chin thoughtfully as he walked down the street. Duh. Suddenly, a voice called out to her. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks. She turned her head around strangely and saw the old beggar who had played chess with her a few times running towards her. "It's really you." The old beggar came to Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Just now, I thought you looked like you from the back, so I called you." Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound and said, "This is not Willow Silk Street. Why are you here?" If she remembered correctly, the old beggar was active around Willow Silk Street, and this place was close to Xuanwu Street. I'm just casually walking around," the old beggar said. He held a broken beggar's bowl in his hand and carried a basket on his back like Gu Jiao. However, his basket was also broken. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." The old beggar's face sank. "Doll, why haven't you come to play chess for several days? Am I not saving money for you?" Gu Jiao boasted shamelessly. The old beggar's mouth twitched. "You said it as if you weren't the black-hearted person who only agreed to play chess for 10 taels of silver." Gu Jiao said, "Then you can walk around. I'm leaving first." The old beggar stopped her. You're not going to play chess?" Was it easy for him to catch this little doll? Gu Jiao faintly raised her eyebrows. "Do you have money?" The old beggar held the bowl and put it on his waist. His face was full of pain. "Do you have the heart to squeeze an old man like me?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes." The old beggar was speechless. The old beggar took off his basket and gave it to Gu Jiao. He also gave the unused bowl to Gu Jiao. "My stall is over there. You take care of it for me. I'll be back in a while." "You have a stall just to beg for food?" She learned something new. After the old beggar finished giving his instructions, he left in a hurry. Gu Jiao saw him enter an alley. There was a chess club in that alley. Gu Jiao had gone there for treatment before. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She took the old beggar's things to the so-called stall and squatted down expressionlessly. Her small body squatted there with a broken bowl in front of her. She looked a little pitiful. She didn't dress like a beggar, but the more noble a person was, the more pitiful they would be. After all, who didn't want to save face these days? If it wasn't because her family couldn't survive, why would a girl beg on the street? Everyone looked at Gu Jiao sympathetically. Gu Jiao didn't think so. She was attracted by the chess game left by the old beggar on the ground. This chess game was different from the one she had solved before. It was very strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange about it. She began to calculate the positions of each chess piece in her mind. Clang. A copper coin was thrown into the broken bowl in front of her. Gu Jiao didn't look up and continued to play chess. Clang. Another person passed by and threw a copper coin into the bowl. Gu Jiao still didn't look up and focused on solving the game. She finally knew what was strange about this chess game. It was so murderous. How murderous was the person who created this chess game? Although chess was supposed to be a battle between two chess pieces, it was rare to see such a battle. Gu Jiao was so engrossed in the game that she didn't notice that there were many copper coins in the broken bowl. If the old beggar knew that he couldn't get more than a few copper coins in the whole day, but Gu Jiao had a full bowl without doing anything, he would probably vomit blood. "Young master, look." On the second floor of a tea house behind Gu Jiao, a gray-clothed guard opened the window and leaned half of his body out. He pointed at Gu Jiao in front of him. The man also leaned out and looked in the direction of the gray-clothed guard's finger. He patted his fan and said, "What's there to see about a little beggar?" The gray-clothed guard quickly said, "No, young master, it's her." The man asked, "Which her?" The gray-clothed guard anxiously said, "The little girl who was with the little monk." The man's hand that was playing with the fan paused. "The one who used the black fire bead to blow you up?" "Yes, young master, it's her." The gray-clothed guard scratched his head. "Strange, why is she begging?" The man meaningfully hooked his lips. "Let's go and take a look." The gray-clothed guard closed the window and followed the man. "What are you doing here?" the man asked in a bad mood. The gray-clothed guard said, "Didn't young master say to go and take a look?" The man coldly snorted, "I'm going to take a look, not you. Wasn't it exposed enough last time?" The gray-clothed guard curled his lips and unwillingly stayed in the room. The man was wearing a crescent white robe with a dark blue muslin robe and a jade belt around his waist. He looked handsome and elegant. Gu Jiao was guarding the old beggar's stall. From time to time people would come and go, but they wouldn't stay here. The light above Gu Jiao's head dimmed. She didn't pay attention to it at first, but the shadow didn't leave after a while. She raised her head in annoyance. What came into view was a handsome face that was elegant and noble. His eyebrows were extremely deep, his nose was high and his lips were light in color. The corners of his lips were curled up in a beautiful arc. Was this person of whose descent? He was quite good-looking. The man showed a smile. "Miss," Gu Jiao said, "you're blocking the light." The man, Gu Jiao ignored him and continued to think about the game of chess. The man curiously touched the bridge of his nose. He was so good-looking, how could a girl ignore him? Was his hair messy? Or was his face dirty? "Miss," he called again. However, Gu Jiao ignored him. The man stepped to the side, trying not to block Gu Jiao's light. At the same time, he also looked at what Gu Jiao was doing. It turned out that she was playing chess. It was a bit of a stretch to call it a game of chess. It was nothing more than a chessboard drawn with an old wooden board. Stones were used as chess pieces and each of them was irregular. The black piece was just a drop of ink on the stone. The man's mouth twitched. Was she so poor? Didn't she live in by Shui Alley? That was near the Imperial College and the house prices were very high. Moreover, he had seen the little monk's things. Any one of them could be sold at a sky-high price. If she couldn't live anymore, she could sell the little monk's things. Why beg on the street? Anyway, this girl was so poor. Did she know how to play chess? The man just glanced at the chessboard with the mentality that if she didn't know how to play, he could reluctantly teach her a thing or two. At first glance he didn't feel much, just a bit uncomfortable. He glanced again, a third time and a fourth time. His expression froze. It couldn't be, right? Could it be that he was mistaken? How could he be here, on the street of Zhao country? To be exact, in the hands of a little beggar, a little girl. He saw this chess game. Everyone knew that the chess sage of the 6 countries, old Mr. Meng, had created countless chess games in his life. Among them the 8 games were the most famous. There were very few people who could solve them, especially the Chengkuan game. It was said that the crown princess of Zhao country recently solved the Chengkuan game, becoming the person who solved the 8 games the most in the 6 countries. But no one knew that old Mr. Meng actually had another set of chess games. The Life and Death 6 games. This was truly a forbidden situation that no one could break. The reason why it was forbidden was because the murderous aura of the Life and Death 6 games was too strong. Often, before the game was solved, the player would go crazy first. He was lucky to see the first game of the Life and Death 6 games. Before he went crazy, he chose to give up. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he could see it again. Why was this girl not affected at all? She looked very relaxed. Was she not affected by the murderous aura of the chess game? You. The man moved his gaze away from the chess game. Gu Jiao pointed at the broken bowl in front of her. The man was stunned for a moment, then he seemed to understand. He took out 2 gold ingots and put them in the bowl. Gu Jiao finally responded, "What's the matter?" Sure enough, money could make the devil turn millstones and money could make people speak. The man patted his folding fan speechlessly and said, "This game. What do you think?" "Well, it's quite interesting," Gu Jiao said. "Does it mean something? That's it? Don't you think it's difficult? Bottom?" "Well, it's a little difficult," Gu Jiao admitted. The man was confused. "I'm asking you if it's difficult? There's a bottom at the back. What kind of freak was this girl? How could she talk about a chess game with murderous aura so lightly? No, shouldn't he be curious about where this last learned how to play Go?" The Life and Death 6 games were not like the 8 games that were widely spread in the 6 countries. They had been banned by the royal family of the Yan Kingdom. Ordinary people had never seen them. One moment, it was the black fire pearl of the royal family of the Yan Kingdom. The next moment, it was old Mr. Meng's Life and Death 6 games. What was this girl's relationship with the Yan Kingdom? Doll? The old beggar came out of the alley with the silver in his hands. The man didn't want to have too much contact with people for the time being, so he didn't want to leave any information. He turned around and went back to the tea house. The old beggar came in front of Gu Jiao, squatted down, and handed the shining silver in his hands to Gu Jiao. He laughed and said, "Doll, look, I won." Then he lowered his head and saw the broken bowl at his feet. There were 2 shining gold ingots in the bowl. In addition to the gold ingots, there were also many copper coins and pieces of silver. The old beggar was flabbergasted. This. Where did this come from?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then said lightly, "Well, a passerby gave it to me." The old beggar looked at the bowl of gold, silver and copper coins, and then looked at the scattered silver ingots in his hands. He suddenly felt that the silver ingots weren't very attractive. He worked so hard to play chess with a group of idiots, but in the end he didn't earn as much as the doll squatting here. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and wanted to ask him if he wanted to play chess. The old beggar raised his hand bitterly and said, "Don't talk to me first. I need to calm down. It was too painful." "Okay." Gu Jiao continued squatting by the roadside, drawing circles with a chess piece. Suddenly, a very gorgeous carriage stopped in front of them. The curtain of the carriage was opened, and a burst of fragrant wind came. Gu Jiao's nose itched and she sneezed. A female official in a pink palace dress came down from the carriage. She covered her nose with a handkerchief, stopped 3 steps away from the old beggar, and didn't go forward anymore. She didn't look at Gu Jiao squatting on the ground, but looked down at the old beggar sitting by the roadside and said, "Your Excellency, my master invites you to go to the Qingfeng gang with me." No. The old beggar refused without thinking. The female official said, "I heard that your Excellency was driven out of the Qinghuan Chess Club, and you can't go there to play chess from now on. My master felt sorry for your Excellency when he heard the news." Gu Jiao took a look at the old beggar. The old man was driven out of the chess club? No wonder he changed to another chess club. The old beggar put his hands on his hips and said, "They didn't drive me out. It's me who decided to never go to that kind of rubbish chess club again. Let me pretend to lose? How can you embarrass me like that?" This was not a bluff but the truth. He really didn't know how to lose to a group of rookies. The female official tried her best to keep her expression from collapsing. "My master sincerely invites your Excellency to play chess. Please come with me to change your clothes and go to the Qingfeng gang to meet my master." The old beggar laughed and said, "I have to change my clothes to meet your master. Who is your master? The emperor or the empress?" The female official said seriously, "It's inconvenient to disclose the identity of my master, but it's definitely a noble identity that you can't imagine. With my master's protection, no one in the capital's chess club will dare to drive your Excellency out." "I'm not going." The old beggar still refused without any hesitation. The female official's face showed a trace of impatience. "Your Excellency might as well consider it." The old beggar waved his hand. "I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. Aren't you annoying? You're disturbing me from playing chess with my child. Go, go, go." The female official was driven away. She coldly knitted her brows and looked at Gu Jiao, who was squatting on the ground studying the Go board. Her eyes moved. "It's her?" The female official went to a side room of the Qingfeng gang to reporting to the crown princess, "He is not willing to come." "Why is he not willing to come?" The crown princess was puzzled. The crown princess had hesitated for a long time before deciding to invite that old beggar. At first she did not pay much attention to him, but he had won against Maoshan practitioner time and time again. It was impossible for the crown princess to not pay attention to him. The female official respectfully said, "He wants to play chess with someone." "Oh." The crown princess put down the teacup in her hand and asked. The female official replied, "The daughter of Marquis Ding An's manor. The one that grew up in the countryside." The crown princess had personally seen Gu Jiao play chess with the old beggar. At that time she did not pay much attention to it, but now she could not help but be curious. How did she know that old beggar? The female official thought for a while and said, "I heard that the old beggar used to set up a chess game on Lusu Street. However, everyone thought that he was a lunatic and no one went to play chess with him. Perhaps Miss Gu happened to go there and they got to know each other." Showing her face in public and squatting on the side of the road to play chess with a beggar, only a vulgar girl from the countryside would do such a disgraceful thing. She is the daughter of Marquis Ding An's manor and the wife of the new top scholar, yet she does not care about her family's face at all. The crown princess cared about face. She definitely would not lower her status to interact with a beggar on the street. "Forget it. It's fine if he doesn't come." The crown princess did not think too highly of him. "Is there any news from old Sir Meng's side?" The female official said, "There is currently no news from the country of Yen. As for the country of Liang, the country of Qin and the country of Zhao." The crown princess cut her off and said loftily, "What I want is news from the country of Yen. What I need is old Sir Meng's attention." Chapter 374. The novel is updated faster. Gu Jiao played chess with the old beggar for a while and then left. Of course, she didn't forget to take the gold ingots and work fees she earned. However, she still had some conscience and left the copper coins and silver pieces for the old beggar. It was still early, so Gu Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy. She originally planned to wait for Xiao Lulang to finish his duty, but after asking the Hanlin Academy's Kong Mu, she learned that Xiao Lulang went to the countryside again. However, this time he didn't go far. He was in the capital and could come back at night. Thank you. Gu Jiao thanked him politely and turned to leave the Hanlin Academy. Little Jing Kong was going to play at Su Kanji's house today. She had already informed them in the morning, so she didn't need to pick him up at the Imperial College. The Su family would send him back to the medical center in the evening. Gu Jiao decided to go directly to the medical center. However, even Gu Jiao didn't expect that she would encounter some hooligans on the way back to the medical center. Gu Jiao was puzzled. There was still a long way to go before the new year. Were they open for business so early? There were a total of 6 hooligans. Judging from their clothes, they looked like bandits and refugees. However, they were strong and they looked like they were holding knives and swords. They should have some martial arts foundation. They covered their faces with cloth and stared at her covetously. Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, "Robbery?" With her current appearance, she couldn't be robbing, right? However, it was hard to say. Some men wouldn't care so much if they didn't have sex for a long time. So, Gu Jiao wasn't interested. Gu Jiao turned and left. She didn't even want to fight. Stop. The leader of the hooligans shouted. Gu Jiao stopped, and the result was that the hooligans were beaten black and blue. They were crying for their parents. Gu Jiao didn't bother to report it to the authorities. With their current miserable state, it wouldn't take long for the nearby officials to be alerted, so she didn't have to do anything. Gu Jiao flicked his wide sleeves and walked back to the clinic. The reason why she chose to walk was not because she was idle, nor was it because she was distressed about the cost of hiring a carriage. It was purely because she wanted to observe the shops along the street. On the way back to the clinic, they didn't encounter any more trouble. "Xiaogu, you're back." It was the second master. The business of the medical hall had improved a lot, and the orders of the pharmaceutical factory had also increased. In addition to making their own brand of medicine for wounds, Huichun Hall also made some pills that could replenish qi and blood. The second boss was so busy that he rarely bumped into Gu Jiao. "Uncle Hu." Gu Jiao greeted him. "What's the good news today?" Second boss smiled mysteriously. "Let me show you something." "What?" Gu Jiao asked. The second boss took out a dazzling golden invitation from his chest. "This is something that I fought for with great difficulty. Originally, our Miracle Hand Hall had just opened and didn't have the qualifications to participate in this kind of gathering, but who told me to be so amazing?" Gu Jiao still didn't understand. Thus, the second boss explained to her, and Gu Jiao finally understood. This was actually a meeting organized by the capital's Chamber of Commerce. Although the Miracle Hand Hall was a medical hall, it wasn't a welfare organization of the Imperial Court, so it still had the qualifications to join the Chamber of Commerce. In the Chamber of Commerce, one could seek more opportunities for development and cooperation with partners. There were official members and unofficial members. The second boss had indeed spent a lot of effort to obtain the invitation to the Chamber of Commerce. The date was next month. He also didn't expect to become an official member of the Chamber of Commerce immediately. After all, Huichun Hall had joined the ranks of the Chamber of Commerce several years ago. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. This time we're mainly going to broaden our horizons. What do you think? The second boss asked. Okay. Gu Jiao didn't have any objections. When it came to business, she wholeheartedly trusted the second boss. It had to be said that this feeling of being trusted was very good. The second boss smiled and said, "Then I'll go arrange it. Remember to clear out these few days." Gu Jiao nodded in response. "All right, you go to your work." The second boss suddenly looked at Gu Jiao's sleeve and loudly shouted, "You're injured." His shout was very loud and the entire hall heard it. Even Eunuch Wei, who had just gotten out of the carriage, heard it. What happened? What happened? Who's injured? Is Miss Gu injured?" Eunuch Wei anxiously ran inside and came to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Jiao lifted the sleeve that the second boss was looking at. There were indeed a few drops of blood on it, but she wasn't injured. She must have accidentally rubbed the other party's blood on her clothes when she was dealing with that group of ruffians. "It's not mine," Gu Jiao said. "Then what's up with the blood?" Eunuch Wei pointed at her sleeve and asked worriedly. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound. "I just ran into a few ruffians and taught them a lesson." Eunuch Wei was still worried, so he pulled Gu Jiao's wrist and used his body to block everyone else's view. He rolled up her sleeve and carefully examined it. After confirming that there were no wounds or bruises, Eunuch Wei finally let out a long sigh of relief. He helped Gu Jiao pull up her sleeve. He was a eunuch and didn't have too many barriers between men and women, but he still didn't want others to see Gu Jiao's arm in public. "Eunuch Wei, why are you here?" Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Wei said, "His Majesty had this servant come." His Majesty wasn't in a good mood earlier in the palace and didn't pay attention to Miss Gu. After His Majesty calmed down, he felt apologetic and ordered the imperial kitchen to make some of Miss Gu's favorite snacks. He was talking about what happened in the morning. The emperor misunderstood that Grand Concubine Jing had pushed Eunuch Wei. He was furious and had mixed feelings as he turned to enter the study. After being poisoned by the black medicine, only the bad side of that person's memory would be left. Gu Jiao was still the little miracle doctor that the emperor thought highly of. Gu Jiao accepted the snacks. Eunuch Wei returned to the palace to report and told the emperor about the attack on Gu Jiao. It was just a few ruffians. Miss Gu wasn't hurt. Ruffians of this level were most likely ruffians in the capital. It wasn't likely that they were sent by some big shot to assassinate Gu Jiao. After all, they were too weak and couldn't do any harm to Gu Jiao. However, the emperor didn't know why, but a figure suddenly appeared in his mind and couldn't be erased. A terrifying thought surged into his mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Reason told him that it was impossible, but the more he thought about it, the more that thought magnified in his mind. In the end, it was as if he had been possessed and he firmly believed in this conjecture. He slammed the booklet in his hand on the table and went to the nunnery with a cold face. It was evening and all the palaces had begun to have their meals. It was also dinner time in the nunnery. Green smoke was rising from the chimney of the small kitchen, adding to the atmosphere of the common people among the pavilions and terraces. The setting sun should have been a very warm scene. However, the emperor's heart was cold. "Your Majesty?" The little nun Hui En, who was sweeping the courtyard, saw the emperor. Her eyes sparkled as she put down the broom and bowed. The emperor didn't even look at her as he went to Grand Concubine Jing's small temple with a cold expression. Grand Concubine Jing wasn't in the temple, but in the meditation room next door. She was sitting on the polished wooden floor with a small table in front of her. There were a few bottles and a few fresh ingredients on the table. She was using a pestle and mortar to make something in a small jar in her arms. Her left thumb was wrapped in a white gauze, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. It could be seen that she was working very hard at it. Granny Kai stayed by her side and helped her. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps was heard. Granny Kai paused in her cutting of the taro and looked at Grand Concubine Jing beside her. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her head and ate the mashed taro, as if she hadn't heard the commotion outside. Granny Kai gently placed the knife and taro on the table, intending to go over and see what was going on. She had just stood up when the emperor entered the room. He left his shoes outside the door. Granny Kai bowed. "Your Majesty." Grand Concubine Jing seemed to have finally realized that someone had come. She calmly raised her head with a gentle gaze, but there was also a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She only glanced at the emperor without saying anything, and then lowered her head to continue eating the mashed taro. "You're dismissed," the emperor coldly said to Granny Kai. Granny Kai turned her head and looked at Grand Concubine Jing, who didn't say anything. She lowered her head and said, "Yes, this servant will take her leave." Granny Kai got up and left the room. The emperor knew that she hadn't gone far and was probably listening at the door, but he didn't care that much. He suddenly sat down in front of Grand Concubine Jing and looked at the face that he had missed day and night. He said with a pained voice, "Why did you do this, mother?" Grand Concubine Jing stopped eating the mashed taro. She held the jar in one hand and the pestle and mortar in the other. Her eyes were full of confusion. "What did I do?" The emperor stared at Grand Concubine Jing without blinking, and his hands on his knees slowly clenched. "Mother, don't play the fool anymore. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Mother, you know very well what you did." "I know very well what I did? Your Majesty, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Grand Concubine Jing said indifferently as she angrily threw the pestle and mortar into the jar. She then placed the jar on the table indifferently. There wasn't a trace of guilt on her face, so logically speaking, she really shouldn't have done anything. However, the emperor's suspicions were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They had grown on the way here and had grown even more when he saw her in person. The emperor said seriously, very well. If mother wants to hear it, then I'll tell you. The young divine doctor was attacked today and almost got injured. If it wasn't for her quick wits and skills, she would have been killed. Grand Concubine Jing was surprised. So your majesty believes that I was the one who instigated this? Wasn't that the case? The emperor asked with gritted teeth. Why would I do that? Grand Concubine Jing asked. The emperor sneered. What? I want to ask you why, mother. Is it that as long as it's someone Zhen likes, Imperial Mother will drive them away from Zhen's side? You used to be Mother Zhuang and now you're the young divine doctor. In Mother's heart, I can't get close to anyone other than you. Grand Concubine Jing suddenly raised her voice. I've never thought of it that way. The emperor's lips curled up in a mocking smile. Is that so? Then why did Mother stop me from seeing Mother? When did I? Grand Concubine Jing paused mid-sentence. The emperor looked at her coldly. Mother, you remember now, don't you? To be honest, I've forgotten about it as well, but I suddenly remembered it a few days ago. Ning and I secretly went to the cold palace to visit Mother, and she punished us by making us kneel in the snow for an entire night. Ning fell seriously ill because of it. Grand Concubine Jing closed her eyes and explained patiently, that's because I didn't want noble consort Lu to have something on me. The empress didn't want you to visit her in the cold palace either. She didn't want to implicate you and neither did I. The son was hurt and the mother was hurt. How could I not feel bad when you were kneeling in the snow? The emperor said indifferently, is that so? I don't remember Mother feeling bad at all. Grand Concubine Jing clenched her fists. Outside the room, Granny Kai was so anxious that she felt suffocated. She knew the situation at the time. Grand Concubine Jing punished His Majesty and Ning while tears welled up in her eyes. Anyone could tell that she couldn't bear it. Yet the emperor said that he didn't remember. That pill? It must be that pill? Whatever you say, your majesty. Grand Concubine Jing lowered her eyes, her expression and tone filled with hurt. Your majesty. Granny Kai couldn't help but walk in and kneel. Grand Concubine wouldn't do that. She's someone who can't even bear to step on an ant. Why would she send someone to assassinate Miss Gu? Endless mockery flashed through the emperor's eyes. Can't even bear to step on an ant? Then who was it that beat my fucking to death back then? Grand Concubine Jing's pupils shrank. What did you say? The emperor said coldly, I said Mother beat my fucking to death. Fucking was a name so long ago that no one in the palace remembered his existence. He was the one who served the emperor when he was young. After his death, the emperor had eunuch Wei by his side. However, fucking was bribed by noble consort Lu to frame the emperor several times. Even death couldn't wipe out his crimes. Moreover, it wasn't Grand Concubine Jing who ordered him to be beaten to death. It was the virtuous Empress Zhuang Jin's. All of you look carefully. This is the consequence of betraying your master for glory. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please save this servant. This servant knows her mistake. Mother, execute her. It was Zhuang Jin's who did it, so why was she blamed? Grand Concubine Jing's hands clenched into fists. She was using so much force that her knuckles turned white. Granny Kai choked. No, your majesty. It wasn't Grand Concubine. The emperor didn't look at Nanny Kai at all. Instead, he stared at Concubine Jing with blazing eyes. Fine. Mother won't admit to the matter of the young divine doctor or fucking, but Mother won't be able to get away with you Ro's matter. You Ro, Concubine Ro. When the emperor was still a prince, he went to Jiangnan with the previous emperor and brought back a beauty. After ascending the throne, he made her Concubine Ro. Concubine Ro died in childbirth. The emperor gritted his teeth. The day before Concubine Ro passed away, Mother summoned her to her chambers. What did Mother say to Concubine Ro that caused her to give birth prematurely? In all honesty, Grand Concubine Jing didn't summon Concubine Ro. It was Concubine Ro who came to pay respects to Grand Concubine Jing. As for why she gave birth prematurely, it had nothing to do with Grand Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing looked at the emperor in disbelief, her fingernails digging into her flesh. Once she got used to someone treating her well, she would forget that it was because of a pill. She even had the confidence and misconception that he would still treat her well even after the effects of the pill wore off. Don't touch the young divine doctor again. Don't touch anyone around me, and don't waste the last bit of our mother-son relationship. The emperor said coldly, stood up and walked away without looking back. Grand Concubine Jing was so angry that she swept the jar on the table to the floor. It was the mashed taro she had been making all afternoon. She had planned to make taro puffs for the emperor. The emperor liked the pastries she made. He liked all of them, such as jujube puffs, taro puffs, osmanthus puffs, and thousand-layer puffs. Your Highness. Granny Kai felt wronged. The Grand Concubine's hand was injured because of the mashed taro. Grand Concubine Jing looked at her bandaged thumb and murmured, "He didn't even notice that my hand was injured." A person who had been treated with care had suddenly become someone who didn't care about anything. The difference was huge. Granny Kai said with heartache, "Your Highness? I've already advised you, but it's useless. You might as well not do anything." Grand Concubine Jing's eyes were deep. Zhuang Jins didn't do anything back then. I've often wondered why she didn't do anything. Didn't she want to redeem herself? She didn't know that His Majesty was drugged. How could she be so ruthless and so proud? How could she let it go so easily? When Zhuang Jins realized that this son of hers was no longer close to her, she didn't ask him to stay. She flew away like a proud phoenix without any reluctance. She left so decisively and straightforwardly, as if she had never loved this son of hers. Grand Concubine Jing clutched at her heart, which felt like a sharp knife was stabbing at it. Isn't she sad? Granny Kai sighed inwardly. How could she not be sad? It's just that her personality is like that. She'd rather be sad until she dies than beg for pity from anyone. She was like this to the late emperor and to His Majesty. How many sleepless nights must Zhuang Jins have had where she could only lick her wounds in the dark? She might have been in pain, cried and torn apart, but she wouldn't let anyone see her weakness. She was no longer the Zhuang Jins of the past from the moment she turned the late emperor's harem into her own. Grand Concubine Jing returned to her room and took out the imperial edict. Granny Kai's expression changed. Your Highness, what are you doing? Don't be rash. Chapter 375. Grand Concubine Jing gripped the imperial edict with a cold expression. Granny Kai grabbed her arm and dropped to her knees. She was so scared that her face turned pale and her voice trembled. Your Highness, I'm on my knees. Please don't be impulsive. His Majesty is just momentarily blinded. Wait a while. His Majesty will be fine after a while. Naturally, this was just a consolation, but Granny Kai couldn't think of any other way. I'm begging you, please put the imperial edict back. Please put it back. You don't only have His Majesty. You still have Princess Ning'an. Please don't be impulsive. Please think for the princess. Grand Concubine Jing was dazed. Ning'an won't be able to come back in this lifetime. She won't be able to. She won't. Granny Kai sobbed and shook her head. The Empress Dowager said that as long as the princess dared to marry, she wouldn't be able to come back for the rest of her life. She was just angry. The Empress Dowager loves the princess so much. If the princess really wanted to come back, how could the Empress Dowager refuse her? Grand Concubine Jing murmured, "Can Ning'an come back?" Yes, yes. Granny Kai looked at Grand Concubine Jing's dazed expression and stood up quietly. She carefully reached out to hold one end of the imperial edict. Your Highness, please give the imperial edict to me. I'll put it away for you. I'll grind the ink for you later. Your Highness, please send a letter home to the princess and say that you miss her. Grand Concubine Jing looked confused. Write a letter to Ning'an. Granny Kai slowly pulled the imperial edict out of her hand. Yes, yes, Your Highness. Write a letter to Princess Ning'an. You haven't written a letter home for this month yet. Grand Concubine Jing didn't resist in the end and let her hand fall. Granny Kai took the imperial edict in her hand and let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly put the edict in another secret compartment. The previous secret compartment had been exposed, and this one was under the floorboards. Granny Kai was afraid that Grand Concubine Jing would change her mind, so she quickly went to the study to get a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Your Highness, no matter what, she had to divert the imperial concubine's attention. Grand Concubine Jing raised her brush indifferently. In the darkness of the night where no one could see, she closed her eyes and a tear fell. Xiao Lulang went to the countryside, little Jing Kong went to the Su Kanji house, and Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan went to learn martial arts again. Gu Jiao felt that it would be unreasonable if she did not do something secretly at such a perfect time. She infiltrated Marquis Ding An manor. Marquis Ding An's manor was as quiet as usual. Originally, Gu Qinglin was a little noisy, but a few days ago Marquis Gu did not have a carriage. Walking from the countryside to the capital, he nearly broke his legs. When he returned home he fell ill. Today Gu Qinglin was taking care of his father in his courtyard. This just so happened to be convenient for Gu Jiao. After all, Gu Qinglin and Gu Qingfeng lived in the same courtyard. It was never a bad thing to have one less person watching over them. Gu Jiao entered Gu Qingfeng's courtyard with ease. Gu Qingfeng was taking a bath. As he soaked, he sang an opera in the wooden tub. Gu Jiao did not understand opera, but for some reason she felt that his voice was quite pleasant to listen to. Ying in the sky, the wild geese soar. Hearing the slave's voice, the shadow falls on the painting screen. Gu Qingfeng was very engrossed in singing. His voice was mellow, his voice melodious, and his gestures were full of charm. You can sing a female voice? Gu Jiao bent down and whispered into his ear. The tone of this sentence was so casual that it was as if he was greeting an acquaintance on the street. However, the reality was that Gu Qingfeng was in his own room, bathing, singing an opera, and not wearing a single stitch of clothing. In order to not be heard by others, he specially chose a time when Gu Qinglin was not in the courtyard and dismissed all the servants. Thus he did not expect that he would be disturbed. Saying that he was disturbed was not enough. This was simply a shock. Gu Qingfeng fell into the water with a plop and almost choked himself to death. When he held onto the edge of the wooden tub and sat up, he did not know how many mouthfuls of his bath water he had drunk. He grabbed the towel hanging on the wooden tub to cover a certain unspeakable part. He was so panicked that his hair stood up in the tub. Why did you come in the middle of the night? And you specifically chose to come when I was bathing. Do you have some strange fetish? Last time it was in the toilet and this time it was in the bathtub. Gu Qingfeng seriously suspected that she did it on purpose. Gu Jiao spread her hands. I didn't know that you were the one singing the opera. Who asked you to sing an opera when you were bathing, and a female one at that? Gu Qingfeng's face turned red. Sheng Dan is clean and ugly, it's whatever I sing. Do you understand? I don't understand. Gu Jiao said bluntly. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. You. Get out. Gu Jiao turned around, opened the door and walked out. She had already crossed the threshold when suddenly a small head popped in. It's quite nice. Gu Qingfeng. Shut up. Last time, when he pretended to be an assassin to frame Nanny Kai, Gu Qingfeng had used a voice that was completely different from his usual voice. Gu Jiao did not take it to heart at that time. She only thought that they were professional thieves. Not only could they hide their appearance but they could also disguise their voice. But tonight when she heard it, it was not a fake voice. He could really change his voice. Hey, what other voices do you know? Gu Jiao asked after Gu Qingfeng came out of the room with a gloomy face. None. Gu Qingfeng said in a bad mood. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng thought that she had given up. She suddenly asked again, do you know a lowly voice? The mature voice? Teenager voice? Queen voice? Gu Qingfeng stopped and looked at her in confusion. Although I don't know what you were talking about, but when did you become so talkative? Isn't little Jing Kong the only little loudspeaker spirit in your family? Gu Jiao blinked and stopped pestering him to change his voice. She took out a copper coin from her pouch and handed it to him. What is it? Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao said, a tip for you. Gu Qingfeng. The two left the courtyard and walked forward at a moderate pace. However, the old duke was not around and most of the secret guards in the residence were not around either. When they passed by a small wooden house, Gu Qingfeng said, if you want to see me in the future, can you let me know in advance? Or you can at least knock on the door. Today she only saw him bathing and singing. What if one day, he was a man and it would be inconvenient for him to be seen by others? Oh, is that so? Gu Jiao raised her hand and knocked on the door of the small wooden house. Creak. The door of the small wooden house opened. Both of them were stunned. No one expected that there would be someone here and the person who walked out was Gu Changqing. Both of them were wearing night clothes and holding masks in their hands. When Gu Qingfeng saw his eldest brother, he put on his mask and ran away with his lightness skill. Gu Changqing frowned. Who is it? However, Gu Qingfeng's figure had already disappeared. Did someone pass by here just now? Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jiao shrugged. I don't think so. That guy wasn't human. She didn't want to say that. Gu Changqing stopped looking around and looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. It's so late, why are you here? Where are you going wearing night clothes? Gu Jiao, well? Gu Changqing asked, are you looking for me? Gu Jiao thought for a while, that's fine too. Gu Changqing. What do you mean that's fine too? Is it true or not? I want to steal an imperial edict, Gu Jiao said bluntly. No one would believe her if she said she was here for a walk since they had already seen her. Gu Changqing was shocked. What imperial edict? Why do you want to steal one? Gu Jiao said calmly, concubine Jing has an imperial edict. I want to steal that. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. How do you know she has an imperial edict? Did you investigate her before? Did you steal something from her? Gu Jiao blinked innocently. Gu Changqing sucked in a cold breath. You're crazy. She has shadow dragon guards with her. You'll die if you go near her. Gu Jiao blinked but didn't say anything. Gu Changqing suddenly couldn't get angry. No, he was still angry. It's too dangerous. Don't do this alone in the future. Of course, he didn't know that Gu Jiao had dragged Gu Qingfeng along. Gu Changqing asked, when did you go? Gu Jiao thought for a while. The day before yesterday? Gu Changqing frowned. Did you alarm her? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes. Gu Changqing sucked in a cold breath again. Did this girl know what she was doing? She had managed to escape unscathed after alarming her. Should he say that she was lucky or lucky? Moreover, it had only been a few days and she dared to go again? Was this girl's guts made of iron? Gu Changqing didn't know what to say. He face-bombed. It's too dangerous to steal an imperial edict now. Moreover, she might move it. Do you know what imperial edict it is? Gu Jiao shook her head. I didn't have time to see it. Gu Changqing said thoughtfully, could it be the imperial edict that the late emperor issued before his death to bury Empress Dowager Zhuang? Gu Changqing's reaction was the same as Gu Qingfeng's, which wasn't strange. After all, the matter of concubine Jing stealing the imperial edict and burning it had caused a great uproar. Although the emperor had suppressed the news that should have leaked had already spread among the noble families. If concubine Jing had an imperial edict, Gu Changqing could only think of this imperial edict. Gu Changqing said, leave the imperial edict to me. Don't act rashly. It's important to deal with her, but your safety is more important. Gu Changqing couldn't bring himself to say such mushy words. The night wind was a bit strong and Gu Jiao's ahog stood up again. Gu Changqing raised his hand and gently pressed down her ahog. Once he let go, it stubbornly stood up again. Gu Changqing suddenly wanted to laugh. He thought of Gu Yan. As expected of a boy phoenix twin, even the ahog on her head was as stubborn. He gently rubbed her head. I'll send you back. Gu Jiao said, oh. Gu Changqing sent Gu Jiao out of the manor through the main entrance. He had someone prepare a carriage for Gu Jiao to sit in, and they left Marquis Ding An's manor openly. The carriage stopped at Bai Shui Alley. You enter the room first. Gu Changqing said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao suppressed the urge to steal the imperial edict and slowly entered the room. Gu Changqing went over to the old chancellor's side. The old chancellor was inspecting the candied fruits in the kitchen. That's right, the candied fruits given to Grandaunt every day were all personally made by the old chancellor. They tasted better than the ones on the market. More importantly, they had less sugar and were healthier. The old chancellor met with Gu Changqing in the study room. Gu Changqing stated the purpose of his visit. The old chancellor stroked his beard. You're saying, it's very likely that imperial concubine Jing didn't burn the imperial edict? That's strange. She and Zhuang Jin's were irreconcilable. If she really had an imperial edict ordering Zhuang Jin's death, why didn't she take it out earlier? Gu Changqing said, could it be a trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager? The old chancellor pondered for a moment and said, why would she want to threaten Zhuang Jin's? Wouldn't it be better to just kill her? Whatever Zhuang Jin's could give her, His Majesty could also give her. On the contrary, because of Zhuang Jin's restriction, His Majesty's power was greatly reduced and he gave her less. So no matter how you look at it, killing Zhuang Jin's was the best choice for her. Gu Changqing asked, could it be that the imperial edict didn't say that the Empress Dowager was to be buried with her? The old chancellor frowned, but if it wasn't for Zhuang Jin's to be buried with her, then what would it be? Gu Changqing had a headache. There isn't a third living person who has seen the imperial edict. No one knows what was written on it. The old chancellor's eyes lit up. No, maybe there is one person who knows. Gu Changqing looked at him in confusion. The old chancellor said, Princess Ning and Gu Changqing, her? The old chancellor said, she is imperial concubine Jing's daughter and the closest person to her in the world. Maybe, she has seen the imperial edict. Gu Changqing hesitated for a moment and said, but she is far away at the frontier fortress. Even if she has seen it, she won't be able to come back for a while. Send someone to ask her and get the news back a long time later. Moreover, she might not say it. If Princess Ningyan had really seen it and didn't mention a word about the imperial edict after so long, then there was only one possibility: she couldn't mention it. Gu Changqing sighed. Could it be that no one else knows the contents of the imperial edict? Maybe. There is one more, the old chancellor said. Who? Gu Changqing asked. The old chancellor looked at the west room next door with a complicated expression. Xiao Heng's mother, Princess Xinyang. Chapter 376. The reason for this conjecture was that Xiao Lulang had told the old chancellor that Princess Xinyang also had the dragon shadow guards. No matter what purpose the late emperor had for giving the dragon shadow guards to Princess Xinyang, it at least meant one thing: Princess Xinyang was very important in the late emperor's heart. In fact, if he hadn't heard from Xiao Lulang that Princess Xinyang had the dragon shadow guards, the old chancellor probably wouldn't have known that the relationship between father and daughter was so deep. Princess Xinyang's birth mother was Consort Yu, who had died of illness when she was 13. At that time, Princess Xinyang had already grown up, so there was no such thing as who would adopt her and who would raise her. The late emperor didn't take special care of her because she had lost her parents. He treated her no differently than he treated the other princesses in the palace. The old chancellor shook his head. It seemed that there were still many things he didn't know. Gu Changqing and Princess Xinyang weren't of the same generation, so he didn't know much about the situation at that time, so he didn't feel as much as the old chancellor. He only thought that the late emperor had always loved this daughter very much, but he didn't know about it. He considered the current situation and said, Princess Xinyang isn't in the capital, but it's not too far away. You can get there in a few days if you ride fast. She might not see you, the old chancellor said. Gu Changqing was silent. He knew that the old chancellor wasn't lying. Ever since the young duke had died in the fire at the directorate, Princess Xinyang had been so overcome with grief that she couldn't control herself. In the end, she took her confidants and left the sad capital. She refused to see anyone related to the capital. It was understandable. The blow of losing her son was too big for her. She didn't want to be hurt by the scene, and she didn't want to come into contact with anyone who could make her recall her past in the capital. We have to try, Gu Changqing said. The old chancellor didn't refute. Neither of them were fools. On the surface, the simplest and most direct way was to steal back the imperial edict. However, as long as the Shadow Dragon Guard was in the hands of old concubine Jing, they couldn't do it. Even if they knew the contents of the imperial edict, they might not be able to get their hands on it. However, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to be victorious in every battle. As long as they knew the contents of the imperial edict, they would be able to figure out what old concubine Jing's trump card was. Gu Changqing said, Princess Xinyang is near Fengdu Mountain, right? It just so happens that I'm going there soon, so I'll pay her a visit. Why are you going to Fengdu Mountain? The old chancellor asked out of concern. Gu Changqing said, Grandfather asked me to go. It was probably related to the secret army. His grandfather didn't say much about it. Speaking of which, it was strange. Last time, his grandfather acted as if he was making arrangements for his death and gave them all the tokens. In the end, he took them all back the next day. The old chancellor's mood became gloomy. If you go to Fengdu Mountain, help me offer incense to an old friend. Okay. Gu Changqing didn't ask who the old friend was or how he was related to the old chancellor. He only asked for the address of the graveyard before getting up to leave. When he reached the door, he unexpectedly ran into Xiao Lulang. He didn't know how long Xiao Lulang had been here and how much he had heard, but he wasn't an outsider after all, so there was no need to hide it from him. Gu Changqing nodded in greeting. Xiao Lulang also nodded in return. After Gu Changqing left the courtyard, the old chancellor also came out. He looked at the thin and lonely Xiao Lulang under the moonlight and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. After a long while, he sighed in shame. Sorry, I should have told you in advance. I shouldn't have dragged Princess Xinyang into this. That being said, even if it happened again and Xiao Lulang stopped him, he would have still told Gu Changqing and hoped that Gu Changqing could ask Princess Xinyang for an answer. It wasn't just to take down concubine Jing, but also for Xiao Yulang's safety. Xiao Lulang was already in the picture. As long as concubine Jing wasn't removed, he wouldn't be able to eliminate the danger. But, teacher, it's getting late. You should rest. The old chancellor and Xiao Yulang's voices sounded at almost the same time, which meant that it was indeed the old chancellor who spoke first. However, Xiao Lulang continued after just 2 words. It was the kind of seamless connection that made it impossible to tell if he interrupted on purpose or if it was really a coincidence. The old chancellor paused and nodded. Okay, I'm almost done here. You should go rest as well. You've worked hard in the countryside today. Go to bed early. According to the usual practice and their relationship, the old chancellor would have been concerned about what he did in the countryside. After all, for Hanlin officials, it was often these political achievements that played a role in promoting them. However, at this point in the conversation, everyone knew that it was time to end the topic. Xiao Lulang returned to the room next door. Lu Quan walked over from the corridor. Master. The old chancellor sighed. Why do you think he's so stubborn? Lu Quan already knew Xiao Lulang's identity, but he still didn't quite understand the old chancellor's words. Why do you say that, master? The old chancellor waved his hand. Forget it, it's nothing. After returning to his residence, Xiao Lulang plunged into the study and closed the door. He didn't light the lamp and just stood there alone in the boundless night. He knew what his teacher wanted to ask. Why didn't you tell Princess Xanyang that you've returned? Not telling Marquis Xianping could still be considered pardonable. After all, the father and son relationship wasn't close, and there would always be some strange rejection and friction between men. It wouldn't be strange for a rebellious youth and a dissolute father to become enemies. But what about Princess Xanyang? That mother who placed you at the top of her heart, what did she do wrong? What crime did she commit? Why did it have to be like this? Previously, I thought that you didn't go find her because you were worried that your matter would involve too much and implicate her. But she has the Dragon Shadow Guard in her hands. Who can hurt her? Why did you do this, Aheng? Why? Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to boil some water and made some supper. She planned to see if the men at home had returned. When she passed by the study, the door was closed and no candlelight came out. She didn't pay much attention to it and walked over. But before she took 2 steps, she turned back. It was a kind of intuition. She didn't knock on the door like she usually did. Instead, she gently pushed open the door and walked in. The weak candlelight in the corridor shone in, allowing her to clearly see the figure in front of the desk that seemed to be shrouded in sorrow. She closed the door behind her, and her figure was once again swallowed by the darkness. But she knew where he was. She could hear his breathing. She slowly walked over and stopped behind him. Xiao Lulang didn't turn around, nor did he speak. She also didn't speak. It was impossible for him to not know that someone had come in. His lack of reaction definitely meant that he didn't want to speak. Gu Jiao just couldn't understand too many complex emotions, but that didn't mean that she couldn't feel other people's emotions. He was sad. Very sad. Very sad. Gu Jiao's mind flashed back to when she was sad because her grandaunt had forgotten about her. The scene of him pulling her into his embrace and gently comforting her. Unfortunately, she wasn't tall enough and couldn't pull him into her embrace and have him bury his head in her chest. She thought for a bit, then walked forward. Reaching out her small arms, she gently hugged him from behind. Like this, it was fine, right? It would make him feel less sad, right? Gu Jiao hugged him very gently at first, but when she pressed her cheek against his slightly stiff back, she didn't know if it was because she was close to his heart, but she felt even more sad. She tightened her arms. In the darkness, Xiao Lulang endured the pain in his throat, raised his hand and covered her hand around his waist. This time was no different from any other time. Gu Jiao comforted him considerately, but she didn't question him. Gu Jiao clearly felt that after he calmed down a little and she pulled away, he opened his mouth as if he had something to say to her. Gu Jiao paused for a second. That second was neither fast nor slow. If he wanted to explain, he could stop her. If he still decided not to explain, it wouldn't be too awkward for the two of them. In the end, he didn't explain. The next day, Gu Jiao got up early and helped senior servant Fang make breakfast for the family. When Xiao Lulang came out of the west room, Gu Jiao was arranging the bowls and chopsticks. She smiled at him and said, "Good morning." It was as if nothing had happened and was no different from usual. Xiao Lulang nodded and also greeted, "Good morning." Soon little Jing Kong also got up. He went to the backyard to practice. After a while, Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yan also got up. A lively morning began. After breakfast, Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. Little Jing Kong followed the old chancellor to the Imperial College. As for Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan, they naturally went to the Qinghe Academy. Now the family had 2 carriages. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan used 1 carriage. Xiao Lulang and the other 2 sat in Lu Quan's carriage. Lu Quan first sent the old and young to the Imperial College, and then sent Xiao Lulang to the Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. She received a letter from Xuaningxiang. It had been half a year since Xuaningxiang sent her a letter. However, after reading the contents of the letter, Gu Jiao understood why Xuaningxiang sent her a letter so late. Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law died of illness on the third day after Zhou Erzwang returned home. Gu Jiao had seen Xuaningxiang's mother-in-law. She was aging and her organs were all failing. It was not something that could be reversed by medicine. It was not easy for her to persist until her son came back to see her for the last time. She died in her sleep. She passed away peacefully. Zhao country had a system of mourning for the dead. The elders of the family had to stay at home for at least 1.5 to 3 years to observe mourning for the dead. Zhou Erzwang was only a soldier and was not in the mourning team. However, his mother's funeral still had to be arranged properly. Zhou Erzwang asked his companions to apply for leave and stayed in the village to bury his mother properly. This was something that happened in the spring. Now that summer was almost over, Zhou Erzwang should have returned by now. However, something big happened. Dean Li of the Heavenly Fragrance Academy actually came to propose marriage to Xuaningxiang. Seeing this, Gu Jiao was really surprised. Xuaningxiang did not talk about everything with her, but she did not mention anything about Dean Li and her. Of course, there was an explanation in the letter. It turned out that when she and Xiao Lulang were still in the countryside, Dean Li had already met Xuaningxiang several times. Go Hua even chased after him and called him father. Go Hua was a child who had just learned to speak. He did not understand the meaning of father. When he saw other children calling adult men father, he probably thought that all of these men were fathers. This was Gu Jiao's understanding. Xuaningxiang did not explain in detail. He only said that Go Hua was later seen by old Madame Li. Old Madame Li was old and her mind was not clear. She thought of Go Hua as her own little grandson. Dean Li was a good person. He had a good relationship with Xiao Yolang's family. He also helped Xuaningxiang out of trouble. Xuaningxiang could not bear to see the old man sad, so she let him be mistaken. Who knew that after that incident things got out of hand? Old Madame Li would ask for a little grandson every few days. She even thought of Xuaningxiang as her own daughter-in-law. Dean Li told Xuaningxiang not to misunderstand. Xuaningxiang really did not misunderstand. Who knew that he would come to propose marriage? Gu Jiao knew that trouble was coming when she saw this. Sure enough, the letter wrote that Zhou Erzwang and Dean Li had a conflict. Zhou Erzwang even fought with Dean Li. Zhou Erzwang was a soldier while Dean Li was a scholar. It was obvious who was at a disadvantage in this fight. Gu Jiao had already seen through Zhou Erzwang's feelings for Xuaningxiang. However, she did not have the opportunity to discover Dean Li's feelings until today. It was not difficult to explain why Xuaningxiang's calligraphy improved so much. Her literary talent also improved by leaps and bounds. She did not even need someone to write for her. Now Xuaningxiang was having a headache. She said that she wanted to shave her head and become a nun, but she was reluctant to leave Go Hua. Gu Jiao could vaguely understand Xuaningxiang's troubles. In this era, women were not very tolerant. Xuaningxiang was a widow. Her second marriage was already criticized. What's more, she was going to marry either Dean Li, who was not a match for her in terms of social status, or Zhou Erzwang, who violated the moral principles. No matter how she looked at it, it was a dead end. Unless she could withstand those rumors and slanders. Obviously she could not. Otherwise she would not want to become a nun. At the end of the letter, it talked about the Medicine Mountain. The Medicine Mountain had been reclaimed. Under the leadership of Luo Lijing, the villagers had also planted the medicine that Gu Jiao had specified. Gu Jiao's fingertips tapped on the table a few times. She took the letter to the palace. Chapter 377. Gu Jiao wasn't good at dealing with relationships, but she remembered that her grandaunt liked Xuaningxiang. She wondered if she still remembered Xuaningxiang after being hit in the head. Miss Gu, you're here. The servants of Rinshou Palace bowed to Gu Jiao. Is the Empress Dowager here? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, she just left court. The servant added, Prince Ning is here as well. Prince Ning is back? After Gu Jiao got close to the palace, she could hear some of the movements in court without deliberately asking around. Prince Ning had taken Tang Yueshan north to suppress bandits a few days ago. Although it was called suppressing bandits, it was actually an excuse to investigate the situation at the border. The Qin state was restless again and had secretly stationed a lot of troops at the border. Since they were discussing politics, Gu Jiao didn't disturb them and went straight to the swing to bask in the sun. She wasn't afraid of getting tanned, even though it seemed that her body couldn't get tanned. As she swung on the swing, she secretly thought about when she could find old concubine Jing again. That woman had harmed her grandaunt for so many years. Even if she couldn't immediately pull her down, she should at least collect some interest. Just as she was thinking, she heard someone call her from behind. "Auntie?" When Gu Jiao's body swung back to the ground, she reached out with the tip of her foot and stopped the swing. Then she turned around and looked at the handsome young man who had just walked through the Chuehua gate. "Prince Ning?" Prince Ning was in a trance for a moment. He let out an ah, and came back to his senses. He smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." His gaze lingered on Gu Jiao's body. "You really do look like her." Gu Jiao lowered her head to look at her clothes. It was not the green clothes she usually wore. It was the lake blue corset dress with water sleeves that she had worn at her great-aunt's place after dirtying her clothes last time. Was it because he mistook her for someone else? Or, Gu Jiao had never asked her grandaunt why there were so many young women's clothes in her bedroom. She thought her great-aunt had prepared it for her. But from the looks of it, that didn't seem to be the case. That's right, it shouldn't be. Their styles were clearly different. As long as it didn't involve a mission, Gu Jiao wasn't someone who would care about the details of clothing. Normally, Yaoshe would make clothes for her based on what she liked, but in reality she was not that picky about clothes. It was like someone who liked to eat meat, but if they were given a table full of vegetables, they would not refuse to eat them. She would take whatever she found in the closet as long as she could wear it. Coincidentally, she was wearing this set today. Ning Wang had saved Gu Jiao once when consort Rui Wang had been attacked. At that time the two were not familiar with each other. Perhaps it was because he had heard about the relationship between Gu Jiao and the Empress Dowager, or perhaps it was Gu Jiao's clothes that he found familiar, but he took the initiative to walk over and strike up a conversation with Gu Jiao. "Has anyone ever told you that you look very much like Aunt Ningyan?" he asked. "Princess Ningyan?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No." Ning Wang smiled and said, "When I was very young, Aunt married off to the northern frontier. After that, I never saw her again. However, Aunt was very good to me. I have always remembered her." Gu Jiao made an O sound and asked, "Do we look very similar?" Then she would have to wonder about her own past. "No, you do not look alike." As Ning Wang spoke, his gaze landed on the birthmark on her left cheek. But in this place she was once injured and left a small scar. She would always use cinnabar to draw a begonia. Gu Jiao touched her own birthmark. Ning Wang couldn't help but look at Gu Jiao a few more times. "Last time I was busy catching the assassins and did not think it was very similar. Seeing you today," to be able to make Ning Wang constantly say that she looked like Princess Ningyan, it seemed that other than her face she was very similar to Princess Ningyan in other aspects. Normal people would be very happy to be praised like a princess. This meant that she had the temperament and presence of a princess. It was a high praise. However, Gu Jiao was very calm. She was not happy, nor was she unhappy. Ning Wang then said, "I have heard about the Empress Dowager. I still have not thanked you and your family for taking care of the Empress Dowager. If you need anything you can come to Ning Wang Fu to find me at any time." No matter if it was because Ning Wang had pulled out his sword to help for the sake of consort Rui Wang, or because of his duty as a prince, Gu Jiao had avoided disaster because of him. It was an indisputable fact. Gu Jiao nodded, "All right." Ning Wang seemed very happy and smiled. "Then it is settled. Right, I heard from the Empress Dowager that your medical skills are good. Can you come to the Fu to see a doctor? The consultation fee is not cheap," Gu Jiao said. Ning Wang probably did not expect Gu Jiao to react like this. Normal adults would be so honored to be able to go to the Fu to see a doctor that they would not accept the consultation fee. Ning Wang probably did not expect Gu Jiao to react like this. He did not know how to respond. A moment later he couldn't help but say, "Of course." Gu Jiao said, "When I have time I will have someone send an invitation to the Fu." Ning Wang smiled, "Then it is settled. I still have something to do so I will leave first." After Ning Wang left, Gu Jiao got up from the swing and walked to her great-aunt's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was reading the memorial. When she saw Gu Jiao come in she snorted angrily. Her great-aunt was always like this, so Gu Jiao did not feel that she had done something unforgivable. She walked over and handed Xuaningxiang's letter to her great-aunt. "What is it?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. "Xuaningxiang's letter. Does great-aunt still remember her?" Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and thought. Gu Jiao reminded, "Go was mother. When it came to Go Hua, Empress Dowager Zhuang remembered. If she gave him a candied fruit, he would lick her courtyard all day long. He was not noisy at all and was much easier to take care of than little Jing Kong. Then Empress Dowager Zhuang remembered Xuaningxiang. The main reason was that Xuaningxiang's cooking was good and Liulong's was bad. As long as Gu Jiao was not here, she would call Xuaningxiang over to cook. The food is good, Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Read the letter first, Gu Jiao said. Empress Dowager Zhuang finished reading the letter. To be honest, Xuaningxiang's handwriting was really ugly. But with Gu Jiao's pearls in the front, Empress Dowager Zhuang felt that this kind of handwriting was barely acceptable. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows. Little Xiangxiang is quite popular. Looking at this reaction, she was worthy of being her great aunt. Gu Jiao sat down opposite Empress Dowager Zhuang and looked at her without blinking. Right? Then how should this matter be resolved? Empress Dowager Zhuang did not speak, but reached out her hand and made a give-it gesture. Gu Jiao pretended not to understand. What? Empress Dowager Zhuang said coldly, don't play dumb with me. Make up for yesterday's performance fee. Otherwise don't talk about it. She knew it. Okay. Gu Jiao sighed and reluctantly took out the box of candied fruits. She counted 5 and put them in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. She said with a pained expression, there are only a few left. There is nothing to eat in Jingkong. Empress Dowager Zhuang was choked by Gu Jiao's exaggerated and painful acting skills. This girl did not enter the palace to fight for favor. Otherwise, who would be fooled by her acting skills? However, Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes swept over her small fist. It seemed that she did not need to pretend. With one punch, even the emperor would be lying down. Empress Dowager Zhuang put away the candied fruits and said to Gu Jiao, what's so difficult about this? Who does she like? Jiao will arrange a marriage for her. The problem was, Xuaningxiang did not write who she liked in the letter. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Then should I write a reply to her? Forget it. She won't say this in the letter. Empress Dowager Zhuang called eunuch Qin. Send 2 reliable people to the county in Yuzhou. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave the order and eunuch Qin left. This was the convenience of power. Whether it was the way to solve a problem or the speed, it was simple and crude. With her grandaunt taking over, Gu Jiao did not have to worry about this. She was just curious. One was a middle-aged warm uncle, the other was an infatuated wolf puppy. Who would Xuaningxiang choose to marry? As Gu Jiao was thinking, a eunuch came from outside the door to announce that the emperor had come. The emperor came to ask Empress Dowager Zhuang to put on a show. Even if the emperor had slowly developed a dislike for concubine Jing, he would not see her true colors so quickly. Therefore, the emperor always thought that the murderer was still in the dark and had not made a move yet. Gu Jiao, who knew the whole truth, not only did she make a move but she also smashed her own foot. Forget it. Just put on a show. It's not a bad thing. Her grandaunt had tolerated the emperor for so many years without knowing that he had been drugged. Who could say that she did not care about the mother-son relationship in her heart? Gu Jiao also kept the truth from her grandaunt. Therefore, her grandaunt also thought that concubine Jing had not made a move. Mother, do you want to go to the imperial garden today? The emperor asked faintly. This was also a person with terrible acting skills. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes and did not leave Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to act with him. Yes, why not? But, she dragged out her words and deliberately looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao understood. It was a candied fruit. She understood. She also wanted to see how effective the emperor was on her grandaunt. Madame Nan had said that when a drugged person needed such a large amount of the guiding drug, it meant that the drug was about to lose its effect. She was not sure if it was concubine Jing's white drug or her grandaunt's black drug that was about to lose its effect, or if both drugs were losing their effect at the same time. Gu Jiao made an okay gesture to her grandaunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at her 5 candied fruits, with satisfaction. Let's go. The emperor was speechless. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like the Empress Dowager was drooling? Neither of them had any complaints about Gu Jiao being a tail. Gu Jiao followed them leisurely. Eunuch Qin and Eunuch Wei were also there, but they did not have much of a presence, unlike Gu Jiao who was sitting in Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage. The emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang walked all the way to the imperial garden. The weather was good today, so there were many people in the imperial garden. Coincidentally, concubine Jing was also there. Empress Dowager Zhuang had already entered her role as soon as she left Renshou Palace and was not affected by concubine Jing's presence at all. However, the emperor, who was next to her, stiffened the moment he saw concubine Jing. He panicked as if he had been caught red-handed. Concubine Jing looked at the emperor with a hurt expression. The emperor knew that he shouldn't have done this. His mother was the most important person to him, but he left her and Empress Dowager Zhuang to stroll around the garden. But Gu Jiao understood. The black medicine had only taken effect a little, and the emperor was not completely disgusted with concubine Jing yet. He was probably feeling guilty and complicated at the moment. Gu Jiao guessed that old concubine Jing had expected this, which was why she wanted to come out and see for herself how far the relationship between the emperor and the Empress Dowager had progressed. This could very well affect the next step of her plan. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not know. She was just acting for concubine Jing. It was good that she was here in person. She did not have to tell her through someone else and the effect would be reduced. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the emperor gently and took out a handkerchief to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Hong what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Let's go sit in the pavilion. No. The emperor came back to his senses, but he did not avoid her touch. Concubine Jing's eyes darkened. Isn't that your mother? Empress Dowager Zhuang acted as if she had just seen concubine Jing. There was no mistake in her tone and gaze. Eunuch Qin, go invite concubine Jing over. Yes. Eunuch Qin went to invite concubine Jing. Even Nurse Kai knew that it was very irrational to go over at this time, but sometimes people who had won half their lives would think that they could control everything. Concubine Jing agreed. They sat down in the pavilion. There were 4 stools. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat next to the emperor, and Gu Jiao sat on the other side of the emperor. This caused concubine Jing to sit directly across from the emperor. Hong has lost weight recently. He needs to eat more. Empress Dowager Zhuang gently picked up a piece of crab cake and handed it to the emperor. His Majesty doesn't eat crab cake, concubine Jing reminded gently. Empress Dowager Zhuang. I forgot that this silly son is picky. Empress Dowager Zhuang said calmly. He likes it now. Really? His Majesty? She smiled and gave him a threatening look. The emperor frowned and took the crab cake with disgust. Empress Dowager Zhuang's handkerchief fell to the ground and was stepped on by herself. She picked it up. Then she took the handkerchief and smeared it on the emperor's mouth. Why is your mouth full just like when you were young? Come, let mother wipe it for you. The emperor's temples throbbed. Do you want to die? Don't think I didn't see that you stepped on the handkerchief. The two's eyes fought back and forth a dozen times, but concubine Jing didn't see it that way. They were clearly very close. Concubine Jing didn't know that they were acting and thought that they were really starting to reconcile. Jealousy surged in her heart and she tore the handkerchief in her hand. Chapter 378. The Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were busy fighting a battle of wits and courage, so neither of them noticed concubine Jing's strange behavior. In other words, concubine Jing was like air in their eyes at this moment. Only Gu Jiao, who had been observing concubine Jing's reaction, saw everything. She didn't quite understand. Concubine Jing could be so ruthless as to drug the emperor and arrange for someone to assassinate him. Although the assassination attempt that night might not have been to take the emperor's life, but to frighten and injure the emperor so that she could frame her grandaunt, it still showed that she didn't love the emperor that much. So why should she care who the emperor favored? Gu Jiao wasn't a person with a strong desire for control, so she naturally couldn't understand concubine Jing's feelings. However, if she had to put it in her shoes, she would probably be hurt if little Jing Kong, who always talked about Jiao Jiao, suddenly stopped liking her one day and turned his head to call someone else. She would probably be very hurt. However, the little Jing Kong to her was different from the emperor to concubine Jing. So, Gu Jiao didn't think that it was very accurate. But that didn't stop her from directly seeing concubine Jing's little movements. Oh, she's angry. She's quite angry. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and looked at concubine Jing with interest. Concubine Jing's senses weren't so weak in the past, but perhaps because she was too angry, it took her a while to notice 2 strange gazes on her. She turned her head and met Gu Jiao's gaze. Generally speaking, it was quite embarrassing to be caught peeping at someone, and one would immediately look away and pretend that nothing had happened. Gu Jiao didn't. She wasn't embarrassed. She even looked at the handkerchief in concubine Jing's hand with a good temper and raised her eyebrows, as if indicating for her to continue. Please continue, there's no need to be polite. In any case, even if the handkerchief is torn, it's not mine. The most shameful thing in the world wasn't developing feelings of jealousy that one shouldn't have, but being discovered by someone else while being jealous. In the end, the one who was caught was Concubine Jing. Grand Concubine Jing's body stiffened, and her heart felt stifled. She stood up and said, "I'm not feeling well. I'll leave first." Then she turned around with a great movement. This was naturally to attract the emperor's attention. She wanted to use this method to evoke the emperor's shame and pity. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated. The emperor's mouth was wiped by Empress Dowager Zhuang's dirty handkerchief. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to hide. Empress Dowager Zhuang directly pressed down on his head, and he tried to pry her hand away. To be honest, it was just short of a fight. Eunuch Wei and Eunuch Qing could no longer watch. They turned their faces away and looked at the sky. Other than Gu Jiao and old Concubine Jing's trusted servant, Nanny Kai, no one else noticed that old Concubine Jing had left in a fit of pique. Naturally, Gu Jiao would not keep her. She paused in her steps and looked at the two who were in a heated argument. She noticed Gu Jiao's gaze. She then looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gestured for her to leave. "Didn't you want to leave? Go on. Don't stay here." Old Concubine Jing was furious and left with a livid expression. When the emperor finally broke free from Empress Dowager Zhuang's clutches and looked up at old Concubine Jing, she was nowhere to be seen. The emperor felt awkward and glared at Empress Dowager Zhuang. "This is great." Mother left in a fit of anger. "Can't the Empress Dowager restrain herself in front of old Concubine Jing? You are acting for the culprit, not for—" Before he could finish his sentence, Empress Dowager Zhuang slapped the soiled handkerchief on his face. She then stood up and said, "Jiao Jiao, let's go." Even when Empress Dowager Zhuang wiped his mouth with the soiled handkerchief, there was no trace of impatience in her tone and smile. She was like a good mother who liked to joke with her son. The emperor almost believed that Empress Dowager Zhuang's act had become real and that she loved her son. He was about to tell her, "Don't take it seriously. I'm just acting with you. I don't think of you as my mother. My only mother is old Concubine Jing." However, Empress Dowager Zhuang stopped acting in the next second and regained her domineering aura. The emperor was dumbfounded by the speed at which she changed her attitude. The emperor said, You're leaving just like that?" Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. She didn't even give him a look and left with Gu Jiao. The emperor was speechless. On the other side, old Concubine Jing returned to the nunnery with Granny Kai. She maintained a gentle and decent expression along the way, but her face turned cold as soon as she entered her room. In Nanny Kai's view, her master was in a hurry to suffer. Since the emperor had been drugged, his intimacy with her would begin to decrease day by day. There was no need to verify anything in front of the emperor. It was obvious and there was no way to solve it. Actually, her master understood, but she just couldn't accept it. Over the years, the emperor had treated her too well. She had even forgotten where this kindness came from. Perhaps she hadn't forgotten, but she had put in a lot of effort, believing that they had cultivated an unbreakable bond between mother and son. To put it bluntly, it was her pride and self-esteem that didn't allow it. She felt that she shouldn't be so unattractive that she couldn't even handle a son. He must have truly developed a mother-son bond with me. Old Concubine Jing had said this in front of Granny Kai more than once. Granny Kai still remembered the smile on old Concubine Jing's face. It was a very happy smile, but it wasn't a mother showing off her relationship with her son. It was more like a general showing off his spoils of war after winning a battle. Now that spoil was gone. Her pride and self-esteem had been crushed. No matter what, old Concubine Jing was her master. As a servant, Granny Kai wouldn't be disloyal to her. She just didn't want to see her master sink into a bad mood that she shouldn't be in. Grand Imperial Concubine? She looked deeply at her. Old Concubine Jing waved her sleeve and summoned the Shadow Dragon Guard. An ominous feeling rose in Granny Kai's heart. She asked nervously, Grand Imperial Concubine, what do you want to do? Old Concubine Jing looked at the Shadow Dragon Guard, who was like a killing tool, and said coldly, Go to Rinshou Palace and kill Empress Dowager Zhuang. Granny Kai turned pale with fright. Grand Imperial Concubine. You can't do that. You'll have no way out if you're discovered. You'll be buried with the Empress Dowager. Old Concubine Jing looked coldly at the Shadow Dragon Guard. Do it discreetly and don't let anyone discover you. Otherwise don't come back. The Shadow Dragon Guard had the ability to sneak into Rinshou Palace and kill people. He hadn't done it before because there was no need. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been fighting with the emperor day and night, and her days weren't easy at all. Wasn't it better to see her suffer than to kill her? However, the Shadow Dragon Guard didn't move. Old concubine Jing frowned. I want you to go to Rinshou Palace and kill Empress Dowager Zhuang Jin's. The Shadow Dragon Guard still didn't move. Old concubine Jing repeated herself to make sure that the Shadow Dragon Guard had heard her, but he still refused to carry out the order. When the Shadow Dragon Guard had been sent to her side, the Emperor had ordered them to listen to all her orders. But she also knew that the Shadow Dragon Guard's orders were divided into ranks. The first order they obeyed came from the previous Emperor, and the second order came from the Emperor. When her orders conflicted with their previous orders, the Shadow Dragon Guard wouldn't carry them out. Ever since the Emperor had given the Shadow Dragon Guard to her, he hadn't spoken to them again. In other words, before she had gotten the Shadow Dragon Guard, someone had already ordered them not to harm Zhuang Jin's. Who had given the Shadow Dragon Guard this order? Was it the Emperor? Or the previous Emperor? If it was the previous Emperor, then what was the Imperial Edict all about? If it was the Emperor, the previous Emperor had given the Shadow Dragon Guard to the Emperor before his death. At that time, his relationship with Empress Dowager Zhuang had already begun to tear apart, but he still ordered the Shadow Dragon Guard not to harm her? Old concubine Jing couldn't figure it out. She didn't know which of the two men had protected Zhuang Jin's. Zhuang Jin's clearly wasn't worth it. As a wife, she had never truly loved her husband. She had used the previous emperor for his entire life and turned his entire harem into leeks in her bowl. As a mother, she had never wholeheartedly supported her son. She had held court from behind a curtain and dominated the court, turning the emperor into a laughable puppet. Zhuang Jin's was the demon empress, the source of all evil. Everyone had the right to punish her. Imperial concubine? Imperial concubine? Mama Kai saw that old concubine Jing's expression was becoming more and more unnatural. She worriedly walked forward and gently held her arm. You're tired. Don't think about anything. This servant will help you to the bed to rest for a while. Old concubine Jing dazedly raised her head, but the moment she turned around, her qi and blood surged and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Rinshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang was very happy today. Not only did she slap her foolish son a few times, she also received 5 candied fruits that she had worked so hard to earn. No, including yesterday's, there were 10 candied fruits in total. She took out her small jar of candies and only ate 5 of them. She saved the remaining 5 for when she ran out of food in the future. The all-powerful demon empress who brought disaster to the country was just that quick-witted. Gu Jiao ate lunch at Rinshou Palace before leaving. Eunuch Qin sent a carriage to send her off. Gu Jiao didn't return to the medical center. Instead, she gave the coachman another place to go. The carriage was neither too slow nor too fast. It just so happened that it was maintained at a speed that wouldn't make Gu Jiao anxious or too bumpy. Gu Jiao was very satisfied with the coachman of Rinshou Palace. Gu Jiao was in a good mood today. She even hummed a few lines of a song that she heard from Gu Qingfeng. However, her voice was fine when it came to singing pop songs from her previous life, but it was a bit lacking when it came to operas. The coachman almost drove the carriage into a ditch several times. The carriage stopped at the entrance of Narcissus Embroidery House. The coachman said, "Miss Gu, this servant will wait for you here." Gu Jiao said, "No need. I'll go back by myself later. You can go back to the palace." Those who came from Rinshou Palace were all shrewd people. He could tell that Gu Jiao wanted to do her own things, so he didn't insist and drove the carriage back to the palace. Gu Jiao passed through Narcissus Embroidery House and arrived at the underground arena of the dye house. He had been pacing back and forth at the entrance for a long time. When he finally saw Gu Jiao, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Aya, you scared me to death. Little brother Gu, I thought you weren't coming." Gu Jiao had already changed her clothes and put on her mask while she was in the carriage. She took out her little notebook and scribbled, "Is it my turn to go on stage today?" He hurriedly said, It's here. Don't worry, the first round won't be difficult. I've already informed them. With your strength it won't be a big problem. I've already told you the rules, right? You still remember, right?" Gu Jiao nodded her head. The rules of the underground arena were similar to those of Taihe Martial Arts Hall. It was also a promotion system, but it was stricter and crueler. There were 10 levels here. For example, a novice would be promoted by winning 10 matches. You could challenge someone of a higher level, but it wasn't like the martial arts hall where you could directly take away your opponent's score after winning. Gu Jiao looked at the most conspicuous wall of the arena. There was a black gold embossed ranking board hanging high up. There were also some small wooden plates hanging on it in order. "What's that?" Gu Jiao wrote. He looked at it and showed an incomparably respectful expression. "That's the ranking of the experts in the underground arena. The top 100 people are all on the ranking board." "What happens if you're on the ranking board?" Gu Jiao wrote again. He smiled. "You'll receive an offering from the underground arena." "There's a salary?" Gu Jiao's small eyes lit up. "How much is the offering?" He patiently explained. "There's not much for those below 50. It ranges from 1 to 10 taels per month. Those above 50 get 20 taels per month. Those above 40 get 50 taels per month. Those above 30 get 100 taels per month. Those below 20 get 100 taels per month." Gu Jiao wrote again. "What's the highest?" He only thought that she was curious and casually asked. He didn't think that her ambition was that big. He said, "There's no upper limit." Gu Jiao wrote, "Then you can have as much as you want? You can give as much as you want. As far as I know, there's a champion who received this amount of offering in a month." He said and stretched out a finger. Gu Jiao wrote in surprise, 1,000 taels? He smiled. "Gold?" Gu Jiao looked at the arena that was overflowing with murderous aura. She narrowed her eyes and licked her lips. She liked it here. Chapter 379. Do well, you'll have a chance. Uncle Ho patted Gu Jiao's shoulder with a smile. What kind of joke was this? How could there be a chance? He had brought this kid into the arena himself. He didn't brag, nor did he belittle others. If he worked hard, there was still some hope for him to be in the 70th or 80th position. But painting a pie in the sky for others was not a bad thing. He saw that the young man was full of vigor and wanted to tell him that if he could become the top of the list, it would not be as simple as a consecration. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Gu Jiao had already impatiently gone to find her own competition platform. The arenas were randomly arranged. There was no such thing as an exclusive arena. She was arranged to be in the West Arena. When Gu Jiao first came to the underground arena, the battle in the West Arena left the deepest impression on her. It was bloody and brutal. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that the shirtless man had beaten his opponent to death. Gu Jiao was the first to go up the arena. According to the rules of the underground arena, when one went up to the arena, there would be 2 square plaques on both sides of the arena. The plaques would have the name and rank of the duelist. Usually they would use a title or an alias. For example, Gu Jiao's plaque had the words, Xiong Badian no rank. Originally, Gu Jiao wanted to call him Long Out Yin. But Uncle Ho said that the word Long clashed with the word Tian. So Gu Jiao settled for the next best thing. When he saw this name, Uncle Ho's mouth twitched for a few seconds. Xiong Baishan's name was not bad. Everyone thought that it would be a burly man with a face full of beard. But in the end, it was a clean and tidy young man. Gu Jiao was tall for a woman, but in the underground arena full of strong men, she was a little petite. Everyone looked again. He didn't even have a rank. He was a newbie. Their interest instantly decreased by half, and they all turned to look at other arenas. This situation changed when Gu Jiao's opponent's plaque was raised. The square plaque read, Blade Mountain Warrior Level 2 Master. The people who had left came back with a whoosh. Gu Jiao was puzzled. There were level 4 fighters in the South Arena. Why did they stop for a mere level 2 fighter? Soon Blade Mountain guest arrived. Gu Jiao understood what was going on. This Knife Mountain warrior was the bare-chested brawny man she had seen in the West fighting ring. He was extremely violent, and every punch he threw caused the audience to scream. Coming here to watch was for the thrill. Death or not, it was good enough to make one's adrenaline soar. The moment Uncle Ho saw Knife Mountain guest, his face changed. What happened? How could it be him? Didn't you say that you're also a newbie? Surnamed Zhu. Come out. He rushed into the accounting room to look for the young man surnamed Zhu. Zhu Yun was in the middle of accounting, and did not even lift his eyelids. Why are you so rash? Uncle Ho was so angry that his whole body trembled. You didn't keep your word. How could you arrange this person for him? Didn't you say that he's a newbie? You've already taken the money. Zhu Yun said slowly, let me correct one thing first. The money was given to the arena. I did not pocket it. Furthermore, anyone within level 3 can fight each other. I did not break the rules of the arena. Uncle Ho clenched his fists. But you said, Zhu Yun said innocently, I did say that, but that person had something to do and could not come. He stood me up. What can I do? The only one who can take his place is Blade Mountain Guest. If you're worried that he'll lose, then let him quickly jump off the stage. Blade Mountain Guest will not chase someone down. The arena will stop him. All fights in the arena could only take place in the arena. Once someone left the arena, regardless of the reason, the fight would end and the winner would be announced. At this point, no matter how angry Uncle Ho was, Zhu Yun could not argue with him. He had to quickly remind young Master Gu not to fight Blade Mountain Guest. Hurry up and admit defeat. He would pay for the money he lost. That's right. Unlike Taiha Martial Arts School, the duelists here would get a share of the money if they won, and a fine if they lost. The fine would be deducted from the initial deposit. After that, the duelist would lose the right to fight in the arena. Gu Jiao's deposit was given by Uncle Ho. Uncle Ho did not plan to ask Gu Jiao for it. As for why Uncle Ho was so nervous, it was because of Blade Mountain Guest's strength. He had come to the arena last month, and in a short month, he had defeated more than 20 masters. He only needed one more fight before he could move up a level. One could only imagine how fierce he would be in this fight. The Knife Mountain Man was so popular that he had surrounded the West fighting ring. Everyone was in high spirits. Old Ho tried his best but could not squeeze his way in. He was so anxious that he jumped in the crowd and waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao saw him and waved back. Come down. Uncle Ho changed to waving. Seeing that Gu Jiao did not understand, he pointed at Blade Mountain Guest, then pointed at Gu Jiao and made a throat-slitting gesture. It meant, he will kill you. Come down quickly. Gu Jiao made an O sound and made an OK gesture. Hurry up and KO this Blade Mountain Guest, then rush to the next fight. Okay, she understood. Old He did not understand what this gesture was, but Gu Jiao nodded at him. She should have understood what he meant, right? The gongs and drums sounded and the duel began. Everyone let out a fanatical cry, Blade Mountain Guest! Blade Mountain Guest! Blade Mountain Guest! Blade Mountain Guest moved his neck, clenched his fists, and walked towards Gu Jiao with contempt. Uncle Ho was anxious. Why are you still not coming down? Come down. Come down. Come down quickly, sigh. Why are you in such a hurry? Okay, as you wish. Gu Jiao tiptoed and her body flew up like a swan. She threw a punch at Blade Mountain Guest. Blade Mountain Guest also showed his hammer-like fist. There was a bang, and someone fell to the ground. The shouts came to an abrupt end, and the audience gasped in shock. The one who fell to the ground was not the skinny little boy, but the mighty and majestic Blade Mountain Guest. One punch, he only threw one punch. Blade Mountain Guest fell, and Gu Jiao's body also landed lightly. She knelt on one knee, and her fist pressed against the floor of the arena as she landed beside Blade Mountain Guest. The arena was silent, and even Uncle Ho was mute. Did he see wrongly? The one who fell was young Master Gu, right? How could Blade Mountain Guest fall? He had not fought yet, and he did not want to come out. Uncle Ho pinched himself and the pain made him cry. He finally accepted the fact that Blade Mountain Guest had been defeated by Gu Jiao with one punch. While everyone was still in a daze, he squeezed through the crowd and came to the edge of the arena. He said to the judge, "Why aren't you hitting the gong?" She won. She won. Uncle Ho was worried that Blade Mountain Guest had lost his footing, and would get up and beat Gu Jiao down. He wanted to end the fight quickly so that Blade Mountain Guest would not be able to attack again. It turned out that Uncle Ho worried too much. After the judge hit the gong, he could not wake Blade Mountain Guest up. In the end, he called 2 people from the arena to carry him down. Uncle Ho was soaked in cold sweat. This was too exciting. After this, Gu Jiao fought 2 more matches. Her opponents were not as strong as Blade Mountain Guest, and she won easily. One person could fight 3 matches a day, and that was the limit of the arena. Gu Jiao could not fight anymore, and she could only sigh and leave the arena. It was not that she liked to fight, but this was the best way to recover her strength from her previous life. Moreover, she could also make some money. This time there were not many people who bet on her, so the odds were very high. However, because her rank was low, she did not get much money, so she only got 10 taels of silver. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry. She put away the silver, adjusted the mask on her face, and turned to leave the accounting room. This guy is not bad, Zhu Yun said with a smile. Gu Jiao did not plan to stay in the arena for long. She promised little Jing Kong in the morning that she would go to the Imperial College in the afternoon to pick him up after school. She walked out of the arena. When she was about to reach the door, a young man dressed as a guard came in front of her and blocked her way. Xiong, he wanted to call her Xiong Badian, but he was too ashamed to say it. He gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Xiong, my master invites you. Gu Jiao was about to say no, but she remembered that she was a little mute. She took out her little notebook helplessly. At this time she was envious of Gu Qingfeng's voice-changing skill. If she could learn how to speak like a man, wouldn't it be much easier? However, after this delay, Gu Jiao changed her mind. She scribbled, "Silver." The guard was stunned. Gu Jiao wrote seriously, "I won't go if you don't pay. Appearance fee 10 taels of silver." The guard was speechless. His master had ordered that he must invite her. The guard reluctantly took out 10 taels of silver. Gu Jiao pocketed the silver and left very respectfully. She did not expect it to be another room with a gourd hanging on it. Gu Jiao had already asked around. This kind of room with a gourd hanging on it usually belonged to the top 30 masters. Of course, these rooms could be obtained through special means. For example, if you bought the master, you could also get the right to use this room. Gu Jiao thought of Gu Changqing. She did not know which type he belonged to. Gu Jiao entered the room. The man in the room was wearing a brown brocade robe and a jade mask. This kind of mask looked good, but it was too heavy. It would easily fall off in a fight. It seemed that this man did not come to the martial arts arena to fight. This room was most likely obtained by buying the master. "Young hero Xiong, please sit." The man politely pointed to the chair next to him. As soon as he spoke, Gu Jiao recognized who he was. She did not expect this underground martial arts arena to have so many hidden masters. The Marquis's heir, Gu Changqing, and the Prince of Zhao Country, Qin Chuhan, also came. Qin Chuhan was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao recognized Prince Ning, but Prince Ning did not recognize Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat down quietly. "Young hero Xiong, do you want to drink wine or tea?" Prince Ning politely asked. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote seriously, "I'm still young. I can't drink wine." Prince Ning was stunned. His eyes seemed to say, "You're still young. How can you come to such a dangerous place to fight?" Prince Ning was experienced. He could handle this kind of child. He smiled and said, "Okay, bring the tea." A servant served Gu Jiao tea. Soon Gu Jiao found a problem. The mask did not show the mouth. In other words, she had to take off the mask if she wanted to drink tea. Wait, was Prince Ning being polite to her or testing her to take off the mask? Gu Jiao wrote, "I don't like to drink this kind of tea." Prince Ning smiled and said, "What kind of tea does young hero Xiong like?" He probably thought that no matter how expensive Gu Jiao said the tea was, he could get it. Gu Jiao wrote expressionlessly, "Follicle." Prince Ning was speechless. "I didn't treat you well. Next time I'll get someone to prepare." Prince Ning looked at the 3 words and doubted whether there was really such a thing called follicle. He recovered quickly and said gently, "Young hero Xiong, is this your first day in the arena? You fought well. I admire young hero Xiong. I want to be friends with you. I forgot to tell you that my surname is Chu." "Gu Jiao, I don't believe you." Prince Ning's tone was easygoing and his expression was gentle. "Young hero Xiong, are you a native of the capital?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and wrote quickly, "What? If not, are you going to buy me a house?" Prince Ning was speechless again. Although it wasn't like he couldn't afford to give her a house, when someone asked him to do so, it made him feel very awkward. Prince Ning took a sip of tea and smiled. "Young hero Badian?" He almost couldn't say the name. "If you don't have a place to live, you can come to my house first." Gu Jiao wrote, "I don't live under someone else's roof." Prince Ning smiled. "How is this living under someone else's roof? If young hero Xiong is willing, you can be my guard. Then you'll be a member of my house. I'll give you a separate house. The scenery in my house is very good. Young hero Xiong might consider it." Many people wanted to be a guard of Prince Ning's house. Moreover, guards were also divided into ranks. There had never been a guard who lived alone. Prince Ning waited for Gu Jiao to ask about his identity. But, was it an illusion? Why did he feel that there was a little disdain in her eyes? Gu Jiao curled her lips. After so long, she only gave him a small house. Renshou Palace was unobstructed. Who cared about Prince Ning's house? Gu Jiao got up and left. The guard stopped Gu Jiao. "Our young master hasn't finished speaking." Gu Jiao waved her hand and wrote, 10 taels of silver is up. If you listen to him again, you'll have to raise the price." Chapter 380. King Ning was considering whether he should raise the price or not. Why did he have to think about it? It was not that he couldn't afford it, but that this young man didn't play by the rules. He felt that it was meaningless to continue the discussion. Although he didn't raise the price because of this consideration, it was inevitable that people would suspect that he was stingy and unwilling to raise the price. The embarrassment of being dominated by the words, "Are you going to buy me a house?" came up again. It was the first time they met, and the ability and mutual trust shown by this young man were not worth a house. But in the end, it always gave people an illusion that King Ning was stingy and couldn't afford the house. King Ning had lived for more than 20 years, and it was the first time that he had experienced such a situation where he was unwilling to accept the situation and retreated. King Ning took a deep breath, opened his mouth and was about to say something. Gu Jiao raised her small hand coldly and made a gesture to stop him. Then she wrote in her small notebook, "The time to consider is over. Goodbye." King Ning was stunned. What did she mean by the time to consider was over? He just hesitated for a moment. How could even the right to choose be terminated? It was always him who stopped others and no one stopped him. The lethality of this sentence was more terrible than, "Are you going to buy me a house?" Or, "If you listen to him again, you have to raise the price." Originally he planned to leave Gu Jiao hanging and frustrate Gu Jiao's spirit. That way he wouldn't be in such a passive situation when they talked next time. But who would have thought that she didn't even give him a chance to raise the price? King Ning only felt that he had been hit in the chest with a hammer, and a sentence floated in his mind. He should have raised the price earlier. Gu Jiao did what she said. After writing that sentence, she put away her small notebook and left without looking back. No matter how King Ning's guards urged her to stay, she didn't change her mind. King Ning was unlikely to be rough with her. He clenched his fists, resisted the slight trembling of his body and finally asked her, "When will young hero Xiong come next time?" Gu Jiao did not answer. She had already walked out. Prince Ning leaned back in his chair and panted heavily. He was not too angry. After all, he was a young man of Jianghu. It was inevitable that he would have some arrogance. Prince Ning was not so narrow-minded. He would not be like the crown prince who would feel offended by someone who did not respect him. He had always been tolerant of such talented advisors and chivalrous men of the world. But today, Prince Ning wanted to say that he wasn't angry, but his heart had been stabbed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. How could there be such a weird person? He didn't reveal his identity, so it wasn't strange that the other party was so bold. What was strange was that this method of choking people was unheard of. "Water," King Ning said. The guard hurriedly brought him some tea. Ning Wang drank half the pot in one go before he was finally able to relieve some of the depression in his heart. He said to the guard, "Go and find out who introduced this Xiong Badian." The underground martial arts field was very well hidden. Most people would not be able to find this place. Most people relied on someone familiar to introduce them or people from the martial arts field to find them. Finding out this information was not difficult. The guard quickly came back and reported, replying to Master, it was a branch manager called Old He. The branch shopkeeper was a respectable name. In fact, they were hired by the underground dojo to recruit people. They usually appeared in the various dojos in the capital, looking for strong martial arts seedlings and then brought them to the underground dojo. Every person they brought would have a share of the arena's profits in the future. Prince Ning gave the guard a bag of silver. "Go and tell him that the next time Xiong Badian comes, tell him to come to my residence and inform me." "Yes," the guard replied. The residence that Prince Ning was talking about was not his own residence. It was another residence. Prince Ning would not easily reveal his identity. The guard went to find Old He while thinking that this Xiong Badian was really a little troublemaker. After following his master for so long, he had never seen him choke like this before. Prince Ning was the most outstanding and calm among all the princes. He was both intelligent and courageous. He was highly talented and was the role model of all the princes. His performance today was indeed a little unexpected. He had to go back and think about it carefully so that he would not be so passive next time. Gu Jiao came out of the Narcissus Embroidery Building and hired a carriage to go to the Imperial College. The timing was just right. Little Jing Kong had just finished school and ran out with a head full of sweat. The students in the elementary school had already figured out his pattern. He was usually more aloof than the teachers. Once he became a 3-year-old child, he would definitely be the older sister at home. Gu Jiao was standing under a big tree by the roadside, thinking about how she should charge the next time Prince Ning came to her. The Zhuang family was so rich. As the grandson of Grand Tutor Zhuang, Prince Ning should not lack money. This was a pot of golden leek. She had to harvest it well. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself at Gu Jiao and hugged Gu Jiao's thigh. Gu Jiao stopped thinking for a second and looked at the little dumpling who had turned into a pendant on her leg. She picked him up and looked at his sweaty face. She asked, "Did you run a race again today? You're sweating so much." "I learned Kuju today," little Jing Kong said cutely. Gu Jiao had seen Kuju in the grassland of the Qinghe Academy before. It was similar to soccer in her previous life. The ball was kicked into the goal. The only difference was that soccer's goal was called a goal. It was very big and there were 2 goals on the ground. Kuju's goal was called a romantic eye. It was very small and there was only one in the sky. Moreover, there was no net in the romantic eye. In short, Kuju was a very popular sport in the 6 nations. Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief. Little Jing Kong obediently stretched his little head over. "How's it going? Do you know how to kick?" Gu Jiao asked while wiping his sweat. Little Jing Kong nodded vigorously. Yes. I'm very good at it. I almost kicked it into the romantic eye." The small empty space was half the size of the Kuju court. Little Jing Kong was not to be blamed. He was too small and his arms and legs were too short. When he kicked, he fell down before he could kick the Kuju ball. Moreover, the romantic eye was set according to the height of most children. They ranged from 6 to 8 years old. Although he was already 4 years old, little Jing Kong looked like he was only 3.5 years old. He was at a disadvantage. After that, he almost never touched Kuju because no one passed it to him anymore. The little guy was also very frustrated. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up. "Is it really good?" Little Jing Kong's eyes were as big as a bull's. "Really? I've been kicking it." "Jing Kong, do you want to come to my house to play Kuju?" In the carriage by the roadside, Su Dangcong waved at Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong's eyes flashed. He put his little hands behind his back. No, it's not very fun." He refused to admit that he was not good at it and could not even touch Kuju. Su Dangcong was not in the same class as him, so she did not know that he almost did not touch Kuju today. Su Dangcong waved her hand. "Okay, then I'll go first. Tell me what you like to play next time. I'll play with you." "Okay." Little Jing Kong answered vaguely. After Gu Jiao wiped little Jing Kong's sweat, she held his hand and went back to Qingshui Alley. After they went back, Gu Jiao made a Kuju ball for little Jing Kong. She also took down the shelf where she dried the herbs and made a romantic eye beside the crabapple tree in the backyard. It was slightly bigger than the one in the academy and was at a height suitable for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong came out after finishing his homework and saw the Kuju ball on the threshold. Wow! His big eyes lit up and his eyelashes fluttered. His little eyelash fairy was just like this. He bent down, picked up Kuju with his small hands and ran towards the rear courtyard. He saw the flirtatious eyes, who was obviously shorter than the directorate, and pounced over excitedly. He put down the Kuju ball, tiptoed and hugged the big romantic eye. Xiao Luleng went on a business trip again. This time he was in the capital. The Examination Institute was holding a random examination for some of the officials of the 6 ministries. The examination would last for 3 days. As one of the invigilators, Xiao Luleng would enter the Examination Institute with the officials. It was not the first time Xiao Luleng came to the Examination Institute. However, he used to sit in the examination shed, but now he was sitting in the invigilator's seat. He did not need to mark the papers. After the examination 3 days later, he could leave with the officials. Xiao Luleng was not at home. Gu Jiao went to the underground martial arts arena again the next day. He took the money from Prince Ning's bodyguard, but he did not immediately send the message to Prince Ning. Instead, he found Gu Jiao and told her about it. This kind of thing was not rare in the martial arts arena. Many big shots would secretly bribe masters. However, these big shots were all famous in the capital. Generally, they would not let the people in the martial arts arena know their true identity. "If you want to see him, I'll send the message to him now. If you don't want to see him, I'll walk slowly." When the message arrived, Gu Jiao had already left. This was not a dereliction of duty. He only promised to send the message but not to keep Gu Jiao here. Gu Jiao made an O sound. "It's fine. Go send the message. The sooner the better." Gu Jiao fought 2 matches in the afternoon. She did not arrange for the 3rd match because there was no suitable opponent. The underground martial arts arena had a rule. You could not fight someone 3 levels higher than you. In other words, Gu Jiao, who did not have a rank, could only fight with a level 2 master. The bladesman was the first master that Gu Jiao fought. She thought that he would be the appetizer. Who would have thought that he would be the hardest dish? It was no wonder that the bladesman was so popular. There were not many people below level 3 who were stronger than him. At least, the four masters that Gu Jiao fought later were not as good as him. After Gu Jiao defeated the Bladesman, she gained a bit of fame in the underground martial arts arena. Today there were finally a few more people who bet on her victory. Unfortunately, she only received 10 taels of silver. No matter. If the money was not enough, the leaks would make up for it. See, the leaks were here. Gu Jiao stepped down from the arena. Ning Wang personally walked up to the arena. He had changed his clothes, but the jade mask on his face was still the same as yesterday. His mask could only show his mouth and chin. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiong, we meet again. I watched the 2 matches just now. You played even better than yesterday. Do you have time to come in?" Gu Jiao took out the price list that she had already written in a small notebook. She handed it to him, 50 taels of silver for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The guard's eyebrows twitched. It was not 10 taels yesterday. Gu Jiao wrote, "The price has increased." Guard, Ning Wang, the time it takes to burn a stick of incense was about half an hour in her previous life. It was not more, not less. It was the price that Gu Jiao could accept. The guard behind Ning Wang twitched his mouth. "You are raising the price." "Gu Jiao, congratulations, you got it right." Ning Wang also felt that the price was too high. It should be known that 50 taels of silver was enough to buy a master outside. However, with the lesson of the past, Ning Wang did not dare to hesitate today. Moreover, with his wealth, 50 taels of silver was not worth mentioning. "Okay." He agreed. Gu Jiao accepted the money before entering the room with him. Ning Wang had just sat down when he saw Gu Jiao light an incense stick on the table. "Ning Wang, young hero Xiong, to be honest, I came to find you not only to make friends with you, but also to make a deal with you." Making a deal was the strategy that Ning Wang came up with last night. Since this young man called Xiong Badian was so greedy, then he would use money to make him bend. There was no need to force him to come to his side as a guard. Gu Jiao quickly wrote, "The deal will be charged separately. The fee will not change." Ning Wang's mouth twitched and he smiled. "Of course, I will not treat young hero Xiong unfairly." In another room with a gourd hanging, a luxuriously dressed man and a fairy-like woman slowly sat down. They had just arrived. They had something to do today, so they came a little late. "Is there Knife Mountain guest today?" the woman wearing a veil asked. The servant said, "Madam, Knife Mountain guest was injured in a fight yesterday. He can't get out of bed today." "He's injured?" The woman was surprised. "Who injured him?" In the woman's impression, Knife Mountain guest should be unrivaled in his current level. The servant said, "A new young man. He looks weak, but his moves are very powerful. He defeated Knife Mountain guest with 1 move, and then won 3 matches in a row." Winning 3 matches in a row was nothing, but to defeat Knife Mountain guest with 1 punch was beyond the woman's expectations. "Your Highness." The woman looked at the man. The man asked, "Where is that young man?" The servant thought for a moment and said, "He just finished the fight. It seems that he was called away." The man said, "Go see if he left. If he hasn't left, bring him to see me." The woman looked at him worriedly. "Your Highness." The man held her hand and smiled. "Lin Lang, don't worry. I will send someone to take you to the Yen Kingdom." Chapter 381. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao learned from King Ning that the top 3 masters in the underground arena were qualified to go to the Yen Kingdom to compete and could bring others with them. Gu Jiao knew the relationship between the Zhao Kingdom and the Yen Kingdom. The Yen Kingdom was a superior country. Without the Yen Kingdom's permission, even the emperor of the Zhao Kingdom couldn't go there easily. However, a small underground arena was qualified to send masters to the Yen Kingdom. Nominally, it was a competition, but in fact, it was an opportunity to win them over. Such arenas existed in all the 6 countries. The Yen Kingdom's method was too simple and crude. King Ning said, "The first and second masters haven't appeared for many years. There is no chance to compete with them. The third master has only come to the arena recently." King Ning's meaning was obvious. Gu Jiao only needed to defeat the third master. "I believe in young hero Xiong's strength." Gu Jiao didn't believe that. He only said this to her. She was afraid that he was casting a net and focusing on training her. In addition, Gu Jiao extracted a message from their conversation. King Ning wanted to go to the Yen Kingdom. "Young hero Xiong, what do you think?" King Ning asked. Gu Jiao glanced at the incense on the table and stood up. She signaled with her eyes that time was up. King Ning almost choked to death. After Gu Jiao left, the guard looked around warily at the door and returned to King Ning's side to report, "Your Highness, someone was watching us nearby just now." As he left, King Ning asked. "Yes." The guard nodded. King Ning's eyes dimmed. "Did you see who it was?" The guard shook his head. "I didn't see his face clearly, but I felt that his figure was familiar. He seemed to be one of the Crown Prince's men." King Ning picked up the teacup. "So, the Crown Prince is here too?" The guard looked nervous. "Did the Crown Prince find us?" King Ning wasn't worried at all. He took a sip of tea. "It doesn't matter. He has no evidence. Be careful next time. Don't let others watch us." "Yes." However, that servant wandered around Prince Ning's room to no avail and asked the manservant guarding the door before reporting to the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. "I was a step too late. That person has already left." "Gone?" The Crown Prince frowned, looking very displeased. The Crown Princess asked, "Did you find out who he is? Who invited him over just now?" "His name is Xiong Badian, and I don't know who invited him to the east side of the house." The servant reported the information he had gathered. The Crown Princess looked in the direction of his finger and saw a gourd hanging on the roof. She understood that the other person's identity was not simple. The man asked strangely, "Why would someone have such a terrible name? It should be an alias." The servant said, "The people here don't use their real names." The Crown Princess paused for a moment before continuing, "Then go and find out who brought Xiong Badian here." "Yes." The servant responded and turned to leave the room. The Crown Princess sighed, lowered her eyes and picked up the teacup. The Crown Prince looked at her with heartache. "Lin Lang, don't be sad. He's just a new master. There are others. I can always find someone to get into the top 3 and bring you to the Yen Kingdom to see old Mr. Meng." The Crown Princess lowered her eyes. "Your Highness, am I being selfish? I'm the Crown Princess of the Zhao Kingdom. I have enough. Why should I hope to see old Mr. Meng?" The Crown Prince said seriously, "How can you be selfish? Isn't it right for you to see old Mr. Meng? You broke old Mr. Meng's chess game. If old Mr. Meng knows about it, he will appreciate you." The Yen Kingdom hasn't replied yet. "I guess the news hasn't reached old Mr. Meng. When you go to the Yen Kingdom and see him, everything will be solved. I know you want to be old Mr. Meng's disciple. I will help you." The Crown Princess' eyes were filled with tears. "I'm not going to the Yen Kingdom just to see old Mr. Meng. I want to see the culture of the Yen Kingdom. I want to know what the strongest country is like. I want to learn how the Yen Kingdom's monarch rules the country so that I can better assist your Highness when I return." The Crown Prince was moved. "Lin Lang, you're so nice." The Crown Princess smiled. "Your Highness is my husband. This is what I should do. I heard about that young hero just now. I feel that this young hero called Xiong Badian is young and promising. He has great potential." The Crown Prince said, "Since you say so, I'll go and invite him properly." The Crown Princess said earnestly, "It's inevitable for a youth from the pugilistic world to have some pugilistic spirit. It's not impossible to be young and frivolous. Your Highness, remember to treat people with courtesy. Don't let the incident with Bainu happen again." At the mention of this, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across the Crown Prince's eyes. Bainu was a Turkic expert. He was extremely strong and swift. He was ranked 39th on the ranking list. The Crown Princess asked the Crown Prince to win him over. In the end, he said a few arrogant words to the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince punished him for being disrespectful. This incident happened outside the martial arts arena. The arena itself did not interfere. However, the Turkic experts spread the news, causing them to lose a few experts who disliked the Crown Prince's actions. The Crown Prince coughed lightly and said, "Don't worry. I won't use my status to pressure him this time. I'll talk to him calmly." Gu Jiao did not know that she was being targeted again. It was still early. It was not yet time for school to end in Little Jing Kong. She went back to the medical center after leaving the Narcissus Embroidery Building. She entered from the back door and did not let anyone see her. She entered her courtyard, took off her mask, washed up and changed into her usual clothes. Just as she was done, there was a commotion outside the courtyard. "Why did you bump into me?" It was a little girl's voice. "Who bumped into you?" "You were the one who bumped into me." It was a man's voice. Sounded familiar, like Gu Qingfeng's. "Bumblebee. Cylinder. That's right. In the backyard of the medical center, Gu Qingfeng, who came to buy hair growth medicine for his younger brother, bumped into Yuan Tong, who accompanied her elder sister to the clinic. This encounter was like a needle against an awn. Yuan Tong's eyes widened. You did bump into me on purpose. I didn't expect a man like you to be so narrow-minded. You're bullying a woman. Gu Qingfeng raised his right foot in anger. Who bullied you? Look at my shoe. You were the one who stepped on me. I didn't say anything, but you're accusing me of bumping into you. You're being unreasonable. Yuan Tong took a closer look. There was indeed a shoe print on it. Her eyes flashed and she stuttered, Who told you not to look at where you're walking? Gu Qingfeng chuckled. I don't look at where I'm walking? Fine, even if I don't, you should have eyes. Why didn't you dodge? So you saw that I didn't have eyes, so you purposely stepped on my foot and bumped into me. Gu Qingfeng didn't mean anything else, but in Yuan Tong's ears, it sounded like she was shameless, unreserved, and purposely trying to attract his attention. Yuan Tong was furious. You're shameless. Gu Qingfeng coldly said, Who's shameless? Yuan Tong huffed. Who's the shameless one? You, humph. Yuan Tong, come back. At the back door of the hall, the pale-faced Taoist nun spoke to Yuan Tong with the help of a maid. Yuan Tong turned around and walked over with a pale face. Elder sister, why did you get off the carriage? Didn't I tell you to wait in the carriage? I'll go get Miss Gu for you. Gu Qingfeng had no grudge against the Taoist nun. Seeing that she was so ill, he didn't want to argue with her younger sister. He snorted and turned around to leave. Gu Jiao came out just as he arrived at the door of the small courtyard. Gu Jiao had already seen the Taoist nun. Her expression didn't look right. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat. You can go treat the patient first. I'm not in a hurry. Gu Jiao nodded. The consultation room was full at the moment. Gu Jiao had Yuan Tong help the Taoist nun into her courtyard. Gu Jiao couldn't go in, so he waited in the hall for a while. He didn't want to rush her since she wasn't in a hurry, so he waited in the hall, bored to death. The Taoist nun lay on the bed in the side room, her hands clutching her stomach. Cold sweat poured down her face. Where are you feeling unwell? Gu Jiao asked her. The Taoist nun glanced at the maid and Yuan Tong who were standing by the side. Gu Jiao turned around. You can leave first. I'm not used to people watching me when I treat patients. Yuan Tong opened her mouth. Oh then I'll leave my sister in your care. Gu Jiao nodded. Yuan Tong and the little servant girl retreated. Gu Jiao looked at the Taoist nun again. Can you tell me where you're feeling unwell now? The Taoist nun hesitated as if she was too embarrassed to speak. After a while she muttered, My stomach hurts. Let me take a look. Gu Jiao took her wrist and began to feel her pulse. The Taoist nun lost her usual composure when she saw Gu Jiao's silence. She bit her lip and whispered, Am I going to have a miscarriage? A miscarriage? Gu Jiao wondered if she had heard wrong. Gu Jiao looked at the Taoist nun's wrist, then at her face. The Taoist nun's eyes reddened and she burst into tears. I knew it. I'm going to have a miscarriage. My baby is gone. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. Wait, what did I miss? The little Taoist nun cried very sadly. She sobbed and hiccuped, causing Gu Jiao to listen for a long time before she understood the whole story. It turned out that something indescribable had happened between Gu Changqing and the Taoist nun in the carriage on the day they were rescued. I started it. I tore his clothes. I couldn't control myself. My period hasn't come for 2 months. This morning, I suddenly had a stomachache, and I was bleeding. Of course you would have stomachache and bleed when you were on your period. Gu Jiao looked at her with an indescribable expression. You're just having an irregular menstrual period. You're not pregnant, Gu Jiao said. The Taoist nun cried. I don't believe it. I'm already riding on him. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Was it really that shocking? You're really not pregnant. You didn't have a miscarriage. You don't have to comfort me. I know. The baby is gone. Sob. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. She had been a doctor for 2 lifetimes, but this was the first time anyone had questioned her skills. Forget it, whoever started the trouble should end it. Gu Jiao called Gu Qingfeng over and told him to bring Gu Changqing here. Gu Jiao didn't say anything, so Gu Qingfeng didn't expect it to be related to the Yuan family. Coincidentally, Gu Changqing was in the manor today, so Gu Qingfeng quickly brought him over. Gu Jiao used the excuse of buying medicine and food to send Yuan Tong and the maids away, then brought Gu Changqing into the courtyard. Gu Jiao also wanted to enter the room, but Gu Qingfeng mercilessly refused. In the side room, the Taoist nun had cried herself to sleep. Gu Jiao told her situation to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing had not expected that this matter would be brought to the surface in such a way. His face, which had never changed in 10,000 years, instantly turned red. There's no such thing. He took a deep breath and pinched his fingers. I didn't do it with her. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh, you only touched and rubbed? No. Gu Changqing wanted to say that he didn't, but he choked on his words. He turned around, his face red as he said seriously, anyway, she won't get pregnant. She's still a virgin. Men always knew more about this than women. Gu Jiao didn't doubt the reliability of Gu Changqing's words. She pointed at him and said, then you explain it to her yourself. It's getting late. I have to go pick up little Jing Kong. She carried the small basket on her back and left without hesitation. Gu Changqing wanted to call her but didn't have time to stop her. Gu Changqing was in the room. He didn't know whether to stand or sit. No one knew what kind of shame and torment he went through while waiting for the Taoist nun to wake up. What happened that day was indeed an accident. He didn't want to get married in this lifetime. However, they did have physical contact. If she couldn't get over it like Gu Jinyu, then he would take responsibility for her and propose marriage. But after she woke up, she said she didn't want to get married. This matter became a secret between the two of them. Who would have thought? She thought she could get pregnant like that. And she cried when she had a miscarriage. Could it be that she planned to give birth to the child in secret? Without telling him at all? He was the father of the child. No, there was no child. He was almost led astray. Gu Changqing helplessly pinched the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, the Taoist nun on the bed slowly woke up. She was still immersed in the great sorrow of losing her baby. When she saw Gu Changqing, she didn't care that she didn't have any feelings for this man. She suddenly felt very wronged and grabbed Gu Changqing's hand. Sob sob, our baby is gone. Grand Secretary Yuan, who had rushed over after receiving the news, had just arrived at the door when he heard this sentence. Grand Secretary Yuan? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.